narrated tale, establishing the world of Phalisthea, its factions, and individual personalities to good effect. It makes for an electrifying opening which, despite being a little cutscene heavy at times, made me wish I didn't have to stop playing. The opening section that I played is described by Square Enix as a special version made for media to experience, and contents may differ from the final version. But regardless of if the events presented are identical to the final game or not, don't worry, I won't be spoiling any story details for Final Fantasy XVI, just discussing some of the themes at play and the stage they set. Phalisthea is a world that returns Final Fantasy to its more classic fantasy roots, albeit with heightened cinematic aspirations. It's not afraid to throw spectacle after spectacle your way right from the off, with the early arrival of the ice icon Shiva onto a dusty battlefield truly stunning in its execution as she glistens in all her glory. She provides a stark contrast to her opponent, the stony, monolithic titan who towers over the skirmish between two rival factions below. There's a sheer enormity to the size of these icons that even the likes of old school God of War or Shadow of the Colossus would be jealous of. They may be well-worn reference points for anything vaguely medieval fantasy, but it's hard to ignore the Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones influences here. The story is rooted in the struggle over the 5 mother crystals that tower over Phalisthea, which are the source of the magic that powers this world. Naturally, the continent's 6 nations are going to want to fight for control of these, and so a constant state of conflict rages on. One of those nations is the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, and you play as Clive Rosfield, son of the ruling Archduke. Over the course of the opening few hours, you're transported through different periods of his life as the personal catalyst for his story is revealed. It's not a revolutionary setup for a story in this genre, but one introduced with a fair amount of elegance in an early cadence that maintains a good balance between action and dialogue. This pace and a general sense of excitement are infinitely aided by the superb score that soundtracks the events too. It's worth saying at this point that Final Fantasy XVI's opening hours are very story heavy, and while it does a great job at introducing Clive's family ties and those who aim to unbind them, it did leave me wishing I was playing a more active part in it at times. Not least because when you do get let off the leash, its combat never fails to impress. That heightened sense of cinema translates equally well to the battlefield, with each encounter feeling like a real event. In my relatively short amount of playtime, I fought no fewer than 8 bosses, each delivering spectacle on both a macro and micro level, ranging from massive monster clashes to time-bending perfect parry affairs against agile enemies. The first extensive stretch of gameplay sees you playing as teenage Clive, as you venture through a swampy marshland littered with the most goblin-looking goblins you've ever seen. It culminates in a very fun fight against this world's version of the classic Final Fantasy enemy Morbol, a slimy, tendrilled set of teeth with a serious case of bad breath.
Keep clear of its maw, my lord. That thing's breath is worse than its bite.
It's Final Fantasy XVI's first real display of its fantastic combat in full flow, with its signature cinematic strikes and evades now fully introduced to your arsenal. It's a set of tools that is steadily added to as you progress, with different magic abilities welcomed into the fold. And while I had plenty of toys to play with, I still feel like I barely scratched the surface of what these combat systems have to offer. That's especially true when it comes to its showpiece kaiju-like icon battles, which flip the script when it comes to gameplay, each promising a delve into a new genre. The aforementioned opening exchange between 2 fiery icons, which played more like a flying rail shooter than an RPG, conjures up welcome memories of the finale to Nier Automata in its desire to frequently switch up gameplay styles while never pausing for breath. As large scale as Final Fantasy XVI can be at times, I was slightly surprised by how contained some of its levels can be. Early on at least, they were all relatively narrow locations that funnel you from arena to arena, with occasional forays off the beaten path that rewarded me with useful items. A great example of this is the Greatwood area, which acted as the final destination of my hands-on. A verdant green forest, it largely consisted of leafy corridors connecting fights with feisty flora and fauna to bosses of varying sizes, the most notable of these being the scaly giant Fafnir, which looked like something on an exchange trip from Skull Island.
Not so sharp.
You'd better hope so.
I did spend a small amount of time in a much wider open space from later in the game, containing side quests and challenging foes to take down, but this by no means felt like the open world Final Fantasy that fans have become accustomed to of late in Final Fantasy 15. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Not every game needs to be a sprawling world to get lost in, and in some ways, it was a refreshing throwback to the more linear Final Fantasy of old, even if it did feel a little restricted to a repetitive rhythm of cutscene, battle, with exploration coming at a premium. There's nothing old school about the combat though, which feels sharply cutting edge in its fluidity. The fast-paced action really is excellent, so good in fact that I found myself often thinking, just let me do it more. As I said, cutscenes make up a lot of Final Fantasy XVI's early runtime, and while story has always been a big part of the series, I think it may be the sheer speed of its action that leads to the transition between combat and the slower dialogue-heavy scenes, delivering more whiplash this time around. The scenes themselves are all well acted and admirably succinct in their exposition. It's just more of a testament to the sheer thrill of its combat than anything, that I couldn't wait for them to move along at an even swifter pace.
You are a true shield of the flame, and let no one tell you otherwise. Including me.
For those that really want to take their time and delve deeper into the history of Valisthea, however, there's the handy active time lore system. This essentially acts in a similar fashion to Prime Video's X-ray feature, allowing you to hit a button and pause the scene at any moment to learn more about the characters speaking or the terminology they're using. It's a smart way to provide extra context for those who want it, without overloading on exposition for those who just want to zip along to the next fight. That's not to say that Final Fantasy XVI doesn't entertain in its slower moments, and indeed some of them are effective in building Clive out as a protagonist to care about. He's an emotionally complicated character plagued with a tragic backstory that adds a welcome amount of depth. A section where you're set loose to roam around his family home of Rosalith Castle serves as a great way of introducing us to Clive and his place in this world, as he interacts with soldiers in training, magical gardeners, and a bounty of regional British accents. From what I've seen so far, the future looks very bright for Final Fantasy XVI. If its opening few hours of hulking icon showdowns, superb melee combat, and story that delivers on both a personal and global level are anything to go by, then a very fun time is on the horizon. I'm hopeful that the ever so stuttering pace irons itself out over the hours to come, with its ferociously fun gameplay taking precedence as Clive's journey broadens. I went into my time with Final Fantasy XVI incredibly excited about what I'd seen in its many trailers and showcases, and left very happy that very little of that anticipation had diminished by the time I'd finished.
Good boy.
For more from Final Fantasy XVI, check out the latest trailer, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Since their inception, video games have acted as portals to other worlds. Unlike books and films, they allow us to not just be immersed in another land, but to truly explore one. It's that core fantasy that has seen the concept of the open world flourish. What better way is there to create a sense of discovering a new world than to build one with as much depth and as few borders as possible? That goal has seen the open world advance from a form of environment design to a whole diverse genre in its own right. Where linear game design delivers slices of another reality, the open world aims to simulate on a grander level. It combines geography, architecture, populations, and events to create a living city, region, or kingdom. The thing that truly separates open worlds from linear games, though, is freedom. For some developers, this means offering a wide range of activities, buffet style, to ensure you're always free to play what you want. For others, it's providing the tools so that you can freely explore a world how you want. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and its predecessor Breath of the Wild are emblematic of that play how you want philosophy. Their core mechanics are built around the authentic sense of adventure that organic, freeform discovery can bring. This is why, outside of the main quest, you're offered very little direction. Its map is devoid of activity icons. Instead, the architecture of Tears of the Kingdom's world is designed to draw your attention and encourage you to uncover its untold secrets. Since there are few pre-plotted objectives, the unknown journey towards your chosen goal is as important as the destination itself. That's why the very topography of Hyrule, from its steep mountains to its floating islands, is designed to provide navigation challenges that require genuine effort and planning to conquer. You may need to plot an exhausting climb, risk a dangerous drop, paraglide an awkward route, or combine more unusual techniques to reach a point of interest. It's through all this that a genuine sense of accomplishment is achieved, which in turn makes the discoveries on the other side of those challenges all the more spectacular, regardless of if that's a valuable treasure or a priceless vista. Nintendo generated Breath of the Wild's now signature exploration style by engineering a detailed simulation of the physical world. Gravity, wind, fire, and propulsive forces can all be harnessed to launch Link to places that initially seemed impossible to reach, and each new discovery makes Hyrule even more vast and unknowable. Tears of the Kingdom takes this one step forward with its new crafting abilities, Fuse and Ultra Hand, which allow you to make a variety of improvised weapons and contraptions. It's an impressive system that continually broadens the game's horizons with each new find. For instance, experimenting with Ultra Hand may see you craft an airship. That's a fantastic achievement in its own right, but that airship can now be used to explore distant mountaintops or employed as part of a new tactic to parachute into bokoblin camps. It's a domino effect. Each new discovery opens up new ways to play, which in turn enhances Tears of the Kingdom's sense of freedom. Development of Breath of the Wild, and in turn Tears of the Kingdom, was partially inspired by the advancements of open-world games in the West. We can see that most clearly in Hyrule's map-revealing towers and Link's ability to climb almost any surface, two mechanics that directly build upon the trademarks of Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed series. But the more important inspiration, cited by Nintendo itself, is Skyrim. Bethesda's spirit of adventure can be found in the way Zelda employs enemy camps, unmarked secrets, and distant landmarks that beg to be explored. Nintendo's interpretation of these ideas have since triggered industry trends. In Elden Ring, we explore a world with a similar approach to rewarding curiosity and risk-taking, while Death Stranding is an entire game dedicated to making challenging traversal the main event. But while Breath of the Wild was clearly a turning point for the industry, its approach to open worlds is not perfect for all people. Its lack of direction and seemingly infinite options can be limiting rather than inspiring, and overwhelmed players have a tendency to stick to main objectives and just a handful of simple, reliable techniques. For these players, direction and guidance can be beneficial, which is where the more traditional play-what-you-want design of open worlds comes in. This strain of open world arose during the early 2000s, as the success of Grand Theft Auto 3 ushered in a tidal wave of so-called GTA clones, and by the release of Assassin's Creed 2 in 2009, the genre's modern form had fully emerged.
It's me, Mario!
It's characterized by a map populated by dozens or sometimes even hundreds of icons, each of which represents one of a variety of activity types, ranging from main missions to momentary distractions. These are typically evenly spread across a number of regions. Clearing a region may involve playing through a couple of dungeons, solving several puzzles, collecting a few resources, and defeating the local world boss, in addition to the main and side quests. This arrangement effectively makes the map a question. What are you in the mood for right now? A detailed main quest, or something more bite-size? This design, often referred to as the Ubisoft formula, is the foundation of dozens of games, including smash hits such as Batman Arkham City, Ghost of Tsushima, and the Horizon series. And it's obvious why this design is so popular. It directs you to the world's most interesting and exciting activities, something invaluable to those who need guidance, time-poor players, and people looking to achieve 100% completion. The arrangement provides a more authored experience. Where many of the greatest moments in Zelda are rooted in the journey across Hyrule and the things you discover often by accident along the way, the greatest hits in more traditionally designed open worlds come from fantastic mission or activity design. Ghost of Tsushima's duels, Horizon's mech battles, and Arkham City's stealth infiltrations are all among the genre's high points, but these moments are created for you rather than by you. The more directed an open world is, though, the more important it is to preserve a sense of adventure. With too many icons, the world effectively becomes an awkward menu in which you need to walk between the game modes. Its sense of place is lost, and the purpose of it being an open world in the first place dissolves. Assassin's Creed Unity is the poster child for this mistake. Its map rendered incomprehensible thanks to a clutter of symbols highlighting everything from main mission missions to the most insignificant treasure chest. As proven by the likes of The Witcher 3 and Skyrim, a good open world map knows when to signpost, when to hint, and when to say nothing at all.
I don't know what you're saying, Dutch, but it seems like I've heard it all before.
Perhaps the reason Rockstar Games is considered among the open world's most important custodians then, is that its games find a way to blend discovery and direction together. The world of Red Dead Redemption 2, the studio's most recent and accomplished open world, is full of orphaned moments. The serial killer, the voice of the devil, and the vampire are just a few well-known examples of bizarre characters and questlines that you'll find during your travels through the American frontier. But crucially, these activities are not marked on your map until you stumble across them. In fact, Rockstar is reluctant to add icons to its maps at all, using them sparingly to mark significant quest givers and previously discovered locations. And so bumping into one of Red Dead's many unusual strangers feels like a genuine discovery, and the quests that spin out of those meetings feels like a true adventure rather than a pre-planned activity. By blurring the boundary between freedom and precise scripting, Rockstar achieves its trademark atmosphere, worlds that feel both cinematic and authentic. But authenticity comes from more than just freedom. It's built on simulation. There's a constant two-way conversation between the world and the player. When snow falls, you need to dress appropriately to fend off the cold. Wade through water, and you'll need to clean your weapons to restore their effectiveness. Act with kindness or cruelty, and the population will respond accordingly. Even the impression of your boots in the mud conveys a sense of believable reality. This is a genuine world, and even your footprints leave a mark on it. While Rockstar's apparently infinite budget means its graphics technology can make a world that looks photorealistic, and thus increasingly believable, studios across the world have long recognised that visual grunt alone can't make an open world feel alive. The land has to react to your presence. This understanding can be traced all the way back through Rockstar's gamography. The very core of Grand Theft Auto is based on the reactivity of the police. Commit crimes, get chased. The Police Wanted system has since been replicated by dozens of games, from The Getaway to Cyberpunk 2077, but it's also the first link in an evolutionary chain that leads to Shadow of Mordor's incredible Nemesis system.
You're back! I think you'll do better than last time!
In Monolith's otherwise fairly traditional open world, seemingly inconsequential enemy orcs left to die in a ditch can return to hound you across the campaign. They return for grudge matches over and over again, each time looking more haggard and mutilated than the last. In the sequel Shadow of War, orcs are able to learn from their combat mistakes and fight you in increasingly sophisticated ways. They rise through the ranks of Sauron's army, becoming an ever more powerful threat with each new encounter. Behind the scenes, this system is simply an NPC tracking database, but within the lands of Middle-earth, those lines of codes are a living, breathing rogues gallery of unforgettable foes.
Sing this song with all my breath, take heed, for this interlude ends with your death.
It creates life in a manner unlike any other game, and that life is rooted in the simulation layer of its open world design. You cannot escape the Nemesis system in Shadow of Mordor, much like how you cannot rid the city of GTA's police or avoid the natural forces that govern Tears of the Kingdom's world. And so while the philosophy that powers open worlds is freedom, these games are just as much about what's beyond a player's control as they are the opportunities granted to them. That players in Breath of the Wild are not free from the limits of their own exhaustion while climbing a mountain dictates not only their journey, but also the way they're free to explore. Tears of the Kingdom refines that concept even further. Your limited stamina and the pull of gravity may shackle you to the ground, but Ultra Hand and the amazing skyborne vehicles it can create will be the thing that helps you break free of the earth and reach that distant mountaintop. Like Tears of the Kingdom, the next revolutionary open world will once again redefine freedom. I can't wait to see the possibilities it unlocks. For more Zelda, check out our Tears of the Kingdom review, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
We're transporting the prisoner from New Atlanta Sector 11. What's our destination?
Trapped in a hell he helped make, a lone hacker aboard a space station far from home sneaks and fights his way through horrible mutants and killer robots in order to take down the monstrous artificial intelligence behind it all. Shodan, one of the all-time great gaming villains. System Shock pioneered so many first-person shooter concepts back in 1994 that now feel fundamental, simultaneously paving the way for the entire immersive sim genre. Night Dive Studios has done masterful work with this 2023 remake, taking a fantastic game that the years have made hard to play and updating it with modern conveniences that will let it be enjoyed for decades to come. Nominally a shooter, System Shock is more about exploring the labyrinth, that is the Tri-Optimum Corporation's Citadel space station, than any combat that takes place within it. Your hacker and their military-grade neural implant are responsible for the significantly degraded situation here, having disabled the AI Shodan's ethical limitations.
I am drunk with this vision. God. The title suits me well.
So, naturally, Shodan has chopped everyone into bits and stitched them back together as horrible cyborgs, made her own strain of a world-ending mutagenic virus complete with freaky mutants, and now wants to export her godlike divinity to Earth proper. We love Shodan for this, because she's just so delightfully unnerving while she does it.
Will turn all earthly life into a festering pile of pustulant mutations.
Evil artificial intelligences can often be depicted as cold, calculating super geniuses. Shodan isn't that. Shodan is completely, transparently bonkers, inflicted with the delusion that she is a god and delightfully obsessed with both herself and her often extremely bad plans.
I must strive further to serve life.
I will devastate Earth's cities with my laser.
If Shodan's body is the giant Citadel space station, then you are a horrible little parasite killing her from the inside out. Figuring out the extent of her plans and then foiling them is what you do.
Do not be fooled into thinking that you have preserved the home of your species.
System Shock is old school in the oldest school way, with levels that are deliberately designed mazes of interconnecting corridors, rooms, and locked gates. It's basic design that holds up 30 years and a hefty visual update later, giving you a space to delve out that's hard to navigate by its nature and providing a very satisfying challenge to learn your way around. There isn't really any main quest hand-holding, no log of what you're doing next, though there is now an optional difficulty setting to change that. So stopping Shodan means you actually have to explore, listen to audio logs, and figure out what plans the now-dead crew had cooked up.
Is this really what I left Chicago for? I don't think any of us left our homes and our families to die in space.
The awesome setting and style as you poke around is fueled by 100% pure-grade, uncut, spaceborne cyberpunk vibes. Cyberware? Got that. Cool smart guns? We've got that as well. An evil corporation turned government? But of course. The revamped visuals and effects are great, and I loved the semi-pixelated textures and blocky objects at work, probably best exemplified in the power interface panels. The new music and sounds are a superb accompaniment too. It all works together to remind you that you're still playing a game that's 30 years old, but that this version of it has been brought forward in time for you to more easily see what made it so special in the first place. You can even tweak the interface color if phosphor green isn't your thing. As you might expect, you are going to have to bash, shoot, burn, and blow up some nasty monsters to escape Citadel. While the heart of System Shock is undoubtedly exploration, there's still a lot of fighting to do along the way, with some enemies requiring a pure firefight to take down, while others necessitate the exploitative stealth ambushes of a survival horror game instead. Brute force won't always work, so you'll often have to cleverly sneak around corners and through maintenance shafts to take down enemies that are far tougher and more dangerous than you are. Combat is probably the place where this new System Shock changes most from the original game. Enemies were previously fairly slow and unintelligent, and the whole concept of what a first-person shooter even was hadn't been nailed down in the way it is today. That meant many of the coolest weapons on paper were hard to use in practice, and enemies weren't very good at fighting back. Most experienced players would just run at everything and rip it to pieces with the laser rapier, a kind of electro-charged lightsaber. But that's no longer as much of a viable option. That's not to say that the laser rapier is weak now. Please note, the laser rapier is still awesome. But other weapons are cool now too. I don't think I ever did anything with a grenade but kill myself in the original, Whereas this time around I not only used them, I got to fire them out of a really cool grenade launcher. Other weapons like the Magnum and Assault Rifle also come into their own, thanks to more modern design sensibilities, and for the first time I felt like System Shock was a real FPS. It's a testament to how thorough and thoughtful this remake is that I kept having to check if certain weapons and moments were in the original at all. The new stuff just feels completely natural. The cyborgs, mutants, and robots that serve Shodan have received even bigger improvements. The clunky movements of times past are long gone in favor of enemies with proper AI that know how to maneuver out of your line of fire, duck behind obstacles, and rush you in groups. The gruesomely gooey, spliced together cyborgs are really the ones that benefit most from their visual upgrade, going from kinda goofy movie Frankensteins to brainwashed surgical nightmares. I really appreciated the unique designs that went into how each of these enemies fights and behaves too. The jury-rigged work robots rush at you, as do the more brainless mutants, but most of the cyborgs will try to outshoot you. The heavily armored enemies will move implacably towards you, shooting all the while before ripping you apart in melee. Bosses that were once simply tedious encounters, like the vicious Cortex Reavers, militarized gun platforms powered by an unwilling human host, are now tense fights that require you to gather the right equipment from around the station to win, and probably not without dying a few times. On death, you revive at the nearest medical chamber you've unlocked, gear and equipment intact. It's a pleasant respawn mechanic that punishes without ever frustrating and serves the goal of encouraging you to explore really nicely. Rushing through levels can work, but it's easier if you found a way to revive nearby when you accidentally step off a platform and fall to your death. It's a nice bit of older design that aged well, which is good because how you move around the station hasn't. Your hacker's movements can at times feel clunky and slow, unable to perform some actions that have become staples of modern games like sliding down ladders. That one I can forgive, but I'm not sure we needed to be forced to crouch jump in order to get on top of objects anymore. That's a bit of old game wisdom best left in the past. Speaking of the very few things I didn't like, cyberspace. At certain points in System Shock, you find terminals that let you enter the station's cyberspace mainframe, where reality is instead a kind of 6 Degrees of Freedom shooter with mediocre wireframe graphics. Questionably, but perhaps to its credit, the remake is very faithful to these sections by leaving them intact, but that still doesn't change the fact that they could often bore me to tears. Extremely to its credit, however, the remake lets you adjust individual difficulty settings for 4 separate areas of gameplay: combat, puzzles, cyberspace, and the main story missions. If you dislike exploring blindly and scouring audio logs, the lowest mission difficulty will give you clearer directions to follow. If you, like me, hate cyberspace, just turn the difficulty down and quickly blaze through those bits. If you want a more hardcore survival experience, you can crank up the combat and get absolutely dunked on by Cortex Reavers. I did this, and it ruled. I do expect that the most commonly tweaked difficulty will be puzzles, however. The Pipe Dream-esque power rerouting minigame is ubiquitous in System Shock, and second to finding a security access keycard is needed to open many doors and activate pieces of sensitive equipment that have been locked off. I find these puzzles almost therapeutic. They ask you to step back, take your time, and let your pulse settle after being chased around by, for example, two-faced zebra gorilla mutants. I also just really like the clacky in-world interface of plugging and unplugging power cables. Where many modern games invite you to sit back and enjoy the ride, System Shock wants you to sit up and experience the showdown. Tweaking the technical workings of Citadel Station to come out on top and foil Shodan's machinations is just as compelling as it ever was, making the original System Shock one of gaming's classics for a very good reason. Night Dive's remake masterfully brings most of the aspects that haven't aged as well into the present day, with excellent new graphics and nearly all the modern gameplay conveniences you could want. Get out there and give her hell, hacker. For more, check out our reviews of The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, and Star Trek Resurgence. And for everything else, Stick with IGN.
Out of the chaos, they will run and whimper, praying for me to end their tedious anarchy. I am drunk with this vision. God.
IG 16 turning now.
I've been at this a long time. When there's a treasure this big, I make it my business to know about it. The coordinates on that data drive, they're for the MK core.
We got a job, Baratnas.
Cox promised us a real payday. He said, give me 3 months, and you never have to work again.
I've heard that before.
Whatever this is, it could still be everything you need to help the belt.
Do we want to invite that kind of attention?
In and out. No games.
Time to see what all the fuss is about.
We've been locked.
Don't these Pashangwalas rest?
What do you think we should do?
There is no good option. Whatever you choose will be wrong, and it's your job to choose.
When you find what's at the other end of those coordinates, the whole system will be on your ass.
What are you waiting for?
Stations! On my word, loose a PDC volley, then turn and burn.
Just like series. Only this time no dolls to keep you on the leash, yeah?
I hope that my actions on this ship can offer some amends for my past.
Whatever this treasure is, the one thing we know is that it will change everything.
So are you going to spend the rest of your oxygen feeling sorry for yourself? Or are you going to get to work?
In June of 2022, a new Reddit user named SadFutago joined the Nier Automata subreddit to ask what might seem to outsiders a fairly innocuous question: how do you open the church? The post was short and sweet, seemingly coming from a confused, not exactly internet-savvy gamer who wanted to know how to access a building in Nier Automata that, they claimed, was closed off.
There was a secret door that was posted onto the subreddit randomly by a poster who was just like, hey, why can't my friend get to this church?
So of course, when he's over here, he presses the circle button and opens the door. This is a little bit new. It hasn't been discovered yet at all until today. And the only person that's been able to do this is SadFutago.
There was no such church in Nier Automata, to anyone's knowledge. Data miners had never heard of it. It didn't exist in any guide or video or older build known to anyone in the audience. And as more information and later images and clips came out of this location no one had ever seen before, the Nier subreddits, discords, and eventually wider gaming communities went into a frenzy trying to solve the mystery of the never-before-seen church.
Every hour or so, we'd refresh his tweet and see the view count, or the views were going up 10,000, 20,000, 300,000. It just exponentially blew up.
I was shitting my pants. I woke up and then Wolf was like, did you see the news? And then I go on Twitter and then I see...
SadFutago kicked off a beautiful mess of a multi-month storyline that twisted the community, media, and even expert modders into knots. It eventually bled out of the Nier community it started in, reaching major media sites and mainstream gaming communities. Even Nier creator Yoko Taro himself got involved.
I think the producer tweeted first of Nier Automata.
The Church Saga, as it came to be known, turned out to be an elaborate build-up to announce brand new modding tools for Nier Automata that stand to revolutionize what modders can do with the game's world. And it was largely orchestrated on the fly by 3 individuals who didn't go into the saga with any elaborate schemes. They were just regular modders who made some cool stuff and whose fun tease of the community spiraled far beyond what they had ever intended. We tracked down the trio of creators behind SadFutago to get the true tale behind the Nier Church Saga.
We have to play a little prank on the community.
This is the inside story of how they tricked the internet into believing there were still meaningful secrets left hidden in one of the most exciting and existential RPGs of the last decade. The Nier Automata Church saga was the work of 3 individuals, but it began with just one.
Hey, I'm Woeful Wolf, and I'm just a gamer who wanted more from the games I played. So since I was young, I started tinkering with them and seeing what I can break.
Woeful Wolf began his modding career years ago with Source Engine games, such as Half-Life 2, and picked up a lot of his programming knowledge from Gary's mod. Prior to Nier Automata, he had been tinkering around with Skyrim and Fallout, but eventually arrived at the Nier series thanks to his love of JRPGs. He first picked up Nier Automata in 2019, 2 years after its initial release. And while he was having a good time, he began to feel bothered by small details in the game that didn't seem right to him.
But in the game, there's a cosmetic item called the Lunatier. And what bothered me about this cosmetic is that it was actually pretty 2D. Like, it was just these flat planes, the petals of the leaves. And it was such a minor thing, but I would like more of a 3D flower. So I started looking at the 3D model formats for the flower.
Before Woeful Wolf had even finished a normal playthrough of Nier Automata, he was already tinkering around with modeling program Blender plugins and add-ons to improve the issues he had found. With the help of Bayonetta modder Karilk, he began to create the tools that would eventually form the basis for the church project.
So after a few months, managed to start getting first custom models actually displayable in the game without crashing the game, until eventually we have full map control and event systems and everything that we have now, which has led to this whole sad Futaga thing.
Once he got going, Woeful Wolf largely worked alone on the tools, but would sometimes solicit support from friends in the community when he made an interesting discovery.
This is the fate that befell our creators.
Enter our second church modder, Devila's Revenge.
The only reason why I got into it was because I just thought about how cool it would be to mod Nier Automata. It's the only game that it's the first game that I've modded, and it was only 2 years ago.
Devila's modding talents were a perfect support for Woeful Wolf. He could take advantage of the tools Woeful made, point out pain points, and stretch their capabilities. Since the two were already friends, it was a no-brainer for Woeful Wolf to reach out to Devila when he got a powerful new set of tools working for Nier Automata.
How it all started was when I said, hey, I've got map collision and prop placing and things like that working. Would you like to test it before I release? And he suggested we don't release. We have to play a little prank on the community.
Before we get to Wolf and Devila's prank, we first need to understand exactly what was so revolutionary about what they had made. If you're not familiar with modding, things like map collision and prop placing might just sound like gibberish. But while the actual efforts behind their work were quite complicated, what Woeful Wolf and Devila were doing is actually pretty simple in principle. Basically, Wolf had created a set of modding tools that could be used to play around with the game engine of Nier Automata, and Devila was using those tools to add in all sorts of elements to his copy that would never be present in a regular copy of the game. Before Woeful Wolf made his discovery, the abilities of modders like Devila were actually pretty limited because the scripting tools for complex changes simply didn't exist yet.
Before end of 2019, we couldn't have custom models, and we could have rudimentary character swaps, which was sort of just swapping the names of 2 characters and having it load there, but we couldn't have custom weapons or custom outfits or things like that. And then the next step was we could have custom map geometry, so visually we could change the map, but we didn't have collisions yet. So you could add a building or a wall or a statue to the middle of the map somewhere, but the player would just phase right through. Same with enemies, there would be no collision or pathfinding.
That's where Woeful Wolf's new tools came in. Wolf's work allowed Devila to make the church not just look real, but feel real too, full of solid objects you can run into and, actual floors and walls. But to hear Woeful Wolf tell it, brilliant as his tools were, they weren't especially easy for modders like Devila to use. Which is where the third member of the church trio ended up accidentally but fortuitously involved, Raider B.
And here you are.
I'm a computer science student from Germany, and I discovered this game, Nier Automata, actually only recently, about half a year ago. At the beginning of the year, I looked at the modding tools and what there is, and basically started doing simple things, nothing too crazy. Then, I think in April it was, I started experimenting around with a couple of new things that haven't been really done before.
Raider's experiments involved, you guessed it, collisions. He eventually got something coded up that eliminated invisible walls in the game, effectively allowing you to go anywhere without restriction. But when he began to let others know he had something in the works, Woeful Wolf and Double took notice. They reached out to convince him to hold off on releasing his work, but at first, they were coy as to exactly what they had in the works.
Looks like he's awake, Devila.
So when I joined, I actually didn't really know what the secret was. I only knew that there was a secret, but not what it was. It was only, I think, like in May or something that I started asking when is the secret coming out, that I got more and more involved into the actual work of it.
Raider is humble about his contributions, but to hear Woeful Wolf and Devila tell it, the entire church mod wouldn't have been possible without his work. His scripting discoveries made the tools easier to use, and eventually went beyond just invisible walls, pulling together the overall immersion of the whole church.
Before in Automata, like no one would ever imagine you'd be able to change NPC dialogue, spawn them in like a unique place, and then have completely different actions happening.
When Raider B came in with his scripting was something that nobody's ever seen before, even ourselves. The scripting files was a sort of an accidental discovery. So we didn't even intend, so that's like we didn't know where to look in the first place, and started reversing them, and now looking at the scripting things that we've discovered, it'll be hard and there's still a lot of work to do, but I can almost confidently say anything is possible in the game that you see happen in the base game. So we could potentially make custom bosses or even custom quest lines.
So Woeful Wolf, Devila, and Raider had made something incredible that would revolutionize Nier Automata modding. And Devila specifically had an unusual plan to unveil it that was exciting enough to warrant holding off the announcement of all these new tools for at least a little while.
Devila! I hope you don't regret this.
Even from the start, Devila's plot quickly began evolving from a small prank to something far, far more elaborate.
I wanted to start off with like a tiny church, so like I wasn't even gonna make the church myself. I was gonna like grab a model and just throw it somewhere and then just like pretend that it was real as a joke. But then I got a little carried away, and we went from like this really tiny church design to this huge hallway and then this big entrance, and then the iconic door was like very secretive. Like it could have just been like a new door we added, but the way I wanted it to be was that it would appear as a secret. So I made it like integrated into the map so that it's technically always there, even if it isn't. No one would think that there's actually a door there.
Devila started by just dropping the church into the back of the map, planning to make it look like a hidden, previously undiscovered secret that required glitching into some unused area. It was admittedly a bit of a stretch for people to believe that such an Easter egg might have remained undiscovered in a 5-year-old game, but it certainly wasn't impossible, especially if it was kept simple enough to look like a forgotten fragment of some kind. But the church did not stay simple, not one bit.
And then I added like an entire background, and then I added the hallway, and then I just got like so carried away with trying to make it look real, and then trying to like add all these extra stuff that looks like it's part of the game. Even when we were making the videos, I was still adding stuff.
While Woeful Wolf, Devila, and Raider are all three ultimately responsible for the church saga, Devila was the mastermind behind most of the public-facing elements the audience saw. It was Devila's idea to create a Reddit user named Sad Futago and have him innocently tease their project in the guise of a player looking for advice. Devila named the alias before Raider joined them as an amalgamation of a synonym for woeful and Devila's status as the Nier character twin of Popola, since, in a translation that would be memed excessively by the community, Futago is the Japanese word for twin. Sad Futago started his quest innocently enough with a post to the subreddit Nier fanart asking, "Hello, how do you open the church?" Without context, his query went relatively ignored before he took the same question to the subreddit Nier Automata Game and later the much larger Nier subreddit.
I wanted the Sad Futago character to not really know what Reddit was, So they accidentally posted on like a subreddit with 200 people. It didn't get any traction on purpose. Even if it did though, like that would have been cool. But I was expecting it to not get anything. And then eventually I would move to another subreddit, or I would move to Discord or something, or even Twitter. I did that on purpose just so that it would look like they didn't know what they were doing. And then they just kept trying.
Sad Futago's posts got more traction each time, with members asking the confused player to post screenshots of what he was talking about, as no one had ever heard of such a thing. So he obliged, posting a screenshot of a bunch of pews in a room no one had ever seen before. That's when things began to get serious. Sad Futago posted actual footage. All three modders acknowledged that the footage clip was a massive turning point, not because the footage in and of itself was a huge deal, though it was. Up to that point, discussion of the church had largely been limited to the Nier modding community, but actual clips of footage caught the attention of streamer and hacker Lance McDonald. McDonald, who has over 60,000 Twitter followers, tweeted about the strange church, and the tweet exploded. News outlets began writing about it. Curious onlookers flooded the subreddit and the Discord. Sad Futago had officially gone viral.
The moment he tweeted it, we would be, while working, every hour or so, we'd refresh his tweet and see the view count, or the views were like going up like 10,000, 20,000, 300,000. It just exponentially blew up. And we were panicking because now we know we have to get serious, but we don't have time.
So it was kind of like overwhelming because I didn't think that everyone would come to the modding server. So before that we had like 4,000 and then we have 8,000 now. And like all the channels were getting like filled with all these people that I've never seen before. And the voice chats were so full that we had to make like 4 more. Yeah, so that everyone could go in them.
Devila, Woeful Wolf, and Raider were terrified that somewhere in these hundreds of thousands of people, someone would get wise to their secret. But somehow, no one did. Part of it seemed to be because so many modders were convinced such a feat was impossible.
Well, many people were convinced that it wasn't part of the game. Basically, all theories were equally as unlikely. It being part of the game was very unlikely because there were no traces of the files in the game. It being a mod was also basically impossible because there were no tools publicly available that could do anything like that, and almost no one has shown anything remotely to that. And I think the third theory was that it was a marketing stunt. But that was also very unlikely because the way it was executed in the beginning, the first few posts were not really a good setup for a viral marketing campaign.
Sad Futago continued to post more footage, showing a path behind a mysterious door in the copied city, a long drop down a ladder, a twisted hallway with retracting pillars, and finally, at the end of it, the mysterious church. With each new video, the account showed more and more footage, sparking more questions and analysis from the subreddit, Discord, and general public. Fan art was made, and memes were created that transcended the subreddit and started bleeding onto general gaming Twitter. Multiple articles were written in most major video game publications. And in the midst of it all, an even greater figure latched onto the church saga that none of the trio expected to ever hear from: Nier creator Yoko Taro himself. In response to someone tweeting directly at him, asking for his opinion on the church saga, Yoko Taro said interested people could find the answer at his Twitter profile. His Twitter profile reads, quote, "I can't answer about any products. Please ask publisher," end quote. As we now know, this was Yoko Taro being funny and a bit coy, but at the time, his response seemed to tease a marketing campaign of some kind from Nier's publisher, Square Enix. And it didn't help that Nier producer Yosuke Saito got in on the fun too. The Sad Futago trio were simultaneously horrified and thrilled.
I shit my pants. I woke up and then Wolf was like, "Did you see the news?" And then I'm like, "No." And then I go on Twitter and then I see, I think the producer tweeted first of Nier Automata. His name's like Saito or something. He was very ambiguous about it, but he was like, this is something that Yoko would do. And everyone's like, "Oh my god, no, it has to be Yoko Taro." And then after that, Saito was like plugging the Switch version of Automata. So he was like, "Everyone calm down and reserve the Switch version of Nier."
long ago, just when I released the first ever tools in 2019 to allow people to make custom models for the game. Back then it was also a similar situation, but nothing to this scale. And back then we never released the files, but the first image I ever posted on Twitter was we modeled Yoko Taro in Nier Automata, so we made him a playable character in the game. And we tweeted him, and some of the other Platinum and Square and his friends, but we never got any reaction. It was a bit disappointing, but getting the reaction now with the church project makes up for that, I think. We were coming to realize the hype was reaching its peak, and what I've noticed with hype trains and things, you never want it to go on too long, because the longer it goes on, it just leads to a bigger disappointment if it is a disappointment in the end. Because we had no idea what the reaction was going to be when we revealed anything.
There was also the growing fear, not just that someone in all these thousands of people might discover the secret, but that someone would actually beat them at their own game.
Towards the end, people actually started developing some small tools, looking at doing some basic map editing themselves, and were proving that small parts of it could be done. So when it was also a bit of a race against the clock for us to release our tools first before someone else posted their own tools that weren't as good as ours, but still usable.
Meanwhile, the workload was becoming unmanageable. With so much attention on Sad Futago, the pressure was on to post not once a month or once a week, but multiple times a day. Toward the end, the trio were essentially building things as they went, with Devila adding to the church as soon as the other two sent over tools updates, and uploading his new creations almost immediately. For 3 regular people with lives outside of modding, it was becoming unsustainable, fast.
In the first Sad Futago video, he just goes and opens the door and just enters that area. The camera detaches from the player and goes to the center and tracks them from far behind. I was trying to figure that out, and this the scripting thing is a real big mess, and I had problems when changing the camera, the character couldn't move anymore and all these crazy things. But the moment I got it decently working, I sent it to Devila's, and I didn't think we even added anything after that. We just took the next video and posted that. If you look in that video, the fountain isn't even there yet. The fountain we added, the video before the fountain was shown, that's when we added it. And we released these videos I can't even remember now, it was 2 or 3 or 4 days. So we only had a few days between each feature.
Whenever I'd make a post on Reddit or on Discord, I'd be actively reading the chat to see what they're saying. And so everyone's fast responses and stuff, and everyone's theories would kind of influence what would be the next thing that I'd make. So for instance, someone would point out the flaws of something, and then I'd try to secretly improve it so that it would seem more real.
What's that?
But before the trio wrapped up, there was one final moment that cemented the shape of what would ultimately become the Church Saga's grand finale. Post after post, Devila had been adding to the church, a chest that only 9S could unlock, a figure of near replicant's Yona lying on an altar at the front, a bird bath at the back that, when interacted with, gave similar dialogue to that seen in Replicant, referencing the black scrawl in the Shadow Lord, and a strange black shadow creature at the front of the church that the subreddit took to affectionately calling Blobby, with 1 B. Each new video progressed the church storyline, until eventually the subreddit was watching clips of Sad Futago fighting in an apparently difficult boss battle against Blobby. The community began to cheer Sad Futago on through Reddit posts, and ultimately on Discord as well. Between videos, Devila popped into the modding Discord, only to find a massive crowd of people in the voice channel, all singing the moving credits theme of Nier Automata, Weight of the World, together in an effort to encourage Sad Futago.
It's so heartfelt, the community is really amazing. With their creativity with memes and their kindness and support to each other. Just a random stranger who's been keeping a secret from this entire time, who they shouldn't even be trusting. But still, they all come together in song, and I just think it's amazing and heartwarming and makes me so... I don't even know what the words are.
So I like try to like keep them updated, and I wanted to really like to be a part of the idea that like they're in the moment of something so crazy happening. So I try to help out with that. And that's also why I did like the final Twitch stream, because a lot of people like were saying like I was a part of history, no matter what it was.
Sad Futago set up his grand finale on July 28, 2022, at first posting a series of screenshots on the subreddit with strange titles Z, E, 3, 4, and finally, Zinnia. The screenshots appeared to tease a shadowy room Sad Futago hadn't shown before, with shapes reminiscent of the final boss of Drakengard 3. He followed it up with a link to a Twitch stream tagged Ending. The subreddit went nuts.
So the finale was in the morning for me. So like I came back and I heard, okay, the finale is happening, and I literally knew as much as like the fans. We had no planning or no idea of anything what he was going to do that night. The morning we joked and said, Devilers has gone rogue.
The final video that I streamed on there, I kind of like made in like an hour. So as soon as I rendered it, that's when I did the live stream. So it was like very last moment because I had to go on a trip the next day and I had to sleep. So as soon as I rendered it, and I didn't do any like testing either, I like just launched OBS, and then I like try to figure out how to play videos on OBS. And then I launched the live stream and I played it.
The video played out over Twitch at an hour that was wildly late for much of the Western world, but still attracted an audience of thousands. The first 2 minutes played out much as previous videos had, following 9S through the strange door, into the church, in a fight against Blobby, and through a series of dialogue choices at the bird bath. But then, 9S was transported into an enormous dim room, decorated with the aforementioned Drakengard forms hanging from the ceiling. Upon examining a lunar tier in the middle, he was sent back to the copied city for a battle with a trio of bosses, ultimately representing the trio behind the whole scheme. The final minutes were a series of title cards thanking the community, apologizing profusely for the misdirects and the, quote, anticlimactic ending, and most importantly, the announcement of the tools and their imminent release for the wider community to use at last.
Just as the community was seeing the Twitch reveal, both Raider B and I were also seeing the whole finale for the first time. So we were just as excited and giddy about everything together with the community as we watched it live, which was an amazing experience. And then the moment at the end when our names popped up, it was all haywire.
I think had a lot of different emotions when the reveal came, because different people had different expectations. Were excited, some people were disappointed, but I think they were happy about the outcome either way. Yeah, I think that many people really enjoyed the fun along the way.
While a Church Saga's story has concluded, the trio isn't ready to move on just yet. Wolf and Raider have released their scripting tools, and Devila has published his church mod, so that even people who don't necessarily build their own mods can play around in the world he built. Since that release, Woeful Wolf and Raider have been working to make their map and scripting work more accessible and understandable to a wider audience. With their tools, Raider says, modders will now be able to add completely new features to Nier Automata's maps, new quests, new areas, and so much more. We live in a time when online communities, social media, detailed guides, and data mines have all but ensured that true video game secrets don't exist anymore. Any Easter egg, hidden room, funny glitch, or deliberate tease is immediately discovered, analyzed, and devoured by its respective game community within weeks, days, or even hours of a game's release. Everything has an explainer attached, and any question you have has an answer just a quick Google search away. Woeful Wolf, Devila's Revenge, and Raider B started their work with the intent of playing an innocent prank on a small corner of a single community, but they inadvertently accomplished something far greater. They managed to briefly create a true video game mystery. They united thousands of strangers in a thrilling spree of detective work, culminating in a cheering crowd singing to a single, mysterious player as he explored a new frontier before their eyes. And in the true spirit of Nier Automata, some of those cheering, singing people have been inspired to start building mods of their own. Perhaps one of them will someday build the next big video game mystery for us.
The legend of reviving Aerith, literally since the game came out, people were making that legend up.
I still haven't gotten over her death years later.
There was people upset. There was definitely people upset.
My brother told me there's a way to bring her back.
Final Fantasy XVI opens with a bang. Two swirling icons, the colossal beasts that series fans will know better as summons, pepper each other with fireballs and lash out with their hefty tails as they descend deep under the earth in a scene reminiscent of Gandalf's plunging tussle with the Balrog. It's a level of spectacle rarely witnessed in a video game, and an early indicator of the huge-scale story awaiting those venturing into Square Enix's latest. Having played the following 4 or so hours, it's a promise largely lived up to, with razor-sharp combat and thrilling boss battles consistently exciting. But beyond the blade, it also engages through its thoroughly fantasy-rooted tale, establishing the world of Phalisthea, its factions, and individual personalities to good effect. It makes for an electrifying opening which, despite being a little cutscene heavy at times, made me wish I didn't have to stop playing. The opening section that I played is described by Square Enix as a special version made for media to experience, and contents may differ from the final version. But regardless of if the events presented are identical to the final game or not, don't worry, I won't be spoiling any story details for Final Fantasy XVI, just discussing some of the themes at play and the stage they set. Phalisthea is a world that returns Final Fantasy to its more classic fantasy roots, albeit with heightened cinematic aspirations. It's not afraid to throw spectacle after spectacle your way right from the off, with the early arrival of the ice icon Shiva onto a dusty battlefield truly stunning in its execution as she glistens in all her glory. She provides a stark contrast to her opponent, the stony, monolithic titan who towers over the skirmish between two rival factions below. There's a sheer enormity to the size of these icons that even the likes of old school God of War or Shadow of the Colossus would be jealous of. They may be well-worn reference points for anything vaguely medieval fantasy, but it's hard to ignore the Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones influences here. The story is rooted in the struggle over the 5 mother crystals that tower over Phalisthea, which are the source of the magic that powers this world. Naturally, the continent's 6 nations are going to want to fight for control of these, and so a constant state of conflict rages on. One of those nations is the Grand Duchy of Rosaria, and you play as Clive Rosfield, son of the ruling Archduke. Over the course of the opening few hours, you're transported through different periods of his life as the personal catalyst for his story is revealed. It's not a revolutionary setup for a story in this genre, but one introduced with a fair amount of elegance in an early cadence that maintains a good balance between action and dialogue. This pace and a general sense of excitement are infinitely aided by the superb score that soundtracks the events too. It's worth saying at this point that Final Fantasy XVI's opening hours are very story heavy, and while it does a great job at introducing Clive's family ties and those who aim to unbind them, it did leave me wishing I was playing a more active part in it at times. Not least because when you do get let off the leash, its combat never fails to impress. That heightened sense of cinema translates equally well to the battlefield, with each encounter feeling like a real event. In my relatively short amount of playtime, I fought no fewer than 8 bosses, each delivering spectacle on both a macro and micro level, ranging from massive monster clashes to time-bending perfect parry affairs against agile enemies. The first extensive stretch of gameplay sees you playing as teenage Clive, as you venture through a swampy marshland littered with the most goblin-looking goblins you've ever seen. It culminates in a very fun fight against this world's version of the classic Final Fantasy enemy Morble, a slimy, tendrilled set of teeth with a serious case of bad breath.
Keep clear of its maw, my lord. That thing's breath is worse than its bite.
It's Final Fantasy XVI's first real display of its fantastic combat in full flow, with its signature cinematic strikes and evades now fully introduced to your arsenal. It's a set of tools that is steadily added to as you progress, with different magic abilities welcomed into the fold. And while I had plenty of toys to play with, I still feel like I barely scratched the surface of what these combat systems have to offer. That's especially true when it comes to its showpiece kaiju-like icon battles, which flip the script when it comes to gameplay, each promising a delve into a new genre. The aforementioned opening exchange between two fiery icons, which played more like a flying rail shooter than an RPG, conjures up welcome memories of the finale to Nier Automata in its desire to frequently switch up gameplay styles while never pausing for breath. As large scale as Final Fantasy XVI can be at times, I was slightly surprised by how contained some of its levels can be. Early on at least, they were all relatively narrow locations that funnel you from arena to arena, with occasional forays off the beaten path that rewarded me with useful items. A great example of this is the Greatwood area, which acted as the final destination of my hands-on. A verdant green forest, it largely consisted of leafy corridors connecting fights with feisty flora and fauna to bosses of varying sizes. The most notable of these being the scaly giant Fafnir, which looked like something on an exchange trip from Skull Island.
Not so tough. You'd better hope so.
I did spend a small amount of time in a much wider open space from later in the game, containing side quests and challenging foes to take down, but this by no means felt like the open world Final Fantasy that fans have become accustomed to of late in Final Fantasy XV. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Not every game needs to be a sprawling world to get lost in, and in some ways, it was a refreshing throwback to the more linear Final Fantasy of old, even if it did feel a little restricted to a repetitive rhythm of cutscene, battle, with exploration coming at a premium. There's nothing old school about the combat though, which feels sharply cutting edge in its fluidity. The fast-paced action really is excellent, so good in fact that I found myself often thinking, just let me do it more. As I said, cutscenes make up a lot of Final Fantasy XVI's early runtime, and while story has always been a big part of the series, I think it may be the sheer speed of its action that leads to the transition between combat and the slower dialogue-heavy scenes, delivering more whiplash this time around. The scenes themselves are all well acted and admirably succinct in their exposition. It's just more of a testament to the sheer thrill of its combat than anything, that I couldn't wait for them to move along at an even swifter pace.
You are a true shield of the flame, and let no one tell you otherwise, including me.
For those that really want to take their time and delve deeper into the history of Valisthea, however, there's the handy active time lore system. This essentially acts in a similar fashion to Prime Video's X-ray feature, allowing you to hit a button and pause the scene at any moment to learn more about the characters speaking or the terminology they're using. It's a smart way to provide extra context for those who want it, without overloading on exposition for those who just want to zip along to the next fight. That's not to say that Final Fantasy XVI doesn't entertain in its slower moments, and indeed some of them are effective in building Clive out as a protagonist to care about. He's an emotionally complicated character plagued with a tragic backstory that adds a welcome amount of depth. A section where you're set loose to roam around his family home of Rosalith Castle serves as a great way of introducing us to Clive and his place in this world, as he interacts with soldiers in training, magical gardeners, and a bounty of regional British accents. From what I've seen so far, the future looks very bright for Final Fantasy XVI. If its opening few hours of hulking icon showdowns, superb melee combat, and story that delivers on both a personal and global level are anything to go by, then a very fun time is on the horizon. I'm hopeful that the ever so stuttering pace irons itself out over the hours to come, with its ferociously fun gameplay taking precedence as Clive's journey broadens. I went into my time with Final Fantasy XVI incredibly excited about what I'd seen in its many trailers and showcases, and left very happy that very little of that anticipation had diminished by the time I'd finished.
Good boy.
For more from Final Fantasy XVI, check out the latest trailer, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Since their inception, video games have acted as portals to other worlds. Unlike books and films, they allow us to not just be immersed in another land, but to truly explore one. It's that core fantasy that has seen the concept of the open world flourish. What better way is there to create a sense of discovering a new world than to build one with as much depth and as few borders as possible? That goal has seen the open world advance from a form of environment design to a whole diverse genre in its own right. Where linear game design delivers slices of another reality, the open world aims to simulate on a grander level. It combines geography, architecture, populations and events to create a living city, region or kingdom. The thing that truly separates open worlds from linear games, though, is freedom. For some developers, this means offering a wide range of activities, buffet style, to ensure you're always free to play what you want. For others, it's providing the tools so that you can freely explore a world how you want. The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom and its predecessor Breath of the Wild are emblematic of that play how you want philosophy. Their core mechanics are built around the authentic sense of adventure that organic, freeform discovery can bring. This is why, outside of the main quest, you're offered very little direction. Its map is devoid of activity icons. Instead, the architecture of Tears of the Kingdom's world is designed to draw your attention and encourage you to uncover its untold secrets. Since there are few pre-plotted objectives, the unknown journey towards your chosen goal is as important as the destination itself. That's why the very topography of Hyrule, from its steep mountains to its floating islands, is designed to provide navigation challenges that require genuine effort and planning to conquer. You may need to plot an exhausting climb, risk a dangerous drop, paraglide an awkward route, or combine more unusual techniques to reach a point of interest. It's through all this that a genuine sense of accomplishment is achieved, which in turn makes the discoveries on the other side of those challenges all the more spectacular, regardless of if that's a valuable treasure or a priceless vista. Nintendo generated Breath of the Wild's now signature exploration style by engineering a detailed simulation of the physical world. Gravity, wind, fire, and propulsive forces can all be harnessed to launch Link to places that initially seemed impossible to reach, and each new discovery makes Hyrule even more vast and unknowable. Tears of the Kingdom takes this one step forward with its new crafting abilities, Fuse and Ultra Hand, which allow you to make a variety of improvised weapons and contraptions. It's an impressive system that continually broadens the game's horizons with each new find. For instance, experimenting with Ultra Hand may see you craft an airship. That's a fantastic achievement in its own right, but that airship can now be used to explore distant mountaintops or employed as part of a new tactic to parachute into bokoblin camps. It's a domino effect. Each new discovery opens up new ways to play, which in turn enhances Tears of the Kingdom's sense of freedom. Development of Breath of the Wild, and in turn Tears of the Kingdom, was partially inspired by the advancements of open-world games in the West. We can see that most clearly in Hyrule's map-revealing towers and Link's ability to climb almost any surface, two mechanics that directly build upon the trademarks of Ubisoft's Assassin's Creed series. But the more important inspiration, cited by Nintendo itself, is Skyrim. Bethesda's spirit of adventure can be found in the way Zelda employs enemy camps, unmarked secrets, and distant landmarks that beg to be explored. Nintendo's interpretation of these ideas have since triggered industry trends. In Elden Ring, we explore a world with a similar approach to rewarding curiosity and risk-taking, while Death Stranding is an entire game dedicated to making challenging traversal the main event. But while Breath of the Wild was clearly a turning point for the industry, its approach to open worlds is not perfect for all people. Its lack of direction and seemingly infinite options can be limiting rather than inspiring, and overwhelmed players have a tendency to stick to main objectives and just a handful of simple, reliable techniques. For these players, direction and guidance can be beneficial, which is where the more traditional play what you want design of open worlds comes in. This strain of open world arose during the early 2000s, as the success of Grand Theft Auto 3 ushered in a tidal wave of so-called GTA clones, and by the release of Assassin's Creed 2 in 2009, the genre's modern form had fully emerged.
It's me, Mario!
It's characterized by a map populated by dozens or sometimes even hundreds of icons, each of which represents one of a variety of activity types, ranging from main missions to momentary distractions. These are typically evenly spread across a number of regions. Clearing a region may involve playing through a couple of dungeons, solving several puzzles, collecting a few resources, and defeating the local world boss, in addition to the main and side quests. This arrangement effectively makes the map a question. What are you in the mood for right now? A detailed main quest, or something more bite-sized? This design, often referred to as the Ubisoft formula, is the foundation of dozens of games, including smash hits such as Batman Arkham City, Ghost of Tsushima, and the Horizon series. And it's obvious why this design is so popular. It directs you to the world's most interesting and exciting activities, something invaluable to those who need guidance, time-poor players, and people looking to achieve 100% completion. The arrangement provides a more authored experience, where many of the greatest moments in Zelda are rooted in the journey across Hyrule and the things you discover, often by accident along the way. The greatest hits in more traditionally designed open worlds come from fantastic mission or activity design. Ghost of Tsushima's duels, Horizon's mech battles, and Arkham City's stealth infiltrations are all among the genre's high points, but these moments are created for you rather than by you. The more directed an open world is, though, the more important it is to preserve a sense of adventure. With too many icons, the world effectively becomes an awkward menu in which you need to walk between the game modes. Its sense of place is lost, and the purpose of it being an open world in the first place dissolves. Assassin's Creed Unity is the poster child for this mistake. Its map rendered incomprehensible thanks to a clutter of symbols highlighting everything from main missions to the most insignificant treasure chest. As proven by the likes of The Witcher 3 and Skyrim, a good open world map knows when to signpost, when to hint, and when to say nothing at all.
I don't know what you're saying, Dutch, but it seems like I've heard it all before.
Perhaps the reason Rockstar Games is considered among the open world's most important custodians, then, is that its games find a way to blend discovery and direction together. The world of Red Dead Redemption 2, the studio's most recent and accomplished open world, is full of authored moments. The serial killer, the voice of the devil, and the vampire are just a few well-known examples of bizarre characters and questlines that you'll find during your travels through the American frontier. But crucially, these activities are not marked on your map until you stumble across them. In fact, Rockstar is reluctant to add icons to its maps at all, using them sparingly to mark significant quest givers and previously discovered locations. And so bumping into one of Red Dead's many unusual strangers feels like a genuine discovery, and the quests that spin out of those meetings feels like a true adventure rather than a pre-planned activity. By blurring the boundary between freedom and precise scripting, Rockstar achieves its trademark atmosphere, worlds that feel both cinematic and authentic. But authenticity comes from more than just freedom. It's built on simulation. There's a constant two-way conversation between the world and the player. When snow falls, you need to dress appropriately to fend off the cold. Wade through water, and you'll need to clean your weapons to restore their effectiveness. Act with kindness or cruelty, and the population will respond accordingly. Even the impression of your boots in the mud conveys a sense of believable reality. This is a genuine world, and even your footprints leave a mark on it. While Rockstar's apparently infinite budget means its graphics technology can make a world that looks photorealistic, and thus increasingly believable, studios across the world have long recognized that visual grunt alone can't make an open world feel alive. The land has to react to your presence. This understanding can be traced all the way back through Rockstar's gamography. The very core of Grand Theft Auto is based on the reactivity of the police. Commit crimes, get chased. The Police Wanted system has since been replicated by dozens of games, from The Getaway to Cyberpunk 2077, but it's also the first link in an evolutionary chain that leads to Shadow of Mordor's incredible Nemesis system.
You're back! I think you'll do better than last time!
In Monolith's otherwise fairly traditional open world, seemingly inconsequential enemy orcs left to die in a ditch can return to hound you across the campaign. They return for grudge matches over and over again, each time looking more haggard and mutilated than the last. In the sequel Shadow of War, orcs are able to learn from their combat mistakes and fight you in increasingly sophisticated ways. They rise through the ranks of Sauron's army, becoming an ever more powerful threat with each new encounter. Behind the scenes, this system is simply an NPC tracking database, but within the lands of Middle-earth, those lines of codes are a living, breathing rogues gallery of unforgettable foes.
Sing this song with all my breath, take heed, for this interlude ends with your death.
It creates life in a manner unlike any other game, and that life is rooted in the simulation layer of its open world design. You cannot escape the Nemesis system in Shadow of Mordor, much like how you cannot rid the city of GTA's police or avoid the natural forces that govern Tears of the Kingdom's world. And so while the philosophy that powers open worlds is freedom, these games are just as much about what's beyond a player's control as they are the opportunities granted to them. That players in Breath of the Wild are not free from the limits of their own exhaustion while climbing a mountain dictates not only their journey, enemy, but also the way they're free to explore. Tears of the Kingdom refines that concept even further. Your limited stamina and the pull of gravity may shackle you to the ground, but Ultra Hand and the amazing skyborne vehicles it can create will be the thing that helps you break free of the Earth and reach that distant mountaintop. Like Tears of the Kingdom, the next revolutionary open world will once again redefine freedom. I can't wait to see the possibilities it unlocks. For more Zelda, check out our Tears of the Kingdom review, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
We're transporting the prisoner from New Atlanta Sector 11. What's our destination?
Trapped in a hell he helped make, a lone hacker aboard a space station far from home sneaks and fights his way through horrible mutants and killer robots in order to take down the monstrous artificial intelligence behind it all. Shodan, one of the all-time great gaming villains. System Shock pioneered so many first-person shooter concepts back in 1994 that now feel fundamental, simultaneously paving the way for the entire immersive sim genre. Night Dive Studios has done masterful work with this 2023 remake, taking a fantastic game that the years have made hard to play and updating it with modern conveniences that will let it be enjoyed for decades to come. Nominally a shooter, System Shock is more about exploring the labyrinth that is the Trioptimum Corporation's Citadel space station than any combat that takes place within it. Your hacker and their military-grade neural implant are responsible for the significantly degraded situation here, having disabled the AI Shodan's ethical limitations.
I am drunk with this vision. God. The title suits me well.
So, naturally, Shodan has chopped everyone into bits and stitched them back together as horrible cyborgs, made her own strain of a world-ending mutagenic virus complete with freaky mutants, and now wants to export her godlike divinity to Earth proper. We love Shodan for this, because she's just so delightfully unnerving while she does it.
Will turn all earthly life into a festering pile of pestilent mutations.
Evil artificial intelligences can often be depicted as cold, calculating super geniuses. Shodan isn't that. Shodan is completely, transparently bonkers, inflicted with the delusion that she is a god and delightfully obsessed with both herself and her often extremely bad plans.
I must strive further to serve life. I will devastate Earth's cities with my laser.
If Shodan's body is the giant Citadel space station, then you are a horrible little parasite killing her from the inside out. Figuring out the extent of her plans and then foiling them is what you do.
Do not be fooled into thinking that you have preserved the home of your species.
System Shock is old school in the oldest school way, with levels that are deliberately designed mazes of interconnecting corridors, rooms, and locked gates. Its basic design that holds up 30 years and a hefty visual update later, giving you a space to delve out that's hard to navigate by its nature and providing a very satisfying challenge to learn your way around. There isn't really any main quest hand-holding, no log of what you're doing next, though there is now an optional difficulty setting to change that. So stopping Shodan means you actually have to explore, listen to audio logs, and figure out what plans the now dead crew had cooked up.
Is this really what I left Chicago for? I don't think any of us left our homes and our families to die in space.
The awesome setting and style as you poke around is fueled by 100% pure grade, uncut, spaceborne cyberpunk vibes. Cyberware? Got that. Cool smart guns? We've got that as well. An evil corporation turned government? But of course. The revamped visuals and effects are great, and I loved the semi-pixelated textures and blocky objects at work, probably best exemplified in the power interface panels. The new music and sounds are a superb accompaniment too. It all works together to remind you that you're still playing a game that's 30 years old, but that this version of it has been brought forward in time for you to more easily see what made it so special in the first place. You can even tweak the interface color if phosphor green isn't your thing. As you might expect, you are going to have to bash, shoot, burn, and blow up some nasty monsters to escape Citadel. While the heart of System Shock is undoubtedly exploration, there's still a lot of fighting to do along the way, with some enemies requiring a pure firefight to take down, while others necessitate the exploitative stealth ambushes of a survival horror game instead. Brute force won't always work, so you'll often have to cleverly sneak around corners and through maintenance shafts to take down enemies that are far tougher and more dangerous than you are. Combat is probably the place where this new System Shock changes most from the original game. Enemies were previously fairly slow and unintelligent, and the whole concept of what a first-person shooter even was hadn't been nailed down in the way it is today. That meant many of the coolest weapons on paper were hard to use in practice, and enemies weren't very good at fighting back. Most experienced players would just run at everything and rip it to pieces with the laser rapier, a kind of electro-charged lightsaber. But that's no longer as much of a viable option. That's not to say that the laser rapier is weak now. Please note, the laser rapier is still awesome. But other weapons are cool now too. I don't think I ever did anything with a grenade but kill myself in the original, whereas this time around I not only used them, I got to fire them out of a really cool grenade launcher. Other weapons like the Magnum and Assault Rifle also come into their own, thanks to more modern design sensibilities, and for the first time I felt like System Shock was a real FPS. It's a testament to how thorough and thoughtful this remake is that I kept having to check if certain weapons and moments were in the original at all. The new stuff just feels completely natural. The cyborgs, mutants, and robots that serve Shodan have received even bigger improvements. The clunky movements of times past are long gone in favor of enemies with proper AI that know how to maneuver out of your line of fire, duck behind obstacles, and rush you in groups. The gruesomely gooey, spliced together cyborgs are really the ones that benefit most from their visual upgrade, going from kinda goofy movie Frankensteins to brainwashed surgical nightmares. I really appreciated the unique designs that went into how each of these enemies fights and behaves too. The jury-rigged work robots rush at you, as do the more brainless mutants, but most of the cyborgs will try to outshoot you. The heavily armored enemies will move implacably towards you, shooting all the while before ripping you apart in melee. Bosses that were once simply tedious encounters, like the vicious Cortex Reavers, militarized gun platforms powered by an unwilling human host, are now tense fights that require you to gather the right equipment from around the station to win, and probably not without dying a few times. On death, you revive at the nearest medical chamber you've unlocked, gear and equipment intact. It's a pleasant respawn mechanic that punishes without ever frustrating and serves the goal of encouraging you to explore really nicely. Rushing through levels can work, but it's easier if you found a way to revive nearby when you accidentally step off a platform and fall to your death. It's a nice bit of older design that aged well, which is good because how you move around the station hasn't. Your hacker's movements can at times feel clunky and slow, unable to perform some actions that have become staples of modern games like sliding down ladders. That one I can forgive, but I'm not sure we needed to be forced to crouch jump in order to get on top of objects anymore. That's a bit of old game wisdom best left in the past. Speaking of the very few things I didn't like, cyberspace. At certain points in System Shock, you find terminals that let you enter the station's cyberspace mainframe, where reality is instead a kind of 6 Degrees of Freedom shooter with mediocre wireframe graphics. Questionably, but perhaps to its credit, the remake is very faithful to these sections by leaving them intact, but that still doesn't change the fact that they could often bore me to tears. Extremely to its credit, however, the remake lets you adjust individual difficulty settings for 4 separate areas of gameplay: combat, puzzles, cyberspace, and the main story missions. If you dislike exploring blindly and scouring audio logs, the lowest mission difficulty will give you clearer directions to follow. If you, like me, hate cyberspace, just turn the difficulty down and quickly blaze through those bits. If you want a more hardcore survival experience, you can crank up the combat and get absolutely dunked on by Cortex Reavers. I did this, and it ruled. I do expect that the most commonly tweaked difficulty will be puzzles, however. The Pipe Dream-esque power rerouting minigame is ubiquitous in System Shock, and second to finding a security access keycard is needed to open many doors and activate pieces of sensitive equipment that have been locked off. I find these puzzles almost therapeutic. They ask you to step back, take your time, and let your pulse settle after being chased around by, for example, two-faced zebra gorilla mutants. I also just really like the clacky in-world interface of plugging and unplugging power cables. Where many modern games invite you to sit back and enjoy the ride, System Shock wants you to sit up and experience the showdown. Tweaking the technical workings of Citadel Station to come out on top and foil Shodan's machinations is just as compelling as it ever was, making the original System Shock one of gaming's classics for a very good reason. Night Dive's remake masterfully brings most of the aspects that haven't aged as well into the present day, with excellent new graphics and nearly all the modern gameplay conveniences you could want. Get out there and give her hell, hacker. For more, check out our reviews of The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, and Star Trek Resurgence. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Out of the chaos, they will run and whimper, praying for me to end their tedious anarchy. I am drunk with this vision. God.
G 6G turning now.
I've been at this a long time. When there's a treasure this big, I make it my business to know about it. The coordinates on that data drive, they're for the MK core.
We got a job, Baratnas.
Cox promised us a real payday. He said, give me 3 months, and you never have to work again.
I've heard that before.
Whatever this is, it could still be everything you need to help the belt.
Do we want to invite that kind of attention?
In and out. No games.
Time to see what all the fuss is about.
We've been locked.
Don't these Pashangwalas rest?
What do you think we should do?
There is no good option. Whatever you choose will be wrong, and it's your job to choose.
When you find what's at the other end of those coordinates, the whole system will be on your ass.
What are you waiting for?
Stations! On my word, loose a PDC volley, then turn and burn.
Just like series. Only this time, no dolls to keep you on the leash, yeah?
I hope that my actions on this ship can offer some amends for my past.
Whatever this treasure is, the one thing we know is that it will change everything. So are you going to spend the rest of your oxygen feeling sorry for yourself? Or are you going to get to work?
My name is Dr. Hendrik Juliet Eastrom, and I'm your friend. I'm your help.
The Outlast Trials is a horror movie in reverse, in ways both good and bad. Instead of screaming in terror when something jumps out at you or stabs your character in the face, you usually just laugh as your friends make fun of you from their hiding spots. Instead of a clueless group of protagonists who get picked off one by one, the enemies hunting you are the ones with the hilariously poor decision-making skills. While the early access version of this cooperative horror game proves the concept and has a couple of very memorable maps, it's not one of those games that sprung into being almost fully formed. Expected bugs and a general lack of polish aside, there's just not much content yet. But still, I had an overall good time with this silly, gory, and uneven slaughterfest even in these early stages. The Outlast Trials throws you and up to 4 of your friends into insane and improbable Saw-like death games, in which you must work together to overcome the gory terrors that await. What little story there is so far doesn't amount to much. You're abducted by an evil corporation and kept in a prison under the guise of rehabilitation, but instead are subjected to a seemingly random series of murder playgrounds. You can glean some mildly interesting bits of lore by collecting compromising evidence that immoral company men apparently left lying around its death courses, but it's not exactly mesmerizing stuff. And that's okay. You're playing the Outlast Trials because you want to see a crazy lady use a sock puppet to drill a guy's face off, and there's certainly an abundance of that. That said, even when treated with the unseriousness and gore-filled levity that I think the Outlast Trials is going for, the over-the-top violence, deeply unsexy lechery, and extremely on-the-nose subject matter can be a bit much sometimes.
I'm trying to leave.
One level features a maniacal police officer who enjoys tasering his own genitals and rattles off nonsense like, "I don't recognize this country anymore." While in another, you're repeatedly shown a bunch of penises for seemingly no reason at all, and then forced to recreate a crucifixion for an audience of school children. I get that shock and gratuitous violence is sort of the whole point, but it often feels like they're trying so hard to be gross and extreme or make some kind of unsubtle statement that I just shook my head at the tactless, edgelordian overkill. At least when South Park does it, it's usually funny. Each of the 3 maps in the early access version has its own bizarre and twisted objectives that must be completed before your untimely death. Like one where you're forced to turn an impure orphanage into a malevolent religious establishment by replacing all the secular materials with unholy profanity. There's another where you have to punish a group of wicked animatronic children by shoving them into a meat grinder, working around various obstacles as you slowly push the cart of misbehaving dolls toward their demise. Of course, the absurdly macabre goals you're presented with merely serve as complicated and unavoidably noisy chores that you're expected to perform as numerous psychopaths hunt you, drawn to the sound of your actions. While it's not particularly exhilarating to, for example, fill a generator with gas and turn it on, the fact that you have to do so while being hunted by murderers and under great duress goes a long way to making things extremely chaotic and panic-inducing. Did I mention that you don't have any weapons? Certainly nothing that will turn the hunters into the hunted, at least. Instead, you must rely on stealth by creeping in darkness, hiding in closets or barrels and under beds, and occasionally using thrown bottles and bricks to distract or temporarily stun enemies when you're stuck in a tight spot. When everything works as intended, your inability to face the enemy head-on creates some delectable dramatic tension that aptly recreates those iconic horror film moments where the protagonist tries to hold her breath while the monster lurks just a few feet away. Other times, though, the enemy AI bugs out and the murderer just stares right at the barrel you're hiding in indefinitely until you decide to blow your cover and risk making a break for it. That makes that game of cat and mouse feel janky and unfair. One of the awesome ways enemies mess with you is by inflicting psychosis on you via poisonous gas. It leaks out from some level traps and enemy attacks, and if you're exposed to it, you'll see hallucinations like creepy Michael Myers-esque mirages or Skinner Man, an imagined enemy who can do you real harm if you're drained of your sanity. This results in some amazing social moments where you shout out a warning about a monster your friends don't see and begin to doubt your own eyes and ears. Only a few games like Dead Space 3 have dabbled in this kind of co-op trickery, and it's awesome. You'll also encounter doppelgangers of your teammates who, if you miss the slight differences in their player name, will shank you if you get too close. That's a fantastic curveball that makes you question whether you can even trust your own comrades. XP earned from completing levels can be spent to permanently unlock a fair selection of upgrades that make the going easier in each level. One of those is your rig, a special ability that lets you do things like stun an enemy with a thrown bomb or see items and enemies through walls with X-ray vision, all of which operate via cooldowns and lend some much-needed identity and role-based dynamics to your cooperative squad. There's also a number of appealing and helpful passive abilities that can be purchased, which let you do things like slide when sprinting into a crouch, or automatically slip free of lesser enemies who manage to grab you. None of these unlockables get around the fact that you'll be repeating the same trials over and over again as you grind to obtain them, but they definitely make the optional tougher versions of each level more doable, and give you more interesting options with which to tackle them. The more trials you play as your team improves, the more apparent it becomes that the computer-controlled psychopaths hunting you simply aren't smart enough to pull off the great ideas to which the Outlast Trials aspires. Not only do they often get stuck, they also lose sight of you when they shouldn't and are easy to confuse in very exploitable ways. For example, scrambling over a desk or something to get away from an enemy often leaves them bamboozled as to how to get around the object, giving you ample time to casually stroll away. Even while completely drained of stamina and moving at a snail's pace, I was able to spam crawling over objects to escape, close doors in the faces of befuddled pursuers, and crouch in the dark just a few feet away from someone who should have easily been able to find me. Once you realize the AI's shortcomings, the killer represents more of an annoyance than anything frightening. That doesn't fully end the challenge of the Outlast trials, because while they may be dumb, they still constantly interrupt your objectives and send you scrambling to the nearest hiding spot. This is especially irritating in one level where you're supposed to follow water pipes along the wall, ceiling, and floor. It seemed that every time I approached the end of my objective, a monster would creep nearby, forcing me to dart away and hide, losing track of where I was and forcing me to start all over again. Speaking of early access issues, the amount of content available at this stage is pretty limited. There are essentially only 3 levels: the police station, the fun park, and the orphanage. It does come with a few permutations of each stage that use the same bad guy and setting while changing up the map and objectives a bit, which helps to squeeze just a little bit more variety out of each one. Even so, you're likely to have seen the vast majority of content in just 4 or 5 hours. It's especially disappointing that 2 of the levels, the fun park and the orphanage, share a lot in common, including the big bad that's chasing after you, making them feel way less distinct than the police station. The Outlast Trials is a unique cooperative horror game with a fantastic premise and some really memorable scenarios, but while the early access version proves the concept, there's a lot of work to be done to make those ideas pay off. Running around with friends as you hide from murderous killers and complete utterly insane and sometimes too edgy for their own good death games is paradoxically tense and hilarious. But the fact that the enemy AI is about as effective as a concrete parachute and 2 of the 3 levels share too much of the same DNA certainly leaves a lot of room to grow. For more, check out our recent reviews of The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom and Humanity. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Now don't forget to visit IGN Rewards for your chance to take part in all of the giveaways happening all summer long. Just go on over to IGN.com/rewards right now and sign up to become a member of our growing community. Now there's tons more benefits like free codes for games like the online PvP and co-op virtual reality game Rift VR. Okay, now I've been here talking at you long enough. Right now, it's time to turn things over to Damon and the rest of the IGN crew to kick off the pre-show coverage of Summer Game Fest. Take it away.
Meet Dave, an interesting little human with a precarious love for the sea. He spends his days diving the chilling depths of a mysterious blue hole. And when he isn't merely surviving or rummaging resources, he's often found snapping photographs, racing seahorses, farming, and really anything that grabs his attention. It's this gluttonous appetite for adventure that gets him into all kinds of unique situations. Luckily, he's at the top of his game and at the top of the food chain. Oh boy, I suppose even the most voracious hunters have their off days. The sun sets as the vibrant lights of a sushi bar gleam over the ocean. Dave, still hard at work, is faced with the most ravenous of species, patrons. And while cooking, serving, and pouring drinks aren't the most treacherous part of his job, they're unequivocally crucial to his survival. The Blue Hole is home to unimaginable secrets, and with Dave's unquenchable thirst for discovery, there's no telling what he may encounter. Dive in and guide Dave through the dangerously dark depths of the daunting deep sea. Dave the Diver.
Hi everyone, I'm John DeShazer, and I'm the design director on EverCore Heroes. And today we have a really cool thing to show, 3 new heroes. One from each of our roles, a tank, a support, and a damage dealer. And I'm going to go over each one of them in some detail. So let's get started. Sidian is one of our tanks in EverCore Heroes. It's one of those characters that fulfills all of the classic roles of a tank. Damage mitigation, the ability to taunt, the ability to control some of the enemies and get them off of your allies. But he does it from a far away and with very unique spells. So let's dive into that a little bit. He has this ability to build up a shield, and he passes that shield off to allies. And when he passes that shield off, he will do a taunt and make all of the enemies nearby taunt your ally that has just been given that shield. This is a really unique spin on how to deliver taunt. Sometimes a mechanic that you really need to successfully defeat a certain objective. Additionally, he has some of the most powerful battlefield control through his Q, which allows him to effectively launch a skill shot, travel through enemies damaging them, and then on recast, suck all of them back to the center of the source. And this is a really powerful multi-layered ability, giving you some fun skill shot mechanics while also pulling enemies to a center point, which is often seen as a really fun way to combo with other allied abilities. So this combination of controlling the battlefield, offering allies damage mitigation, offering yourself some damage mitigation, creating really unique ways to taunt, are all ways in which Sidian still fulfills that role of tank, but does it from afar away through spells, which is really that unique and special offering that he has in the roster. With Skye, we wanted to create a mage with lots of battlefield control. She's a weather mage who can switch between water-based control abilities and lightning-based attacks. She can use her trait to switch between the forms, and every time she does, her spells modify based on which element she is. 1 water and 1 lightning, making her our weather mage. Water form is focused around giving her control elements, while lightning form is there to still give that classic mage punch. We wanted the mastery of weaving between the two forms to really let the great Skye players differentiate themselves and show off. You can see using the Q here, if positioned correctly, can be a very powerful tool in slowing a large group of enemies. Another one of the tools is if you use the E in lightning form, it's really great at interrupting powerful enemies and denying their attacks, letting her weave in another element of control. All of these control elements play really well with teammates, setting up great combos and keeping the battlefield easier to navigate, bringing a complexity that is fun while letting her base abilities stay simple. Chef is our very special pairing with the game. We felt it was something special to make our craziest hero in the roster a support with a very unique gameplay style. The fantasy we chased with Chef is quite unique. Players pick between 3 ingredients and combine them to prepare different dishes. This gives us a combination of 6 unique dishes, but once you've picked your ingredients, you aren't done. Next, you must cook the food, and we iterated on this quite a bit and found a simple undercooked, cooked, and burnt loop fit the best, as you are still a hero, dodging attacks, smacking things with your pan, while trying to get the food just right. When you deliver undercooked or burnt food, the benefits are dramatically diminished, but if you nail it, the food is perfect. It isn't too hot, it isn't too cold, and it's just right. You get the most out of it. Each ingredient has a theme associated with it. Q, or honey, is our healing ingredient. W, or chili, is our damaging ingredient, and E, or garlic, is our defensive ingredient. Any pairing of ingredients will match the gameplay of the overarching themes, especially when you do double Q for a really big heal. So you must keep an eye on your cooking UI and listen for the specific sounds to make sure that dish is at that perfect place to then hit your trait key and serve out your food to your teammates. Thank you all for checking out the new characters in Evercore Heroes today. Remember to visit our Evercore Heroes Discord community to share your thoughts on which character you're most excited to play. We can't contain our excitement either, as we eagerly anticipate the launch of Evercore Heroes on June 20th. For those who can't wait to jump into the action, we invite you to join our closed beta. Simply head over to evercoreheroes.com, click on the store tab, and grab a Founders Pack to secure your spot. We look forward to playing with each and every one of you. See you in Evercore Heroes.
Wow, that was amazing. In fact, you're amazing. You deserve a reward, an IGN reward. Now, IGN Rewards will be giving away free gaming gear throughout our Summer of Gaming live showcases. Now, IGN Rewards is our online destination for IGN members to claim exclusive discounts and gain access to special in-game items. So be sure to tune in to IGN all through June for your chance to score some free game codes for games like the online PvP and co-op virtual reality game Rift VR, and a chance to win prizes like a 64GB Steam Deck and a $100 Nintendo gift card. The best thing about IGN Rewards is it's all free. Just go to IGN.com/rewards to join our growing community today. Right now, we've got game trailers, previews, and a bunch more. Let's take a look.
Rated M for mature. Born on the shoulders of 3 mighty statues, the resounding beat of a great heart could be heard emanating from the clouds. for the miracle was about to give birth to a child. A symbol in which all our faiths, pleas, and hopes might be united in communion.
This endless waiting has been my penance.
My name is Cherry. I was built to entertain my creator. They will pay for what they did to her.
This here tale begins where Zed's tale's about to end. But before she can cash in her chips, something comes for her. Something frightening. The Undertaker? Death itself? The Undertaker? Death itself? And it's wielding a terrifying weapon full of incense? Must be Shrew, our resident gardener. Gone from Undertaker to medic. An odd change of career. But you can't argue with the remedies. A few whiffs of that, and the squad is right as rain. Better skedaddle, Shrew. With all the trouble your squaddies get into, they'll surely need your help. Smell the incense. May the herbs be with you. Try a whiff of this.
Well, wasn't that special? Now, as we continue counting down the moments to Geoff Keighley's Summer Game Fest, we want you to take advantage of IGN Rewards, IGN's special gift to the most devoted members in our community. Now, sign up now at IGN.com/rewards and gain access to free codes for games like the online PvP and co-op virtual reality game Rift VR. You could win a gaming console, the hottest games out at the moment, plus a whole lot more. So join our growing community today by signing up. But for now, we continue our countdown with more trailers and gameplay. IGN Summer of Gaming continues right now.
I know you may not want to be here, but sometimes we get a chance to do something. Something that will change your life completely. You are here to make things right. Make pain your ally. Fear is a mentor. And luck? Try it for yourself. This place is full of surprises and dangers. But no matter what happens, stay human until the end.
Hello and welcome. This is Summer of Gaming. I'm Max Scoville.
And I'm Brian Altano.
In just a bit, Summer Game Fest kicks off, and we'll be counting down to that with an episode of Next Gen Console Watch, where we will go over what you can expect to see.
Don't forget to stick around for the post show after, when we either say "I told you so" or hang our heads in shame when our predictions don't come true.
It happens. Before all that, we are getting closer looks at a handful of upcoming games, and that means new gameplay and developers answering some of our burning questions.
Up first, we've got something that's not really a game, but a new way to play them. If the words Atomic Purple mean anything to you, you don't want to miss this. So take a look.
Put the Joy-Cons and Switch dock aside for what they're calling the Nitro Deck from the newly formed gaming hardware brand called Cracked. And here to tell us more about it is Jack Guinchard, the co-creator of the Nitro Deck. How you doing, Jack?
Good, man. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic now that we got this new hardware here. So what can you tell us about the Nitro Deck? Like, what are some of the features and what kind of sets it apart from like the Joy-Cons and the regular Switch dock?
Absolutely, man. So we built the Nitro Deck for speed, comfort with zero stick drift. Essentially, you have Hall effect thumbsticks that eliminates the stick drift, which is a common issue that people have, right?
Yeah.
And it's not just the Nintendo Switch, it's not just the Joy-Cons. Any controller that has traditional thumbsticks kind of suffers from stick drift over time.
Yeah.
So that's really one thing that we really wanted to hone in on when we were making the Nitro Deck. At Cracked, we're creators, but we're also passionate gamers, right? We really wanted to hone in on something that gamers would love, and we wanted to create something that elevated the gaming experience.
What are some of like the inspirations for some of the designs that you guys created?
At Cracked, we really want to dive into premium collectible gaming gear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, we're passionate gamers, so we really want to create something that elevates the gaming experience, but also the collectability aspect. So not only are we focused on creating like high quality products, we've created a mobile app where all of our products kind of link to our collection system, which we can get into after, which is a cool aspect of what we're doing. So right here in front of us, we have 3 of the 7 variants available for pre-order. We have the base collection that comes in black, white, and gray. And then these 2 pieces are the first pieces of our nostalgia collection.
Well, like, so this one right here, I would say kind of reminds me of like the original Game Boy. Is that what we were kind of in, like Game Boy Advance maybe?
So this would be Super Nintendo and then
Super
GameCube.
Nintendo. I never owned a Super Nintendo, so I don't know. But
yeah, we also have a collaboration with Limited Run Games for some cool translucent versions, but maybe we'll sneak peek those soon.
Ooh, very nice. Well, one of the things for like, you know, the Xbox and the PlayStation, they have like these premium controllers that allow you to kind of remap buttons and whatnot. So can you speak to like the, I guess, remapping of the buttons here?
Yeah, so on the back, you have some remappable back buttons. It's easy to remap. There's a program button you hold down for 3 seconds, and you essentially press whatever button you want to remap on the front to the back, and then it adds versatility to your gameplay. So you can really express your true game style, right, or your play style.
It kind of reminds me of like a Steam Deck almost, which I think is cool. And I like that you all have like these varieties and designs. One other thing I really want to ask you, so what happens, because you know, sometimes Switch gamers, we like to play on our television. So what happens when you kind of plug this into your television? Are you able to still use the Nitro Deck as a controller, or how does that work?
So we built this for the handheld experience. We really wanted to upgrade the handheld experience and take the Switch to the next level. Yep. If you needed an extra controller, you can always take the screen out, you can always dock it, and you can always connect a USB-C connection and play as an extra controller.
That's really cool. So let me look at the back here. Is there's a way to prop this up by itself? Because like right here we have these,
absolutely,
these tiny things here. But
so we have the display stand here that pops out. I can help you if you want. Shouldn't be too difficult. There you go.
This is so cool. I'm really in love with this. Like again, like coming from like the Steam Deck, which is a lot bigger. Like this, I feel at home with this thing, especially with the you know, remappable buttons on the back of this thing, and I love this so much. So I'm really curious. When can we expect this to hit the market, and how much is it going for?
So you can pre-order the Nitro Deck right now. It goes live right now. There are different editions, there's different collections, and like I said, we really want to lean into the collectability of our products as well. There's 2 price points. The base collection is $59.99. You just get the controller. But for the limited editions, it comes with a carry case, it comes with a 2.5 meter USB-C cable, which is an extra long cable so that you can play from the comfort of your couch. And then it comes with thumbstick toppers because the thumbsticks are swappable as well. So those are the 2 editions, standard editions, limited editions. You can pre-order now.
You mentioned you have like a surprise.
We have a surprise for you. Are you ready for your surprise?
I'm ready. Yeah, I want to know what this surprise is. I rarely get surprised.
So when we start thinking
on these shows, so
when we start thinking about collections and limited editions, I'll let you open it. But we created your very own IGN exclusive.
No way. Okay.
It's a full unboxing experience, and it's designed by hardware designer, artist. Pope Art.
Pope Art, okay.
I don't know if you guys know of Pope Art, but he is like the controller art legend.
Very familiar. Yes. All right. Oh my goodness.
So you just slide it out, you pop it open, and
oh my goodness! Look at this! Look at this! This is amazing. It's a customized IGN Nitro Deck. Whoa. Dude, you didn't have to, Jack.
Come on, man.
You didn't have to. But I appreciate this. Can I keep the screen too? Can I keep the?
I mean, we can talk about it.
Oh, this is amazing. Tell me more. Tell me about this design. I want to know about this design.
So our good friend Pope, we wanted to come together and create something unique and special for you guys. We appreciate us being here and talking about the Nitro Deck. So we wanted to create an experience for you to really cherish. So we created a IGN exclusive version of the Nitro Deck, and it also pairs with our mobile app, and it's a one-of-one exclusive design.
So no one else will have this?
No one else will have that one, no.
You all have an app that can tell me just how rare this Nitro Deck is?
Yeah. So we have a mobile app that we've built at Cracked, and it's called our True Collection System. And basically, any product that we create going forward will be part of this collection. This is where you can authenticate digital proof of physical ownership. You can scan it or tap it into your collection, and when you do so, it's as easy as tapping your phone to the product, and it recognizes it. You go through a digital reveal experience where you can record your experience. It reveals the product number out of the batch. So for example, for that one, for the IGN version, it would be number 1/1 exclusive IGN edition. But maybe for the retro purple edition, it would be you got number 50 out of 5,000. And then you add it to your secure collection. It's basically just a hub for your collection of cracked products. And that's something that we've really wanted to create and we've been working on for the past year, in addition to all of the products that we kind of are thinking about creating.
I love that idea. So like, let's say you make like 5,000 of them. Like I feel like there's something to be said if like I got like number 2 out of 5,000.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And there's 3 different ranks: the silver, diamond, and cracked. Obviously, the higher the product number, the lower the rank, and vice versa. But it really adds to that collectible experience too, right? Not just the physical experience, and it's kind of bridging the gap between the two.
Awesome. Well, Jack, I want to thank you so much for telling us a little bit more about the Nitro deck, and also for my gift. This is my gift, everyone. IGN Summer of Game continues after this, so keep it right here.
That was a look at cracked controllers right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. So if you're looking for a way to give your Switch that kind of new car smell, that could be a solid option because after all, Nintendo said we shouldn't be expecting new hardware until April of next year at the very earliest.
Now, I'm personally fine with my Switch smelling like Robitussin and potato salad, but I do wish it looked more like an atomic purple Steam Deck.
It's deeply concerning. Anyway, up next, we got a chance to check in with Night School Studio to see what's in store for their much anticipated sequel, Oxenfree 2, Lost Signals. Check it out.
We've been all over. We've seen different timelines, gone back to the past. We're alone.
Here to talk Oxenfree 2, Lost Signals. I'm joined by studio director Sean Krenkel and lead writer Adam Hines from Night School Games. Welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
So, quickly set the scene for us. Where are we at the start of Oxenfree 2? What's going on? Who do we play as?
Well, you're right back in the town of Kamina. It takes place about 5 years after the first one. You play as Riley Poverly. She is an environmental researcher who was drawn back to her hometown. She's been contracted by a paranormal investigation group to investigate these weird signals that they can't really tell what it's coming from. They can't tell if it's a natural source, if it's an unnatural source, but it's affecting electronic equipment in the town. So she's been tasked to basically figure out where it's coming from.
Do you recommend people play the first Oxenfree to get the most out of the sequel, or is it pretty standalone?
It's definitely standalone as a story, but it would be awesome if you played the first one, because I think that, you know, the way we've treated it is that the world of Kamina and then Edwards Island, which is the place that's nearby that the first game took place in, the events that are taking place in Oxenfree 2 tie somewhat to what happened in Oxenfree 1. So what I mean by that is, you know, at the end of the first game, I won't spoil it too much, but I will say that things get resolved in a particular way and some portals get closed up and we feel maybe good about what happened. And at the beginning of Oxenfree 2, we realized that there is this cult-like shadowy group in Kamina that are trying to open a portal, really undoing all of the things that had been accomplished in the first game. So they tie together in that way, but otherwise we have a new protagonist, a new sort of storyline. It's almost like getting the best of an anthology approach, but having it be a shared universe.
Interesting. The original, highly influenced by teenage coming-of-age stories. Would you say that's the same for the sequel?
Sort of. So, you know, I think one thing for us this time out was that we wanted to make sure that whatever story we told and whatever, you know, trauma we were going to throw our characters through had a reason to exist. And I think in the first game, you know, we really closed out Alex's story and felt like it was pretty complete. And so in this one, we thought, okay, if the first one was a coming of age story for a teenager, what does coming of age look like for somebody in their 30s? And how do we do a coming of age story that grapples with generations and parenting and all of these other things that you know, could be interesting for you know, people in that age range? So it's a coming of age story for somebody in their 30s.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah. Are there any new gameplay mechanics you've added this time around?
One of the biggest ones that we've seen in other games before is a walkie-talkie, but the way that our walkie works is actually really unique in that you can sort of asynchronously start conversations with people that you meet around Kamina at any time. So if Oxenfree 1 was very much about being in the moment and having, you know, your dialogue bubbles popping up over you and that we're having our real-time interaction, I can bust out my radio and call somebody at any time and sort of intertwine my story with what's happening on other places in Kamina. So, you know, inspired by Metal Gear Solid, things like that, but doing it in a way that overlaps with the writing of Oxenfree, which was a giant new challenge for this guy.
Yeah, it was fun this time, allowing the player to start conversations with people at any time that they wanted, whereas before you could only really react to what Jonas wanted to bring up, and you could kind of guide the the conversations, of course, but now players can kind of pull out the walkie-talkie at any point and just ask a question of someone that they've already met.
Speaking of all that writing, the original had several different endings. Did you have to choose one that's canon? Going forward? Or?
Didn't, because thankfully this world uses a lot of different timelines and a lot of different kind of multiversal properties. So we were able to kind of cheekily reference anything that the players were able to do in the first game as something that could have potentially happened for the sequel.
Could players look forward to multiple endings again this time around?
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way we like to approach it is almost like a modular grabbing of decisions and outcomes in the story so that everybody gets a custom ending. Oxenfree 1 did that, and we lean into that even more in this one because I don't want to oversell it and say like there's 8 million endings and permutations of endings, but everybody's ending will be pretty custom for them, and it's definitely we care a lot about player agency and sort of feeding back to the player that their choices matter.
Now the music in the original played a big part in setting the very cool eerie atmosphere. Can we expect sort of like a similar experience this time around?
We have been very fortunate to work with Andy Rarman, whose artist name is Scientific, and we've worked with him on all of our games. And then he joined our studio actually about a year ago full time. And so we love this aesthetic of like chill yet unsettling, something that you can kind of hang out in. And I don't know, our studio's playing a lot of Dredge right now too, which has a similar thing going on. Shout out Dredge. But yeah, I think that Andy's work on this one is incredible too. Like the vibes are awesome, and he's actually tried a lot of new orchestration. Is that the word? Orchestral approaches to the scoring.
Cool.
Yeah.
The original was very well received, but were there any criticisms that you took on and sort of implemented into the sequel?
The big one was, and I'll totally take the blame for this on the first one, is, and the whole team fought me on it, was just being able to customize the levels of certain things. I was like, no, you have to hear the sound effects at the exact same level and everything, but now you're just able to modify the experience just for usability and just where you are when you're playing it. We had just a lot of options of just being able to like slow down subtitles and just things like that. You know?
Yeah. I think another one, and this was like not necessarily even from the public so much as a self-critique, was like we didn't have any human antagonists really in that first one, which felt quite cool, but we're excited to have this new kind of shadowy cult figure now because we've got a real threat that feels a little bit more mortal and similar to us, and as well as treating the supernatural as like the backdrop to all of it.
Interesting. Now there have also been reports of a possible Oxenfree movie or TV series. What's the status of that project?
Yeah, it's been talked about for a hot minute now. We are, well, now that we're part of Netflix, that opens up a lot of awesome opportunities. I will say we're very early in developing what that could look like, but the versions that we've talked about in the past, those have sort of slowed down. So yes, there's a big opportunity for it, but nothing to announce yet.
Got it. We're excited to finally get to play Oxenfree 2. Don't have to wait too long. It's coming to PC and consoles later this summer on July 12th. Sean, Adam, thank you so much for joining us here on IGN Summer of Gaming.
Thank you.
Oxenfree was great as a standalone adventure, but it was a terrible sequel to Ollie Ollie. There was no skateboarding whatsoever.
I'm pretty sure those are completely unrelated games, but hey, maybe you can do some ollies in Oxenfree 2.
Ollie Ollie lets you free some livestock. I demand Oxenfree has some ollieing in it.
Just stop that immediately. We gotta take a very quick break, but when we come back, tons more Summer of Gaming in our Summer Game Fest Countdown Show. We'll return right after this.
Ollie
Stick
Ollie
around.
Oxenfree!
Ollie Ollie Oxenfree!
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed.
That was good. I liked it. Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
entertain!
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
Cards of Eternity is a digital collectible competitive card game set in a dark fantasy shared universe known as Aether. What sets it apart from other online TCGs is that users can freely trade and sell their collection as if they were real, tangible cards. Let's take a look.
Feel my anger and nature's fury. I hear your heartbeat. I can feel the anger taking over!
Of my mercy.
Hello there. This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and if you're just now tuning in, don't worry because there is still plenty more coming up.
Now, up next, we've seen a few popular gaming YouTubers venture into game development themselves, and Damon got a chance to catch up with one of them. So, check it out.
What's up, everybody? This is IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Damon Hadfield, and right now we've got 3 very cool indie games to check out. And here to tell us about them is Gerard the Completionist. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. I'm really excited to talk about our games.
I'm excited to talk about these games too. I've checked them all out, and they all look like games that I would want to play.
That's the hope, man. We really hope that people like these stuff. They all look really cool and really special.
You have a lot of experience finishing games on the playing side. Now you're lending your talents to helping them get finished. Which is harder, 100%ing games or actually helping them get made?
From a content creation perspective, completing games is way more difficult than this, just from my role. But this feels a lot more satisfying, just being able to see and work with these developers who are so passionate about the stuff that they love. That's kind of why I got into it, was just talking to them, getting to know them about their games. They're so passionate about the stuff they make, and that's why I make my stuff. And
Sure.
so it was just a natural fit that I started working with these guys.
It must be a fun exercise too, to think about games differently rather than being on the playing end to the creation end. Is that right?
Absolutely, yeah. You start to notice, how does tutorialization work in educating the player versus just being someone that's like, I need to skip through this to get to the game.
Sure.
So you kind of start to think things about it a little more differently from that angle of how you play a game versus how you make a game.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's take a look at our first game. This is Gestalt Steam and Cinder, a 2D Metroidvania with a very cool steampunk aesthetic. We've been following this game for a while. I think it was announced in 2020. So for a few years now. What's sort of the gist with Gestalt?
Oh man, so Gestalt, the top-down pitch that we say about Gestalt is what if Square Enix made Castlevania Symphony of the Night?
Whoa, okay.
And that's kind of our pitch. It's set in this steampunk era, in the civilization that's kind of living in this cavern, and you play as this character named Alethea. She's a mercenary, she's a bounty hunter, just kind of all in it for herself, just living life day by day, paycheck to paycheck, and upon a routine job that she got, she encounters some old world technology that starts giving her visions, and suddenly this criminal organization / government organization starts pursuing her in this mysterious tech that she found. And it's this roller coaster of how she's trying to outrun them, but also learn why she's having these visions and what the tech really is about.
Is the Square Enix influence the story, would you say?
I would say the Square Enix influence is definitely the story. It's more or less the classic aesthetic, I think, of that PlayStation 1 graphical era. Obviously, Symphony of the Night is a very important aspect to our DNA, but you definitely get the sense that the story is very important here. It's not just like a pick up and play and destroy enemies. There is a narrative that is intertwined throughout.
Symphony of the Night occurred to me when I first saw it, but also maybe Mega Man X?
A little bit, a little bit for sure. Mega Man X is one of my favorite games of all time, so that's definitely what drew me to it as well. But definitely Symphony of the Night is kind of our starting basis for the game.
Very cool. All right, up next, a bright and colorful, fast-paced, roguelike action platformer. Gerard, what can you tell us about Elsie?
Whew, Elsie is so fun. I'd say that game is more closely to Mega Man X than Gestalt. Elsie, you play as our character Elsie. She is this android who's set to essentially restore Earth from these like ancient beings that have been retired. And so each atmosphere and stage is based off of a different element. So a fire stage, an ice stage, a wind stage, a lightning stage. But the whole thing is it's a Mega Man X roguelike aesthetic essentially. The cool thing that makes the game so unique to me is the parry system that's in it. It's very much similar to that of Gears of War. And how you use the parry mechanic is like you would reload when you're reloading a gun in Gears of War. And if you hit that parry system, you create an AoE blast that kind of neutralizes the enemies around you, as well as you get stamina back to you. So as you're shooting your guns and you're using your special weapons, the more you dodge and weave between enemies and parry correctly, the more the requirement of strength comes back to you. And it kind of leans into this whole idea of kinetic energy. You're constantly dashing through enemies, shooting them with weapons, and it's electric. The whole thing is about movement.
Describe the roguelike aspect of it too.
Every time you play the game, you're getting a different run. So all the enemy layouts, all the rooms, all the weapons that you get. The game is about breaking itself. You're all about becoming overpowered. So cool. That's what drew me to it when I first played it. It became this game where the more weapons I got and the more the runs went on longer and the more stuff I discovered, the more insane the guns would become, or my jump would become, or my dash or parry would show up. At one point, when I first played it, I was just simply tapping the shoot button, and suddenly half the screen is covered in neon colors and missiles and explosions. And I didn't know what was happening, but I knew immediately, oh, this game is about trying to break it. And it purely is that through and through.
That sounds super fun. I like the feeling of becoming OP, especially in a roguelike game, if everything lines up and your run goes really super well.
Yeah.
Finally, Renane has a wonderful old school look, has you helping colorful characters with their ridiculous problems. Is that right?
Yes. This game is very funny. It's very cute. It's very charming. One of my favorite things about Renane is there's a little character that follows you around that you can get called a Chompy. It's this cute little white being. And it's essentially, I don't want to say like a dog, but it's a pet that follows you around. And as you play the game and progress, your Chompy can also level up with you. So you can customize your Chompy, and almost in this Chow minigame garden aesthetic where you can dress him up, you can give him certain fruits and elements, and this little being just kind of helps you as you kind of dash your way through and attack and help people out. It's real fun.
I think the game has been described as a platformer that's inspired by fighting games. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd say it's, in terms of the combat especially, when you're in combat, everything feels like there's a bit of a footsies mechanic to it, right? You're how close the enemy is to you and your distance, and how you can jump on them or attack them. It feels very balanced in that way. No matter what your weapon loadout is or how you're progressing through the game, you never feel like you're at ends with it. It's all about, just taking your time and really enjoying the view. The thing that really blows me away is the music. The music is this jazz hypnotic fusion, and it's phenomenal. The whole time you're just gonna be rocking out.
I noticed that the Steam page in the description says the music slaps. So
very true. That is on the marquee for our game. The music does in fact slap.
In addition to combat, can we expect puzzles, side quests, exploration?
Definitely side quests and exploration. Side quests being the biggest thing. You're obviously helping the denizens of all these different atmospheres and environments. The main character is kind of like a link in the way of just like listening and reactionary, but also very expressionary. You know, you see that within the pixel art, the little like eyebrows and dips and lows. And you're really just about trying to be the good person in the room and help friends. And you see the characters kind of all really rely on the main character as you're kind of moving throughout.
Well, as I said, all three of these games look super fun. They look like games I would want to play. While they play differently, they all have a sort of a retro throwback aesthetic. Is that by design? Are these the types of games you're interested in getting made?
Absolutely. I jokingly call these my games of my own personal Infinity Gauntlet, where I have like, this is my action platformer with Renee, and this is my Mega Man X roguelike with Elsie, and this is my Symphony of the Night with Gestalt. And it worked out that way for me personally. But these games, I think what really drew me to them is not only their graphical aesthetic with how they look, because they remind you of that genre or of that style of game we played when we were kids. But more importantly, the combat and the way these games play is as fluid as it looks in the trailer. When you pick it up and get a chance to play it, you're not being sold this weird like whoopsie switch. What you see is what you get, and if it looks fun, it is fun. And that was kind of my mentality when it came to approaching these developers and working with them.
Well, they definitely look fun. You can wishlist Gestalt, Steam and Cinder, Elsie, and Renee on Steam today. Gerard, thank you so much for joining us here on Summer of Gaming.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Aveum, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
Welcome to Game Changers, brought to you by the game-changing Xfinity 10G network, where we cover off on the hottest news and highlights that you don't want to miss. Whether you're streaming, competing, or just chatting with your community, the Xfinity 10G network gives you a powerful connection today while building towards a faster, more reliable tomorrow. Now, let's take a look at some game-changing highlights from IGN Summer of Gaming. PlayStation kicked off IGN Summer of Gaming with that PlayStation showcase that saw the revival of a beloved franchise, Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater. Or is it Triangle? And according to the developers, the symbol Delta was chosen to signify change or difference without altering structure, meaning remake? Another heavy hitter for PlayStation was the Spider-Man 2 extended demo that showed off Peter Parker's new symbiote suit. Phantom Blade Zero is a stylish steampunk game that puts a heavy emphasis on looking cool at all times. Bungie revived their original first-person shooter Marathon with a stylized trailer. Marathon is an extraction shooter a la Escape from Tarkov. Dragon's Dogma 2 finally got a gameplay trailer. If you haven't, please play Dragon's Dogma. Assassin's Creed Mirage got a release date, coming October 12th. The Plucky Squire got a gameplay trailer and looks to be a link between world-style adventure that lets you transition between 2 and 3D. Ghost Runner is back with a sequel, allowing you to once again live out your cyberpunk ninja fantasies. Other standouts include Neva, Cat Quest Pirates of the Caribbean, and so much more. But I'm out of time. Stay tuned for more Game Changers brought to you by the game-changing Xfinity 10G network.
I command thee.
You can't spell Geoff Keighley without 3 E's. But does he have what it takes to carry the E3 torch? Welcome to IGN's Summer of Gaming. Today, it's Summer Game Fest. The Summer Game Fest pre-show kicks off right now, right here on IGN Summer of Gaming.
Hello and welcome to IGN's Summer of Gaming. Summer Game Fest is about to begin and is sure to include a lot of big game reveals. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield from IGN GameScoop, and joining me now are Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's Xbox Show, Podcast Unlocked, Max Scoville, host of IGN's PlayStation Show, Podcast Beyond, and John Davison, publisher of IGN. Welcome, everybody. Everybody ready to see some games today?
It's a good day today.
Yeah, good day to see some games. For the next half hour, we'll be breaking down what games we think might make an appearance today. Before we get started, remember that IGN Summer of Gaming is going on all through June. Head to IGN.com for a full calendar of the big live events and non-stop coverage of everything happening in between. Summer Game Fest is coming up in a bit. We want to hear what you think of it all. Tweet at us during the show using the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming. Afterwards, we'll be using the Lenovo Legion Slim 7i powered by a 13th gen Intel Core i9 processor to see what you all had to say. But first, let's talk about what we know we'll see. 40 game publishers and studios have partnered with Summer Game Fest, and Geoff Keighley promised some pretty big surprises, but a few games are confirmed to show up. Number one is Mortal Kombat 1. I think we can expect a big gameplay reveal. We know it's coming out September 19th. There were some possible leaked DLC characters in Peacemaker and Homelander. Peacelander.
That's
Homemaker would be
I would play that. That
pretty
would be awesome.
formidable opponent. Mortal Kombat 1 is in a little bit of an interesting position right now because Street Fighter 6 just launched. He had a huge, big, successful launch, and now Mortal Kombat 1 has to be like, hey guys, remember me? I'm still coming too. Don't forget about me.
I don't think it's going to have a problem gathering attention if the numbers on the trailer on IGN's website and YouTube channel or anything to go by. But yeah, what a year for fighting games.
Tekken 8 too.
Tekken 8 as well.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the big three, yeah.
It's just incredible. I mean, Mortal Kombat. You know that they're confident when they have the shortest window from announcement to release for a AAA game that I can recall since, I mean, it's even shorter than Fallout 4 was. When I remember that's the one, they announced it right before E3 of 2015 and shipped it in October or November. This is announced in, the end of May, basically, and it's out in...
We got an exclusive reveal from WB CEO David Zaslav.
That's true.
Blurted it out in a call.
Which Ed Boon probably still wakes up in a cold sweat about that one, but now the game's out there and everybody's loving that first trailer, and yeah, that gameplay trailer is going to be highly watched today.
What do we want to see from this? It's some sort of a reboot, resetting the universe. I loved the single player mode in Mortal Kombat 12. So I'm hoping it has, a robust single player like that one again. But I don't know. What do you expect to see?
I think something more like using the 3D environments more. They've done a really good job in the past, and with this, I'm blanking on the super Injustice, where you would like break through the environment. I think there'll be more of that. But I think I'm kind of like hoping that we kind of go back to some of the ideas from back in the Soul Calibur days, where you sort of like going around, like really breaking the tradition of. And going back to this, like being able to move in the Z-axis and like kind of take people on from the side and stuff.
Yeah. Very excited for Mortal Kombat 1. I'm also very excited for Alan Wake 2. Ryan, I know this is up your alley as well.
It's very up my alley. I mean, it's still, the first Alan Wake's one of my favorite exclusives from the Xbox 360 days. Of course, it's since come to other platforms. The remaster is out now. If you haven't played Alan Wake 1, it holds up really well. The remaster is excellent. But this game, it's not only have we waited over a decade for it, but it's not, what I love, it's not just gonna be a more Alan Wake. The first game was, it was a third-person action-adventure with maybe some little psychological horror, scary elements, but really it was a narrative third-person action-adventure game. This time, Remedy is leaning full into, they've said this is a survival horror game. Right. So they are going heavy on the horror. Even the little bits we've seen here that we're looking at on screen now, it's got a little bit more of a Resident Evil vibe to it in terms of the sort of the pace of the combat and how the camera's in a little bit closer. I mean, and Remedy, by the way, they've always used their own in-house technology, their own engine, which is called Northlight, that's always excelled pretty well across the board, but especially at character faces and just what we've seen so far. This is a next-gen only game, which, we're pretty much at that point anyway.
Isn't this Unreal 5?
No. This is Northlight. Well, Epic's publishing the game. Yeah. I don't know. This may be the first time Epic's publishing a game that doesn't run on Unreal Engine, but it certainly stands up tech-wise. Yeah. Alan Wake 2, perfect. I mean, we always get horror games every year, or in the spooky season, and Alan Wake 2 is it's going to be tough to knock that one off the top of my horror game wish list for this fall.
That one's coming out October 17th. It is a little bit curious that they missed the obvious date, because there's a Friday the 13th in October this year. I don't know why they didn't want to take that one, but they went with October 17th. Max, are you a fan of the first Alan Wake?
I actually never played it. There was a time when I was a big scaredy cat about horror games, but I don't know what happened to my brain over COVID, but I'm much more into them now, so I'm excited to dive in. I mean, there's definitely a lot of games on my backlog right now, but if I get to it, maybe I'll check out the remake. But I'm also kind of curious, there's a lot of people like me who maybe didn't play the first one when it came out. Interesting to see how this works, if it's a standalone story or not.
Yeah, well, it is a sequel. It's a direct sequel, follows on from, because there's Alan Wake, and then there was 2 expansions. There was American Nightmare, and now there's Control. It's also connected to Control, and it takes place after all of that. So excited to see more of Alan Wake 2. Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. There was a little bit of a leak on this one. They leaked a price, and I think a pre-order went up live a little bit early on $34.99 for that.
Which would imply that it's a pretty substantially sized expansion.
Well, it's been over 3 years now since Cyberpunk was released.
Is it really?
2020.
Wow.
That's right.
Two and a half?
December. What? 21, 22,
Time is meaningless.
2.5 years. 2.5 years. Obviously, Cyberpunk launched into a rocky state, but it's in a great spot now. I just wonder if it's going to be hard to pull people back into Cyberpunk now when there are all these other great new games coming out.
I don't think so. I mean, it looks amazing. It has Idris Elba in it.
It does have Idris Elba.
But I think, once Cyberpunk, I mean, a lot of people bitched about the technical issues, but when they fixed it, there were a lot of people playing this game.
Oh yeah.
And I think what they did with the environment and the storyline, people love immersing themselves in it. I think people are raring to get back.
There's still nothing really like Cyberpunk in terms of, I mean, obviously there are other open world role-playing games, but nothing with that aesthetic, nothing with that kind of vibe to it. So yeah, I think this is going to be a major release, even though it's just an expansion.
I mean, CDPR has a pretty good track record for that. The Blood and Wine expansion for The Witcher was an entire other realm, and I don't know if we're going to see that here, if it's going to be using existing Night City or what, but that expansion was $20, and that was massive. So if
inflation,
that's true.
It's probably the 2023 equivalent of $20.
Fair enough, But I'm excited to see what the scale of it is at this point.
All right, another game we're going to see more of is Baldur's Gate 3. That one's out. It's been in early access for 3 years now, but it's going to finally get its official release on August 31st. And that one's coming to PC and PS5. No Xbox One just quite yet. We'll get to that in just a moment. But this is the next game from Larian Studios, developers of Divinity, Original Sin 1 and 2, role-playing games that I love. And this one is a Dungeons & Dragons game. You were saying when we were talking about this yesterday, you were wondering maybe if people would get a little confused between Diablo 4 and this, but this is going to be very, very different.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think compared to this, Diablo is even more of like a shooter, right?
Diablo is like Baldur's Gate 3 on cocaine. Right?
Yeah, right.
You had a few rails, and then now we're playing Diablo 4.
Right. But I think, thematically, I think they're leaning into the darkness that Diablo is doing. I mean, just look at this, right? I mean, it's a lot darker than we typically see in D&D games. But the Baldur's Gate games have always had these kind of dark undertones to them, and there's a massive fan base.
This is gross.
This game has had some of the most disgusting trailers I've ever seen in my life. Remember the first trailer? It was like, I was just dry heaving watching that first trailer.
But Ryan, the developers have said it's not coming to Xbox at launch because they're having trouble getting the split screen co-op to work with Xbox Series X and S. Maybe the S is the issue there.
Yeah, the quote's a little vague on that, but yeah, when these consoles, the three of us, sorry John, do next gen console watch every week on IGN, and we've been talking about this since the run up to these consoles in 2020, where it's like, okay, Microsoft's taking this very unique kind of PC-like strategy with their next generation consoles of having a lower powered one and a higher powered one, the Series S, the Series X. And is our developers going to be hamstrung by the Series S at all, of having to achieve parity on it and ship the game on the Series S? And so far, the answer's been no. Everything's worked pretty well on the Series S. I mean, they're obviously not running native 4K. The box isn't designed to do that. But this is the first time where a major prominent developer has come out and said, we're shipping, what was it, August 31st, I believe it was, for PC and PS5, but we'd like to get it out then for Xbox, but we don't know if we can because, we can't quite get it to where we need it to be.
Because of a feature that works perfectly fine on the Nintendo 64.
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine this is, again, they didn't explicitly say it, but this has got to be Series S related, and I would imagine as soon as they publicly said that, there were Microsoft engineers that called them up immediately, and I'm sure are working with them, but until we get that announcement that the Xbox version is coming, then we have to assume it's not.
I feel like this game has had sort of a rocky just path from announcement to, like, it was revealed as a Stadia launch title, and it was early access on there, and it has outlived, like, its release has outlived the entire Stadia lifespan. Like, that got discontinued back in January, and it's got plenty of time in early access. I imagine all that sort of beta and user feedback is going to benefit it. It is really weird because we got the release date during a Sony State of Play showcase, what have you, and typically when they announce something on a Sony stream, they have the PlayStation logo at the end, even if it is cross-platform. And I think there was some confusion there because it's like coming to PC, coming to PS5, no mention of Xbox, and that's a kind of a nightmare messaging-wise. But hopefully everyone gets to play it.
I'm excited to play that one. The next game we're going to see today is Immortals of Aveum. This is the single-player, first-person magic shooter. And Ryan, I believe you've played this one.
I did. There's a preview on IGN.com if you'd like to check that out, video preview. This is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I believe this is the first major Unreal Engine 5 game to ship. I think Fortnite got upgraded to UE5. Obviously, it's Epic's own game, their own technology, but it's outside of Epic's walls.
There's also Lords of the Fallen, but I think that's
coming in October, I believe it is. And Lords of the Fallen's gorgeous, but so is Immortals of Aveum. It really is. It is a beautiful first-person shooter. I was playing on PC. It ran great, felt great. I mean, I'm old, Damon. Actually, we've got a couple. Everybody but Max at this table is old.
Yeah. So we'll remember Hexen and Heretic.
Exactly, Hexen and Heretic.
Hey man, I played Heretic.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. So for our fellow olds out there, when I mentioned Heretic and Hexen, you will that'll bring a smile to your face. And that definitely, it has that kind of vibe where there are no guns, you are casting spells that, some of them of course mirror gun-like things, but it looks great, runs great. There are different combos you can do with the three different magic types.
So it's like elemental, right? There's like blue, red, and green or something in there.
The dialogue is not great. The main character is extraordinarily annoying, so that I expect is not going to be magically fixed when I get the full game. I played about 2-3 hours of it. But the gameplay is super fun, and it's out in July, which is probably the best window they could possibly get this year. Amidst all, we're still in this massive wave of spring games with Zelda, Diablo, Street Fighter, and Final Fantasy 16 coming up, and then the fall's going to be huge as well. We already talked about Mortal Kombat. So July, I think Pikmin 4 is the only other game, and Immortals of Aveum is not coming to Switch, being an Unreal Engine 5 video game. So yeah, I hope it ends up being a good game. The slice I played was fun.
It's made by people that used to be at Visceral, right?
Yeah, the Brett Robbins is the studio head and the project director. He goes back to Visceral on Dead Space, and then went with Michael Condrey and Glenn Schofield
to
Sledgehammer and did the Sledgehammer Call of Duty games as well. So you know,
feel good.
Yeah, and it does.
Yeah.
It plays really nicely. So yeah, I've enjoyed what I've played of it so far.
All right, as you can see, the countdown, the official countdown to Summer Game Fest has begun. We're just about 12 and a half minutes out now. As soon as that counts down to 0, we will hand you over to Geoff Keighley for all the big announcements and trailers, and then make sure to stay tuned afterwards for our complete post-show coverage. Lies of P is another game that's confirmed to be there today, and that was a game that made a big splash at Gamescom last year. This is a dark Pinocchio-themed Dark Souls-like. That sounds like it might be a Max game.
Yeah, no, I mean, Bloodborne with puppets, I'm in. Yeah, this looked very cool at Gamescom. I feel like it's one of those ones that kind of blew up, went viral when like early footage of it first showed up, and I'm very happy that it has stayed in the oven this long, and I'm hoping that the final product is extremely polished. One thing that really has me excited is I think we interviewed them back at Gamescom, and obviously you think of Pinocchio, you think there's puppets and fairies and stuff, but there's also the nose, yeah. But there's also Monstro. They get stuck in a giant whale, and I think they were like, is there going to be a giant whale sea monster type thing? And they were like, we're not talking about that yet. So I'm hoping we get to see something horrifying like that in there.
I don't. If there isn't some kind of a nose growing mechanic, how is it Pinocchio?
I think there is. I mean, I
That's
don't know if it's
there's a lying system that they talked about, right? Which is where the story branches based on how you interact with characters or something.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll get to our crazy long shot predictions in a bit because we can't do a countdown show without trying to manifest our dream game reveals using our collective summoning power. But first, let's take a quick break. Stick around though, more IGN Summer of Gaming after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors, beyond performance.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fanbases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by the United States Air Force. The call to serve can come from anywhere, from providing and sustaining security to humanitarian assistance in the event of disasters, and the US Air Force is prepared to answer. And in 2023, the Air Force is hiring over 26,000 new airmen and has over 200 career opportunities. To learn more, visit airforce.com.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. We are moments away from Summer Game Fest, but until then, let's share some predictions of what we'll see. Ryan, let's begin with you. What do you expect or hope to see today?
BioWare's been quiet for a while. I mean, they've done some little community blog updates, which are great in an effort to be more transparent with their community, but we haven't seen anything from them in a while. Now, my heart wants to manifest Mass Effect today, but we know Dragon Age is further along than Mass Effect is, so I think Dragon Age Dreadwolf is the more likely thing that we would see first between that and Mass Effect, and it does seem like it's time for us to see a proper gameplay trailer from Dragon Age Dreadwolf, because the last time we saw it was on a Geoff Keighley stage, so he's got that relationship going, and it just feels like time. I mean, there's a lot riding on this for BioWare. They've been working on it for a long time, and we know they're gonna take their time and do their best to get it right. And it seems like, I don't know, it feels like it's in the air for me. I'm gonna try and wish that one into existence today.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. The last Dragon Age was a Game of the Year winner at IGN 2014, I believe, but that was before.
Sunset Overdrive should have won. Just gonna put that out there.
Okay,
Go
but
ahead,
that
continue.
Wow, you're holding a grudge.
But that was before Mass Effect Andromeda and Anthem and Shadow Realms. They're canceled.
Wow,
PvP
I forgot
shooter,
all
right?
about that.
I know.
Completely forgot about
So I'm
that.
just saying, like, that was like the last.
Yeah, it's
the last great game that BioWare
been a
shipped.
rough ride.
So what would it take, to get you excited for a new Dragon Age?
I think just going back to basics with Dragon Age is all they need to do at this
Back to
point.
the BioWare basics,
Back to the BioWare basics, like really going in, strong narrative, like leaning into the characters and just showing that it's like a rich story game and like, what we love about those games is the sort of relationships that you build with the characters and then going off on. I think it's they've strayed a long way from what we associate with them, and the best possible thing I think is to go back to what we love them for.
Hard to sell that in the trailer, and I feel like a lot of the goodwill towards BioWare has kind of evaporated over recent years.
Yeah. Come back to the light, BioWare. Max, what do you expect or hope to see today?
I really want to see Lords of the Fallen gameplay. That got shown off, I guess, back at Game Awards. This is the sequel, reboot, whatever, of also Lords of the Fallen, which came out a million years ago. They have not shown the key mechanics in this. That's another Unreal 5 game. The cool thing this is doing is it's having a persistent sort of alternate dimension that exists under the world you're in. And you carry a lantern that lets you sort of see what's going on there. And they kind of allude to this in one of the trailers, but like, as far as actually demonstrating how that mechanic works, it sounds extremely cool.
I got to see this at GDC, and it's as cool as you just described it. It's that cool. Like it also does absolutely look. It's jaw-droppingly gorgeous. Like don't put that on the box. That's just, but yeah, it really was. It's one of the. Being one of the first major Unreal Engine 5 games, it really was a stunning game to look at. And yeah, it seems like they've made a lot of smart mechanical tweaks to the kind of standard Souls-like formula, namely that sort of other world that you can step into, and there are puzzles you have to, environmental puzzles that you have to solve using it.
There's some like fun little wrinkles on the sort of traditional Soulsborne, setup. I think there's one where you have you can bring your campfires with you, or your bonfires, whatever, but enemies can destroy them. So they'll come over, kick sand on it or something, and which can screw up your progress. The other one, I think there's a mechanic that basically it will. I think if you're too cowardly, if you avoid too much combat, it gets more aggressive, which is right. I might be not
the
entirely,
opposite should happen. Like a reverse scaling difficulty.
I mean,
punishes
I don't know.
you.
The FromSoft games, if you suck too much, they give you less health and send red skeletons after you. Like it's
they put their first gameplay trailer out not too long ago, and we had an exclusive extended version of that trailer that shows a snippet of a boss fight at the end. So if you haven't seen it yet, you got to check it out on IGN. It's really cool.
I want to see that in action properly.
All right, John, what do you expect or hope to see today?
So I mean, it's possibly a pedestrian prediction, but last year we got an early look at Modern Warfare 2. Activision said they weren't going to do a Call of Duty and then changed their mind. I think if we're going to see Call of Duty at any point over the next 2 weeks, it's going to be today. I don't think we're going to see it at a Microsoft thing, given all the nonsense that's going on around them. So I think, if not Modern Warfare 3, then I think definitely there'll be something Call of Duty related today. But I think it will be Modern Warfare 3, and I think they're, as they're moving the remakes forward, they're kind of like getting bolder with the changes that they're making. So it would be great to see, like a game like that and at that scale at this event, I think.
Maybe I'm not caught up with the latest. I thought there was going to be a Call of Duty something, but it was going to be more Modern Warfare 2.
It was going to be kind of a standalone expansion was the report, and then the more recent report was that they have sort of put more resources into it to turn it into more of a fully fledged, as you said. It is supposed to be Modern Warfare 3, but I don't think it's a remake of
Modern
the
Warfare
old
3.
Modern Warfare 3.
It's getting really confusing.
But ironically, it's Sledgehammer doing both of them.
Yeah.
They came in and pinch hit for Infinity Ward on the first Modern Warfare 3 because most of the studio left to form Respawn, so they had to come in and finish Modern Warfare 3, and now it's not quite the same situation, but they're kind of it's equally like strange circumstances in that this was a standalone expansion that's now being plussed up into a full proper numbered Call of Duty release.
My understanding is like Modern Warfare 3, when it first came out, sold incredibly well, but it didn't quite live up to the expectations of its predecessor. I feel like what would they need to kind of do to get a proper do-over with this one?
I don't know. I mean, like a Call of Duty not doing well is 30 million units.
Yeah.
You know, I think we're in a whole other like tier of popularity.
Yeah.
All right, well, should be less than 2 minutes out from Summer Game Fest. Real quick, one more prediction. Death Stranding 2. I think that's a big possibility.
Absolutely.
It was
even
revealed
weirder than last time.
Yeah, I know. That's the subtitle. Death Stranding 2. That was revealed at the Game Awards in December, and it is well known that Geoff Keighley and Hideo Kojima are best buds.
Really? I've never seen
He's never mentioned
it.
Little known fact. Yeah, true.
I mean, there's also the possibility of Overdose, the much rumored, much leaked about horror game that Kojima's apparently been working on. Kojima something.
Is that the Microsoft project, or is that something else? Is that another iron he has in the fire?
I don't know. Maybe it's coming to MacBook. I don't. The guy keeps busy. He's got lots of stuff going on.
He's got a documentary.
Podcast.
Yeah.
Book.
Whole thing.
Yeah.
He's a very busy man. All right, we're going to hand it over in just a few moments to Summer Game Fest. Make sure to stick around afterwards. We'll be breaking down all the big reveals. The other things that come to mind when I think of the previous Game Awards show, there was Hades 2 that was just announced. Maybe possibly we could see more of Hades 2. I know people want a release date for Hollow Knight Silksong, that one as well. That would be a good reveal for them to have. And then Ryan, what do you think is going to be the big musical performance today?
Well, I guess history says the Black Keys are Imagine Dragons.
Skrillex and Kid Cudi, they announced it ahead. It leaked.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, it did?
There you go.
That's awesome.
There we go.
I'm actually excited for that. All right, well, with that, we're going to hand you over to Summer Game Fest. Everybody enjoy the show, and we will see you on the other side.
Please welcome to the stage the creator of the Game Awards, Geoff Keighley.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Summer Game Fest. We are in person, and today we've got a look at what's next in video games for you. We are live here in Los Angeles at YouTube Theater, and it feels so good to be in person with a live fan audience for the first time ever. Welcome, everybody. When I started Summer Game Fest back in 2020 from a spare bedroom, I never imagined it would grow into this. Today, the video game industry has come together to show you what's next. This is a cross-industry showcase, meaning no matter where you play games, I hope you'll discover a new game to put on your wish list. The landscape of video game events has certainly changed over the past few years, but one thing hasn't. There are a lot of great games in development, and our singular goal today is to get you excited about the future. In just a few minutes, we'll see the first extended gameplay of Mortal Kombat 1. It delivers, don't worry. Alan Wake 2, the reveal of Fortnite's next season, and yes, we do have a very special grand finale that you're not going to want to miss. All I'll say right now. But let's get right to the games and gameplay. The first reveal is something you're not expecting, which makes it that much more exciting. Here we go.
Our kingdom is cursed. The prince has been kidnapped and taken to a forbidden land. All hope rests with us, the Immortals, to rescue him and save the Empire. But we weren't prepared for what was coming next. Then again, they weren't prepared for me.
Whether they ready or not, better get better with time. I can't see an enemy ending the plot. My struggle came with a purpose. Now I'm about to turn it down to a burden. You see, I ain't begging on what I'm deserving. I'm putting on every battle that I thought I had to play the fight. Don't think a chance really take a bite. Been through the dark times, so I came with the dark side. Better show you the light. See how I rose up. All the world we are grown up. Never giving them hope. Keep them all warriors, victorious. Put it home on them enemies get close. So I see the danger coming.
In these times of darkness, hope is the only thing that keeps us fighting. I will fulfill my destiny and save the kingdom.
There's a little surprise. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is coming in January 2024, a brand new action-adventure platformer in the iconic series with deep combat, some huge boss fights, and of course, incredible platforming, puzzles, and animation, bringing a modern take on the legendary franchise. You'll be able to see more at Ubisoft Forward, streaming on Monday as part of Summer Game Fest. All right, let's move along to another iconic video game franchise that just celebrated 30 years. That's right. It's time for Mortal Kombat 1. Couldn't keep you waiting on this one. It has been 4 years since MK11, and ever since, Ed Boon and the team at NetherRealm have been hard at work on the most ambitious MK yet that reboots the series into a new era timeline. And it's coming this September. Everyone has been asking, what does it look like? Who's on the roster? How do the new cameo fighters work? Well, now it is time for combat. No spoilers, but this video is literally insane. Here is an extended first look at the story, gameplay, and yes, of course, the fatalities of Mortal Kombat 1. Let's do it!
I have had enough of you.
Then go, before I put you down.
Fight!
Today, you have proven worthy of joining us. Come, there are other champions I must gather.
What do you want?
Sento. It's my family blade.
Sento's mine, and I won't give it up without a fight. Enough! Okay, let's go back to one here. Who are you again?
Lord Liu Kang, protector of Earthrealm, god of fire.
You have skills, Raiden, but you're inexperienced.
Whatever experience I lack, I make up for in heart.
If your disease becomes known, you will be banished. I only want what's best for you.
Or do you secretly covet my throne?
I mean, that was pretty good, right, guys? Now, I'm sure you have many questions about what we just saw, and to tell you more, I am so honored to welcome to Summer Game Fest one of our industry's greatest creators, a man who has been loyal to the same franchise and fan base for more than 3 decades. Please join me in welcoming to Summer Game Fest the creator of Mortal Kombat, Ed Boon! Congratulations. They love you. All right. Well, Ed, first of all, thank you for that incredible world premiere. We got to see all of the gameplay of MK1, and everyone just wants to know more about this because, first of all, this is it's MK1, right? It went from 11 to 1. So tell us about this. Is it a new timeline?
Yeah. I don't know how many people have seen the ending of Mortal Kombat 11. Liu Kang basically was kind of graduated into a fire god, right? And he created a brand new universe. And this universe, this is why we're calling it Mortal Kombat 1, is because this is the beginning of a new timeline. A number of these characters you've seen before, but they're told in a completely different story. And so Sub-Zero and Scorpion are brothers now, and there's all these things that were rivalries before are now allies, and so mixing the whole thing up. So we're just kind of rebooting, and that's what the 1 is for.
Well, it looks incredible. Everything we saw there was, in-game gameplay. The cinematics look incredible. I know the team has been working for 4 years on this, but the thing we got to talk about are these cameos, because we saw some pretty amazing stuff there. Now, so tell us, how does that work? You have your main, character that you'll pick, and then I know you also have a separate kind of cameo menu, so you pick sort of a pair when you start the game?
Yeah, normally in a fighting game, you'll see a roster, basically, where you select your character. After you do that, there's a second roster of characters, which are a whole new, completely different fighters that are the cameo fighters. And these fighters actually, they will join the fight, but they...
A lot of blank squares there.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, imagine yourself with Sub-Zero, but you have some of Jack's moves, and you can call him out. You can do it multiple times, as you saw in the gameplay, So you can basically combine these two characters. All the characters can be combined with all the cameo fighters, and that's where you see... That's where the player's kind of imagination comes in, and they can actually customize it for what they like seeing, the best team-ups.
Well, so how does that work? So you're in gameplay, you have your main, you have your cameo. How do you summon them? Is it time-based? Like how often do they come into? It's not a tag team thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you're basically summoning them. It's just one button push is basically summoning, but they have a variety. So you can go, push that button with towards and it'll do a different move. Push it with down, it'll do a different move. Okay. And so the combination.
Oh, I see. So you can bring them in a combo almost.
Exactly, exactly. And you see there's like a meter up on top, which is basic. That'll limit it, so you can't obviously fire them indefinitely, but you can call them pretty much whenever you want, and they have like in the middle of a combo they'll have a lot of basically a whole arsenal of their moves. So Sonya, you saw come out there. Sometimes you'll see them appear twice in there.
Amazing. So time-based, they come out, and then obviously as you go through, you revealed some of them there, but is it a different set of characters that'll be in the cameos? Are there some repeats from the main roster? How will that work?
Yeah. Some of the characters are going to be available as cameos as well as the main roster fighters. You can play Sub-Zero with Sub-Zero, right? Same thing with Scorpion. But a lot of our cameo fighters are kind of like nods back to our first game. So you'll notice Sonya and Kano and Jax are in their kind of older costumes. And so there's a lot of that novelty. We have a lot of like really surprise ones. I think you guys saw Goro.
Yes, Goro popped in there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of like kind of really digging into the old Mortal Kombat games as far as getting, we really love the novelty of it. We really want the cameo characters to feel, kind of nod to the old games.
Well, speaking of not the old games, let's talk. You confirmed, I think, or at least known that Jean-Claude Van Damme is actually going to be in this game as Johnny Cage, right? Is that true?
Yes.
People don't know the story. I mean, Bloodsport was such an inspiration for Mortal Kombat, so he finally is now part of it?
It's a huge first full circle moment. The first Mortal Kombat game, we originally wanted to be Van Damme, the video game, and that never really worked out. So I can't tell you how many times over the last 30 years we've tried to get him. We were this close, like 4 or 5 times. And so finally we got him, and he's doing the voices too.
Wow.
So you're going to hear Jean-Claude, his voice doing Johnny Cage lines and stuff like that. We're really excited about it.
Wow. Well, I know the team has been working so hard in Chicago to build this through COVID, and it's coming out in September, so we don't have to wait long, right?
That's right. This has been a very difficult secret to keep over the last 4 years. And so, but we could not be more excited in terms of getting players' hands on it. And, throughout the summer, we're going to be showing a lot more content, a lot more characters, a lot more cameo characters, so there's a lot of reveals that are coming up.
Amazing. Well, Ed, thank you so much for giving us the first look at MK1. As you said, this weekend people will be playing it, press and media, so we'll be seeing lots more coverage, lots more characters to reveal on the main roster and cameos. Ed Boon, thank you so much. First look at Mortal Kombat. Awesome. Thanks so much. Amazing. So excited about that one. All right. Next up, it's been a fun couple weeks for action RPG fans with the release of Diablo 4, which is truly fantastic. Another big and anticipated ARPG is Path of Exile 2 from Grinding Gear Games, who have faithfully been updating and patching the original PoE since its release in 2013. We haven't seen anything on the sequel in over 2 years, but that changes right now. Here is your first look at a raw gameplay capture from Path of Exile 2, a sequel that pushes the engine and gameplay to a new level.
Where are the guards? Hey you! What's going on?
Looks amazing, and there's more coming in July. Last week marked the release of Street Fighter VI, a game we featured last year at Summer Game Fest. Well, the team at Capcom has an important update to share with you right now.
I am the Advanced Artificial Intelligence, Leviathan. Welcome to Bikitoa Island.
I'm guessing Ryu from Street Fighter facing off against a dinosaur probably wasn't on your bingo card for today's show. That Street Fighter Cross Exoprimal collab will launch in the fall with the game coming out on July 14th. But guess what, guys? That may actually not be the craziest collaboration on the show today. Check this out.
There's nothing more powerful than imagination. It can shape the fabric of reality, transforming everything you may think you know.
That's right. Nicolas Cage is coming to Dead by Daylight in July. I mean, I don't know how these things happen, but I figured the easiest way to find out is probably to go right to the source. This man's bold creative choices have earned him an Academy Award and a few memes on the internet across more than 4 decades of incredible films. Please join me in welcoming to Summer Game Fest, Nicolas Cage!
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Happy to meet you.
Nick, I gotta say, welcome to the video game world.
Oh, wow. Yeah, thank you. I'm so happy to be invited to your very, very cool club, everybody.
Finally, I mean, I gotta say, this is such a crazy, unexpected collaboration. I gotta understand, how did this come about? I mean, some people be like, oh, maybe he'll show up in Fortnite. Maybe he'll be in a Hideo Kojima game. But Dead by Daylight, I mean, how does this happen?
Well, it's a museum of horror, right?
Yes.
And when I make movies, one of my favorite genres is horror. And in this, and in that genre, there's a character, a murderous ghost named Sadako, who I think is amazing. And she made an appearance in this game, so that was good enough for me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what's fun is you're playing one of the survivors in this game, and it's cool that, you know, it really is this museum of horror. Michael Myers, you said, all these different characters all coming together. And you play yourself, or who do you play? So I play this heightened, exaggerated version of a film actor named Nick Cage. And he's going to a location thinking he's making a movie, and instead he wakes up in the fog. And in the fog, he's surrounded by crows and serial killers, and it's rather amusing. And there's something about it that I think, as a survivor, is like a bonding experience. It's a bit like hide and go seek. You have your 3 other teammates who are survivors with you, and it's teamwork. You're working together to pull through, and I like that. And so that was a large reason for wanting to do it as well, that feeling of bonding with your friends. And you're fully in for this. I know we heard your voice in there, so you recorded lines for it and everything?
See, I want you to know when you're playing the Nick Cage survivor, I even have, when you're choosing your skins, I even say, always remember to dress to match your talent. I want you to know that you're with me, that we're one, that we're fused. And so it was important to me that everything I do, everything I say, from the scream to the grunt, down to the most minimal, exasperated expression of a sigh, whatever it is, it's my voice, so that we are fused.
All right. Fully method, Nick Cage. I love it. I mean, this is so fun. This game, as you said, is such an awesome kind of, collaboration with so many different characters. For you, I mean, how did you find out about Dead by Daylight? Do you know much about the video game
Somebody
world?
very important in my family is a Dead by Daylight enthusiast, and that really put the hook in, pun intended. See, Dead by Daylight to me was an opportunity to branch out. I've never been invited into this space before.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for new adventures. So this to me was like, wow, I can make a whole new audience, meet a whole new audience, and branch out and go on this Dead by Daylight adventure. I didn't say, it took me nothing but a split second to say yes. And speaking about split seconds, what what I noticed, excuse me, sinuses, allergies. What I noticed was that every move you make when you're doing this, when you're in the gaming space, it's timed down to the split second. It's a very immersive experience when you're acting out in this space, because every move, every grunt, every sigh you make has to be timed perfectly with the gamer's moves. So that was something that I learned from this, and I'm always looking to learn something.
Well, we love having you in the video game world. We want to see Nick Cage in more games. Thank
you. Thanks, guys.
Nick, thank you so much. Hopefully the first of many. Nicolas Cage, great to see you, man. Awesome. There you go. Lock it in. Now, for all of you who want to play Nick Cage in Dead by Daylight, the chapter officially comes out on July 25th on PC and console, but PC players can try it earlier by downloading the player test build on July 5th. And here's an exclusive first look at Nicolas Cage in Dead by Daylight.
Damn right I made it.
Anything goes here at Summer Game Fest. All right, thank you very much, Nick. Now, lately we've been seeing an incredible number of video game adaptations, but back in 2019, The Witcher on Netflix, inspired by the Witcher book series, showed the potential of well-done adaptations, and later this month, Season 3, Volume 1 arrives, and now it's time for the world premiere of the trailer, introduced by Henry Cavill and the cast.
Hello, Witcher fans. We are all gathered here today to share something with you.
Be sure to tune into The Witcher Season 3. Volume 1 Volume 1 debuts on June 29th, only on Netflix.
Get ready to watch the world premiere of our brand new trailer for Season 3 of The Witcher.
Thanks for tuning in to the Summer Games Fest and enjoy the trailer.
Neutrality. It won't get you a statue. But it'll certainly help in keeping you alive. I won't abandon Ciri.
Neutrality has consequences too.
You're right.
Embrace. Well, that's deeply worrying.
Everything that's happening, it's all connected. And she's at the center of it.
If war is coming, there is no hiding her from it.
You sure about this?
Are you? History has a way of repeating itself. The dangers we've seen foretell an even more menacing future. For the first time, I understand real fear.
We're witches.
Is that so?
I'll never get over how cute they look for monsters. And they're like, no, please don't hurt me. And then, wow, fangs. Just like a boatload of fangs. All up in your business.
Operation Control clears you for engagement.
Turning back after this. You sure?
All right, we have much more Summer Game Fest to come, including a first look at the gameplay of Alan Wake 2, the world premiere of the new season of Fortnite, Call of Duty Season 4, and maybe a few more surprises for you. As we go through today's reveals, use the hashtag gaming on TikTok to react to the news. And we want to welcome everyone co-streaming the show live on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, and other platforms. For those of you on Twitch, we also have a special Warframe Twitch drop, a free Steinax Warframe for watching more than 30 minutes of the show. Now, speaking of surprises, another legendary gaming hero is set to return later this year in a brand new game built from the ground up in a style that I think is going to get this fan base and longtime fans of video games very excited. Here's another Summer Game Fest global game announcement. New thrills with a classic feel. How about that? A new standard for 2D classic Sonic that's bound to appeal to new and legacy fans alike. This past April, Honkai Star Rail launched, and as you're about to see, the game is bringing an exciting new character to space fantasy RPGs. However, we don't just have a new peak for current players, but also for those awaiting the game's release on PlayStation. Take a look.
I wish this universe had a few more things to do. Don't you get bored running across the map every day?
Team Trailblaze, back from duty. Mission 1 accomplished. Where's our next stop? I can't wait.
Another busy day ahead of us. To the clouds. From the boat!
The tournament's starting. Great! Let me get warmed up. Strike first! Need a hand? My pleasure! Let's see some sparks fly!
Never mind, I miscalculated.
Can you let me have some fun this time? Time for a buzz. Extra speed, too slow.
Later this year on PlayStation. All right, inspired by the story of Pinocchio, Lies of P is a Soulsborne-like game from the team at NeoWiz, which is coming to Game Pass, PlayStation, and PC this year. Well, if you're wondering exactly when, we have news to share with you on its release with this brand new trailer.
Geppetto's puppet. We need your help.
Rencontré simplement et tu n'as rien fait pour chercher à me plaire. Je t'aime pourtant, ton sera toujours mon amour. Je te fuis parfois, mais je reviens quand même. C'est plus faux que moi.
Listen, pal. Nice landing, but let's not make it a habit.
That's right, a demo for Lies of P is now available across PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. Check it out and prepare for the release on September 19th. Now it's time for the reveal of a visually stunning new game based on a classic manga with a story and world created by one of the most celebrated anime artists of all time. This is one of those games that I feel lucky we get to reveal for the first time here at Summer Game Fest. And I think you'll be pretty hyped once you see the gameplay, all built in Unreal Engine 5. Here we go. Sandland, get ready to become an unlikely hero in an adventure where you don't need to be human to save humanity. That's coming from Bandai Namco, and we're excited to see more of it soon. Independent games are such an important part of the industry, and one thing that's very important to us at Summer Game Fest is supporting those creators as well. After the live show, stay tuned for Day of the Devs from iam8bit and Double Fine with some incredible indie game reveals. Now, one of the biggest independent publishers is Annapurna Interactive. And later this month, as part of Summer Game Fest, they'll be revealing a number of ambitious new projects. Let's see how many you can figure out in this little tease. wonder what that was at the end. We'll find out later this month. All right, next, we're stepping into the world of Throne and Liberty, a free-to-play PC and console MMORPG from NCSoft and Amazon Games with an always-changing environment, massive scale, PvPvE, and the ability to transform into creatures to battle across land, sea, and air. Here's a look at Throne and Liberty.
Our guiding star has shattered. Its shards scattered across the world. An ancient evil searches for these lost fragments, destroying anything in their path. You must find them. Harness their power and put down this threat once and for all.
Is the free-to-play medieval fantasy sword fighting game Warhaven from Nexon, which lets you transform into supernatural immortals. Here's a new look.
Hear the battle call, cities rise and empires fall, but it's a war worth fighting. We're taking up our arms, held the line up, here we charge, and we keep on fighting. It's a war worth the fight. And we will keep on fighting. It's a war worth the fight. And we will keep on fighting. It's a war worth fighting.
Hey, this is not.
Why can't
Pilgrims, summer is coming, and with it, a lot of cool stuff will make its way to Dying Light to Stay Human. Get ready for darker, more dangerous nights and roaming volatiles, complete with improved parkour, rolling out with the next update in June. Then, right after that, we'll kick off an event season like you have never seen before. Trust me, for one of them you will want to get your butt barbed wired. Very soon, you will get the deadliest summers to date.
I be on my business, I don't play no games. You choose. You do you. Feeling like a Mozart.
Welcome back to Summer Game Fest. Isn't that great? By the way, Crash Team Rumble is going to feature playable Ripperoo and Engine, Neo Cortex's right-hand guy in Season 1. Now, it's time to change the topic and descend into madness. Joining me is a guy who was last on stage at the Game Awards 2021 to announce Alan Wake 2. He's come all the way from Finland. Please welcome from Remedy, Sam Lake. See you. Looking dapper as always.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, we are so excited because when you announced Alan Wake 2 at the Game Awards, you said 2023. We are in 2023. It's coming this October, and we are so excited about this, Sam. I know it's been a long time coming for fans and for you. 13 years since the first Alan Wake. So tell us a bit about what can we expect in the sequel.
It's been quite a journey, yes.
Yeah.
Alan Wake 2 is Remedy's first survival horror game. We have two playable characters. It's a 50-50 split between them. They are on their own separate terrifying journeys through two different worlds, and yet it's all connected. And the player gets to switch between them at given points in the story as they choose.
Yeah, we saw, obviously, at the PlayStation event, you revealed Saga, the second character. Tell us a bit about her. She's in Bright Falls, and she's sort of living a narrative that Alan has written. Is that right?
Well, that's a good question to ask going into this. So, yes, we have Alan Wake, our title character, of course, trying to escape from the nightmare dimension of the dark place.
Yes.
And then we have Saga, our new hero, FBI agent, coming to the Pacific Northwest small town of Bright Falls, together with her partner, Alex Casey.
Okay. So how, and they're somehow linked in some way, right?
They are coming to investigate
Yes.
a series of ritualistic murders.
Okay.
And very quickly, the investigation turns into a nightmare when they discover pages of a horror story. Maybe written by a certain missing writer.
By the initials AEW.
And this horror story starts to come true around them.
Interesting. So obviously it's, Alan is still going to be playable in the game. You're going to experience his journey, but Saga, this is sort of new character, and there is that sort of link. Tell us a bit about, you said split 50-50. Do they have separate missions? How? Because I think you can play them in sort of different sequences or orders if you want, right?
Yeah, we go into the experience playing as Saga.
Okay.
And it's a sequel, but it's also a standalone experience. We are not expecting everybody to do homework if they have not played the original game.
Yeah.
This can be enjoyed as is. Saga doesn't know anything about the lore, about the supernatural in this world. She will be going in very quickly. She has to learn to survive. And with that, all the players will be on that journey with her. And then we open up the experience so that you can Hop to play Alan Wake in the dark place as he's trying to find his way out. And you can keep on playing as Saga in the Pacific Northwest as the investigation goes on. And you are free to switch between them. There are a lot of connection points in many surprising ways, but there is no right way to play through this. You can choose. You can go on as Alan all the way close to the end, or as Saga, or you can keep hopping between these two sides of it.
Well, you're always so good at kind of telling challenging, interesting narratives in unique ways. I mean, Remedy's always been known for that, and you especially, so we can't wait to see how these stories intertwine, I'm sure, throughout the experience. Today, though, I know you brought with you some gameplay of Saga's adventure. We're just going to see a raw segment of the game, right?
Yeah, raw gameplay for the first time ever. This is early on from the experience.
The text on the heart is clearer now. Legible. I knew it would be here, like I saw it in a dream.
I'm glad you're on this case with me, Anderson. Killer left a message.
It's for us.
We were all trapped in a horror story. The horror story wanted us dead. There's something I'm forgetting. Something important. Something's not right!
A long time coming, but Alan Wake 2 looks incredible. Thank you to Sam and Remedy for that first look at gameplay. Now let's get a first look at the co-op campaign of Warhammer Space Marine 2 from Saber and Focus.
We're facing a Tyranid splinter fleet. They engaged us on 2 planets, Avarax and Kadaku. I'll be straight with you, Titus. I have my reservations about your reinstatement. There could be questions. Will that be a problem?
No, Captain.
Tyranids!
My pledge is eternal service.
Xenos inbound!
Eviscerate this abomination! Come forth and be slaughtered! Open the gates.
Care to see who can slay more Xenos for the Chiron? I thought a beast of that statue would offer more sport. Hold them back, damn it! For Ultramar! For the Emperor!
Beautiful indie game, yes, Your Grace, Snowfall. Now it is time for another global game announcement, and this one comes from the minds of Saber Interactive, Focus Entertainment, and yes, horror master John Carpenter. It's a brand new world, a brand new story, and looks like a heck of a lot of fun. Check this out.
We gotta be ready. Nobody half-asses it this time. Ruby.
On my mark. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. And you're to blame. You give love a bad name.
more unexpected collaboration. Sean Carpenter and Saber with Toxic Commando. That looks tons of fun. You guys think any of those zombies made it? I don't know. All right. Well, this August brings the long-awaited full 1.0 release of Baldur's Gate 3. And today, a new member is joining the cast. We're about to see the reveal of Lord Enver Gortash, the commander of a mechanical army of Steel Watchers. He's a second antagonist and is voiced by a familiar name.
Enver Gortash, swearest thou by Balduran's blade to defend the citizens of Baldur's Gate from enemies within and without?
You are soon to witness the people of Baldur's Gate granting me complete power over them. A new age is upon us. Gods have mercy on those who would stand in our way. A mad dog understands the yank of the leash and the hand of its master, but it cannot be an equal. You can be my equal. There's an old wisdom. A brittle alliance can never be mended. They can only break. I want to lead this city to glory, not scorch its earth.
Friends, allies, to my side. Let us usher in a new dawn. This city is mine.
I'm not ready to call you enemy. What do you say? Shall we be allies? You said it was under control.
It isn't you I answer to, Gortash.
Baldur's Gate 3 is on track, Sven tells me, still for the end of August, and we can't wait to check that out. All right, this fall, Marvel Games and Insomniac are set to bring Spider-Man 2 exclusively to PlayStation 5. Sounds like you guys are a little hyped, so to tell us more is Brian Intihar, game director at Insomniac. Brian, thanks for coming by. I know you guys are deep in development. First of all, looks like we have some fancy art behind us. Is this the box?
This is the box art. This
okay.
is, this is it. Here it is. I mean, it has 2 on the box for a reason, because this game features 2 Spider-Men, so we're really excited about it.
Absolutely. Peter and Miles, we're so excited about this experience that you guys are doing with these sort of 2 characters. We saw some great gameplay at the PlayStation Showcase, but I want to talk about the 2 villains, I think, in the game. There may be more.
There are more. There are more out there, I
2
promise.
main ones, but we have some new art to show of, we obviously, Kraven, we got the reveal at the PlayStation event. So tell us a bit about him and how he factors in.
So Kraven's very different from any character we've done. He's not, he's not powered by magic or, tech. He's just the best hunter in the world, and he's coming to New York for his greatest hunt. And what's better than all of the Marvel characters that live in New York City? So Peter, Miles, and others, he's on the hunt.
And others, ...
Yes, yes.
But Venom also, obviously, Symbiote is a part of this whole story, as we saw in the gameplay. Oh, there you go. Good reaction to the art.
I'm glad you're happy.
I don't know how much you're going to tell us about Venom. Is this, can you tell, is this an Osborn Venom? Can you tell, what's the origin of Eddie Brock Venom? Or?
It is not Eddie Brock.
Okay.
It is not Eddie Brock.
Okay.
Our goal was to tell an original story, something you haven't seen in the comics or the movies yet. Obviously, we love Venom for a reason.
Yeah.
All those things you love about the character are going to be there, but how the story plays out, who is Venom, you have to play the game to see how it goes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. There's a bit of a tease. Now, obviously, the symbiote is a big part of the gameplay, and one of the things I think we were all struck with the footage that you showed at the PlayStation Showcase was, how that is going to really impact the gameplay when you're playing as, Peter. So tell us a bit about that and how, the gameplay is going to be dramatically different.
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw it in just the raw power, the strength, and even the transformation of Peter's moves in that gameplay reveal.
Yeah.
He's we call him the acrobatic improviser, him and Miles, but you can tell there's a lot more strength, a lot more raw power, aggression, which you saw both in the moves and how Peter talks. So it's not just what happens in gameplay, it's what happens, how the story plays out.
Interesting. So how it affects him as well.
Yeah, I mean, you saw some of that, and there's much more of that journey when you play the game.
And I know the journey is also more expansive. You've got Queens, Brooklyn, so even more of sort of
Yeah,
city
I mean, the
races,
city
right?
is pretty much doubled in size. So it's Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn, and then being able to use the web wings to traverse at speeds way faster than they were before is really awesome.
Hugely ambitious game you guys have been building over the past few years. We saw at the PlayStation event, it said at the end, fall 2023, and I think we're like getting close to that. Are you guys feeling confident that you're gonna make it this fall?
You know, Geoff, I know you like exclusives.
Yes.
And I can promise you we are very confident what we're going to tell you right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Nailing it, October 20th, Spider-Man 2, exclusively for PlayStation 5.
Got it.
Awesome. Well, Brian, thanks so much for stopping by. I know you got a lot of work to do. Wrapping up the game, and we'll check it out in October. Thanks, Brian. We got our date. All right. Now let's take a look at Pal World, a multiplayer open-world survival crafting game where you can befriend and collect mysterious creatures called Pal, who can also fight. In other words, it's kind of like Pokemon with guns. And then we're going to look at the Land of the Morning Light, a new expansion to Black Desert Online, which recreates the mythical folktales from Korea's Joseon dynasty, and some huge bosses, too.
Our story is more than what hobbits and elves know. It is time we told it ourselves. With hammer and axe, we mine and sculpt. Across Middle-earth, delving for riches. Yet the greatest treasure remains out of our reach. Moria. My fellow dwarves, rally together. It's time we took back our home.
All right, now we're going to look at an exciting new mobile game from a legendary franchise. Pre-registration for Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis has just started, and users will have the chance to participate in an upcoming closed beta test. Now, speaking of Final Fantasy... No. Today, during Summer Game Fest, DoorDash has your back. You can get a free burrito when you order from Taco Bell using the code GameFest. Plus, get the chance to win a Final Fantasy XVI prize pack. DoorDash, stay in your game. Yep, we got you. All right. Now here's a look at a game we debuted last year at TGA. Banishers Ghosts of New Eden, the story of two ghost hunters in the haunted wilds of North America.
Life to the living, death to the dead.
We are banishers. We end suffering for those who live. We bring closure to those who don't. I want us back, Red. I want revenge on what killed me. I want to live.
As the man says, we face a choice, simple and awful. I banish you. Death to the dead. Do we kill? To be together again?
Or do we part forever?
Come out, wherever you are. Come on, show yourself.
Red.
Every bloody time.
それで今回の指令はあなた好みの単純な力仕事です。ある人物を警護していただきます。頼みましたよ。コードネーム上流。大丈夫か？
ええ、お待たせしてしまって。
トラブル発生。車はまだか？
到着まで3分。何があった？
お前らも今回り右すりゃ無事に帰れる。さもなきゃこれから起きることは全部お前らの選んだ結果だ。 俺に名はない。
Good morning, Stanley. It is 7:32 a.m. I hope you have a productive day.
Change username to just Stan.
Adjusting morning wake up. Good morning, just Stan.
Base to Capsule 12, come in. You there, Stan? Green across the board. Looks like we're good. Definitely a leak here, Tim. How long has it been now? 3 years. 2 months and 17 days. What sort of operation are they running down here? He shouldn't be here. Someone there? This doesn't make sense. Is someone else down here? No, 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 no. Dad! Are you there?
It's a beautiful new game, Under the Waves, and today, incidentally, is World Ocean Day. Fun fact. All right, next, Call of Duty. Well, there's a new Call of Duty coming this fall, along with Warzone Mobile. Today, we're going to give you the first ever look at Season 4 of Modern Warfare 2 Warzone, launching next week. Here's your first look at Vondel, a new Warzone location with points of interest, including a medieval castle, a soccer stadium, and an abandoned zoo. Yep, it's all happening. Check it out. Here you go.
Trying to show you what we came to do. Only talking, making major moves. Rolls Royce, no top. Me, no one will ever stop. Me against the world, I got my back against the wall. No, I'm hellbound, but I'm well now. On the road to riches, I can do the hell round. Tell them make a sound, now let she make it loud.
I got a fight in the morning. I see what you've been trying to do, and I'm a mission aborted. You think I never pay attention? In my mind, I'm recording. I'm about to win a road with miracles and dreams out of boredom. Riding around with homies like we run the city. Looking fresh and feeling like a mini. Moving silence, you can never hear me. If you got a problem when you see me, run it. Run it.
Run it.
Season 4 next week. Today is a big day for video games, but also a huge day for Porsche. The iconic German automaker turned 75 years old today. And to celebrate their contributions in the automotive and gaming space, and we've all raced a 911 in some point at a game, Xbox has teamed up with Porsche for a limited edition run of 75 consoles inspired by 6 famous Porsche race cars. And I'm thrilled to debut the first design here today, inspired by the Porsche 963 that's racing this weekend at the 100th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Let's take a look. Here it is, the Porsche Xbox Series X. These custom consoles are not for sale, but you can enter for a chance to win one right now at PorscheXboxSweepstakes.com. Make sure to stay tuned for the Porsche and Xbox social channels for additional opportunities to get your hands on these special consoles. All right, next, Phoenix Labs are building the next great entry into the cozy farm sim genre. We all like a cozy game inspired by classics like Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley. Previously announced for Nintendo Switch, there's now some exciting news for PC players too. Let's take a look at Fae Farm.
Dear friend, life in Azoria's been treating me well. Days pass so quickly. Before I know it, they turn into seasons. It's been a breath of fresh air. I think we found a way to get cozy and settle in. But there's something more I've been itching to explore. Realms where magic comes to meet us. As long as we're prepared, we can face anything. So, what do you say? There's so much yet to discover. Are you ready?
We promised variety. There it is, Fae Farm and Mortal Kombat in the same show, only at Summer Game Fest. Now, please welcome Ben Brode, Chief Development Officer and flannel enthusiast at Second Dinner, the developers behind the popular collectible card game Marvel Snap. What's up, Ben? Man, you guys have been on fire. Last time I saw you was at the Game Awards when you won Best Mobile Game. Seems like you've been very busy. We're excited about the Spider-Verse content you've been doing. Lots going on over there, right?
Yeah, it's been exciting. We've been doing a bunch of new features, some of the wildest cards we've ever made, and some new game modes. Yeah.
Yeah, new game. Is that a segue, Ben?
Certainly, yeah. I'm excited to announce Marvel Snap's biggest update ever. We have a new game mode coming next week. It's Conquest mode. It's a great way to get a super competitive experience and some exciting new rewards. But you don't have to wait till next week. If you haven't tried Marvel Snap, go download it right now on your mobile device or early access on Steam.
All right, Ben. I love the enthusiasm, Ben.
That's what I got.
That's you. You're made for YouTube. All right. Well, we heard you brought something fun with you for us to watch, right?
Oh, yeah. So listen, I am incredible at card games, so I often win. But some people, and maybe you've had this experience, Geoff, some people lose.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
And I like to think it's because they suck. No offense, Geoff.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's because they might just be a little bit unlucky.
Cue the tape.
Oh, snap!
Okay, I don't have an ideal hand of cards here, but that's fine. I'll see what I draw in future turns. Anyway, let's reveal the first location.
Labuntus 1. Each player destroys their deck.
Okay, I guess I will work with what I have. I'll play Medusa on location number 2. She gets +2 power. And let's see the next location.
Clover Dangerfield has a 25% chance of destroying your cow.
Okay, well, I mean, 25% isn't that bad. And it's gone. Okay, well, I have some powerful cards in my hand, so I can just wait. Let's see the next location.
The Big Barn. Players cannot play 4, 5, or 6 cost cows.
You gotta be kidding me.
Also, if you don't play a card this turn, you have 0 friends.
Now you're just being mean.
Still to come, we're going to look at Immortals of Aveum from EA Originals and Ascendant and the world premiere first look at Chapter 4, Season 3 of Fortnite Wilds. Now, if you're looking for the smartest way to level up your gaming this summer, compare top credit cards side by side with NerdWallet and start maximizing your cashback rewards on everything from Wi-Fi to headsets. Now, here's a look at King Arthur Legends Rise, a new cross-platform UE5 game for mobile and PC, a Fantasy Squad RPG adventure that is available to pre-register today.
Arthur, I have sacrificed everything to save your kind. From an ancient evil honor. Vanquish the wicked, and you may prove worthy of your legacy.
Wayfinders, do you remember the fall? The gloom descended on Skylight. You rallied to protect the beacon, and paid a terrible price. You fell, and the world was broken. Remember who you were, who you are, and return to us.
This world needs champions.
Steve, seriously, you don't stand a chance.
Project under construction.
What did you say, guys? One more game?
Good morning, scavenger. Scan your surroundings to retrieve and recycle anything that could be of value to Scavax.
Captain's log, stardate 43152.4. Our fleet is cautiously entering hostile territory, and the crew is standing by in case contact.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. Your culture will adapt to service us. Resistance is futile.
Hey there, Summer Game Fest 2023. It's Will Arnett here. Yeah, right? My buddy Anthony Mackie and I have been working on this for some time now. We're really excited to share with you Twisted Metal, which is streaming only on Peacock starting July 27th. And I'm very excited to share a sneak peek of the character of Sweet Tooth, who I had the pleasure of voicing. Hope you enjoy it. Check it out.
This is gonna be fun. Swung a little wide there. Well, aren't we a tall glass of water? Me? I'm more of a Hawaiian punch. I'm guessing you don't fight much outside of your car now, do you?
Look, Clown, I don't need four wheels to kick your ass. Any chance we can get this back in the cars?
How about a little kill music? She had dumps like a truck. That's like what? All night long.
Let me see that thong.
Like
like it when the beat goes?
Dana, Dana.
Baby, let your booty go.
Dana, Dana.
Girl, you want to show?
Dana, Dana.
Thong. Do you love the silver-haired god? Don't lie to me.
Yeah, man. Look, I listened to Unleash the Dragon so many times the disc broke. I'm not a liar.
But you said you were coming to my show, and then you shot at me.
It was a misunderstanding. I've been getting shot at ever since I can remember. It's forced habit, I guess.
Sounds like you have trust issues.
Who hasn't dreamt of duplicating oneself in order to multitask? This new hack and slash game with a tactical twist allows you to do just that. Brought to you from France, here's the world premiere reveal trailer of Lisfunga, the time shift warrior, coming later this year to PC.
Goddess of time.
Receive my light, Lisfunga. Let this power flow through you and fight again alongside your past selves.
I'm here again. That's another me. I look good. I rewind. I begin again, but with another me to fight with.
You're coming with me! You're not the only one who can be in multiple places at once.
I will become Legion and crush these demons. Onwards! I can feel that there are more.
Very cool independent game. All right, next up is a brand new IP from Ascendant Studios, a single-player, first-person magic shooter called Immortals of Aveum. It's fast and fluid. It's an FPS in a fantasy setting, kind of like Doom with magic. It also has a great cast led by Darren Barnett as the main character, Jack, and he joins us now. Hey, Darren.
Hey, guys.
Great to have you with us.
Doing? Thank you.
This is such a cool game, super high production value, spectacular gameplay. Tell us about the guy you play. You're the main character, Jack, right?
Yes, I am playing the main character, Jack, as seen behind me. He's a battle mage that controls all three forms of magic, triple threat. He's brash, he's funny, but he gets the job done.
Well, it's the gameplay, as we've seen, is just so fast-paced. There's so much action in it, with all the spells, the spell casting, and the magic. What can you tell us about the story and sort of how this battle mage, Jack, comes in? He sort of becomes a battle mage, right?
Yeah, he kind of comes from nothing. He's, I guess they call him a street rat is what he was. But he, during a time of intense trauma, he summons the power to control magic. Becomes part of the Immortals, which is like the elite Navy SEAL squad of this world called Aveum, and they are in the middle of an Everwar fighting for the control of magic.
Okay. You have a great cast. You, Gina Torres in it. Lots of amazing actors in this incredible, really high production value game that's coming out this summer. We don't have to wait long for it. And I know you brought something with you to share today, which is a gameplay sequence, which is one of the most epic sort of parts of the game, right?
Yeah. So this is a wild part of the game. This trailer is going to be showing you the Immortals and myself confronting Sandrak directly, who is the top villain of this game, and trying to end the Everwar. And it's taking place in like one of the most badass levels of a video game I've seen. We're battling on top of a 400-foot mech in the middle of the ocean as it moves around. It's wild, so let's take a look.
All right, let's take a look at some brand new gameplay from Immortals of Aveum, which comes out this summer for PC, PS5, and Xbox. Thanks, Darren.
Thank you.
Sandrax literally pushed us to the edge. Everyone that can fight already is. And we're still losing.
Welcome aboard, Immortal. What's our bearing, sir?
North by northeast, 5 knots.
We'll catch him, sir.
Prepare to repel boarders! Airship's got a
control room and protect Selco. Zendara and I will hold off the Rashanians down here.
Got it. Gotta get to the control room. I want to be an immortal. I want to fight this war as one of you.
You're what's called a triarch. The Pentasod has gifted you with the ability to manifest all three colors of magic.
We're only going to win this one together. Sigil up.
Love that we get to show you guys so much amazing raw gameplay today, and that game looks incredible. Coming out this summer from Ascendant and EA. Now, one game that constantly reinvents itself is Fortnite, and tomorrow, Chapter 4 Season 3 Wilds launches, and today, Summer Game Fest is debuting the cinematic trailer to preview the season. The center of the island has collapsed, revealing a vast, hidden jungle with ancient secrets to discover. And of course, there's a whole new Battle Pass lineup where you can unleash the power, yes, of Cybertron. Here we go. Fortnite Wilds launches tomorrow. Well, finally, guys, it's time to get to our grand finale. And it is a deep honor for me to present this game. What you're about to see is a world premiere trailer that gives us a new look at an expansive world we can't wait to explore again. This game comes from a studio that surprised the world and redefined the RPG genre with its iconic characters and rich storytelling. And I want to thank them for this trailer for one of gaming's most anticipated upcoming releases. The rumors were true.
We're still here at the scene of this terrible disaster, caused by a massive tornado which swept through sectors 0, 1, and 2. Amidst the wreckage of the expressway, search and rescue operations are already in progress.
Wow. Just look at it all. It's so green. Even after everything we've done to it, it's still going strong.
It may look that way, but in reality, it's barely hanging on.
I was wondering, what's Cloud been doing these past 5 years? Where's he been?
And you're asking me this?
This is gonna sound crazy, but as far as I know, Cloud was never in Nibelheim 5 years ago.
The Livestream. It is the very essence of our star. The blood coursing through its planetary veins.
According to Hojo, they're connected to Sephiroth. Shadows of the Mad, I believe he called them.
Sephiroth was in Midgard. We fought him. Whatever happened, he's alive.
But why come back now? After 5 years, doing who knows what?
Well now, think we woke it up.
Angered it, more like.
Feast your eyes on the Turk's latest and greatest, Elena.
She may be new, but she's still a Turk.
They say she's a monster, that she can peer inside you, into the very depths of your soul, that she can become those you hate, those you fear, those you love.
Green. Yeah.
You murdered my dad! You burned my village!
You know that I killed her. So, who is she?
There you have it. That was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth coming early 2024 to PlayStation 5. Nomura-san, thank you so much. All right, that's going to do it for Summer Game Fest, our live showcase. But that is not the end of Summer Game Fest. Stay tuned this weekend for updates on many more games during SGF Play Days, a hands-on event for media here in Los Angeles, including Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, as well as the Xbox and Bethesda showcase on Sunday. Right now, though, stay tuned for Day of the Devs from IM8bit and Double Fine, which celebrates the independent game culture with a number of new game reveals over the next hour. We'll see you this summer, later this summer on August 22nd for Gamescom opening night live in Germany, and again in December when we come together here in Los Angeles to celebrate 10 years of the Game Awards. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome back. That was Summer Game Fest right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. We put out the call on Twitter for all of you watching at home to let us know what you thought of Summer Game Fest using the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming. And Horrible Tarantula said Sandland is the most excited I've ever been about sand.
I get that.
Yeah. The opposite.
It looked pretty good.
The opposite. I bet even Anakin Skywalker is excited about that game.
It's Toriyama. It's the Dragon Ball guy.
Yeah.
And it's an entire game based on a one-off manga he put out in 2000. So the game will inevitably be much larger than the entirety of that comic.
So what's the gist of the manga?
You're a demon with a tank.
Okay.
Yep.
That sounds like a good video game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there was so many games shown off during that show, very lengthy show. Let's talk about the big stuff. Maybe for the sake of recency bias, should we start with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Now we know it's coming early 2024 on 2 discs.
Now even bigger.
When was the last time a game was on multiple discs? We've also
I mean, we have 120 gigabyte games that you just have to download stuff for.
In this generation, we've reached a game that's finally too big to be on one.
I feel like that's a nostalgia play.
You think so?
Yeah. Dang. I mean, you get games where you pop them in, there's a mandatory update because the stuff on the disc doesn't fit on the disc, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess if you consider even the first part of the game, it's 3 discs now, and then there'll be more discs for the final part of the trilogy as well. Max, are you excited about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I didn't love about the first part is that it didn't, there are parts of it that were big and open, but it still felt fairly linear in chunks, and I don't know, I love that this looks like they're, expanding out in the world. And I mean, it makes sense for the, Midgar portions to be kind of more closed off, and I love Final Fantasy 15, like I love the world structure of that, and this looks like more of that, and chocobos!
We got chocobos.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, this game certainly looks very, very pretty. I was a little surprised that they did end up showing this because we've got Final Fantasy 16 coming out in just a few weeks. I thought maybe they'd want to focus on that, get that out the door first, and then sort of ramp up the promo for Final Fantasy 7. Ryan, how about you?
A little surprising, but also everybody's been waiting for this for a long time. I guess, so are we going to land on, it's going to cost $180 or maybe $210 to have for the full Final Fantasy 7 remake?
I guess so, because this one presumably will be $70.
Presumably,
well,
yeah.
It's actually going to be more of that if you count the the side stories and get all that in there.
But hey, if it's each one's great. I mean, the first part was excellent. So I mean, they're throwing a ton of production value at this and a ton of talent. So I have no doubt that it's going to be a big deal in early 2024.
Yeah, still waiting on an exact release date, but at least now we know. I think they were just saying like winter 2023, I think last time. So now we know it's not coming like in December of this year. Yeah. Hopefully Q1 2024. They opened the show with Mortal Kombat 1, first gameplay reveal. Ryan, did you feel satisfied by what we saw?
Yeah, that looked great. I mean, it is really pretty. I mean, whatever, I don't know what engine they're using or if it's in-house tech, but whatever it is, it looks fantastic. They've managed to strike this right tone. I mean, this isn't the first game to do this, the first Mortal Kombat, but they've just got it dialed in where the fatalities are legitimately disgusting, but also like tongue-in-cheek funny enough to not be like overly serious and get senators and Congress people coming after them like back in the day. Yeah, the whole, I mean, I never thought I'd see the word cameo, K-A-M-E-O, again since playing that Xbox 360 launch game from Rare, so that was a fun little surprise to go with it. But yeah, I mean, this game's Mortal Kombat 1 is going to be a joke.
I made a joke somewhere about when Origins Mortal Kombat. Like he throws the hat and it does what a hat would do, as you'd expect, and he throws a saw blade. I'm extremely into that. Yeah. The environments in this look amazing.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I don't
really
know if we'll
gorgeous.
see it here, but there's like a battle in front of a swimming pool, and I was like, I want to be in that swimming pool.
Yeah.
It looks so good. John, I think you were saying that there it is.
Right here.
You're saying that they maybe sort of cranking up the humor a little bit this time around.
Yeah, big time. I mean, it's always had a bit of a sense of humor, but it drifted over the years, right? And it started to take itself a little bit seriously at times. But I think, as Ryan was saying, I mean, like clearly, I mean, look at it. I mean, it's clearly ridiculous. But I thought there were a lot of little like visual gags in it, which I think while we were watching, we were noticing that Ed himself seems more comfortable talking about Mortal Kombat than he ever has. And I think that comes across in the footage of the game as well, in that it seems more confident in itself than ever. And that they don't mind doing a funny little aside because the lore doesn't have to be taken super seriously.
No, I think when it showed up, it was sort of seen as like, you know, there was that whole Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat back and forth. And like, Mortal Kombat is its own thing. It's 30 years old. You know, you turn 30, you get a little more confident. You're, you know, on top of your thing, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, they have had that weird balance of humor and seriousness. They don't usually put the humor, I feel like, front and center around the reveal. It's usually like a very, you know, gnarly showdown between Sub-Zero and Scorpion or whatever. But yeah, like Kano blows a snot rocket on the character select screen.
Yeah.
You got. This is the whole cameo system where like you basically have assists, which are treated almost like, you know, moves in and of themselves. I love how they just run in and out. Like stage hands. Yeah. It's. I mean, we've seen so many games that have this, but it's usually really dramatic and stylized. Like somebody just flies in and then flies out. Just to have them running back and forth is like, I guess it's realistic, but in a completely ludicrous way.
Yeah. And Ed Boon was saying it's apparently very easy to. It's assigned to one button, and you can call in. They can do different moves depending on what button you press. So that seems like a lot of fun. We knew that Jean-Claude Van Damme was coming as a skin for Johnny Cage.
Since it came out for the 360, and it's kind of improbable that we're actually finally getting a sequel after all these years, and it looks phenomenal. Like again, the tech, their in-house tech looks great, but the sort of dual storylines and when Sam came out on stage with Geoff. And it seemed like Geoff was maybe accidentally gave a plot point away there from the way about Alan Wake having written the story that's playing out. I mean, not that that's like you probably guessed that if you played the first game, but being able to kind of go back and forth whenever you want. It was what was suggested there by Sam with the two storylines. So. And again, just diving full headfirst into survival horror.
Right. Oh man.
You know, much more so than the first game. This is.
What's the name of the engine again?
Northlight.
It looks
is their
so
in-house
good.
technology.
Like really the foliage looks so good. The leaves blowing on the ground.
I mean, they've got some talented folks over there, and I just think, you know, I know there's some folks out there legitimately upset that there's not a physical edition of this. Which I agree is, you know, you should always have a choice as a gamer. There's the idea of just game preservation. The fact that it's digital only, it could go away at any time if a server gets shut off of what have you. So I agree. I would love to see a physical version, and hopefully that'll get rectified post-release somehow. They'll just, whether they partner with an IM8-bit or one of these people to do a physical edition later. But as far as the game itself, this looks great.
Yeah, I love. There's a wound system that they've implemented in the game. It seems very gruesome and gory, where you're actually shooting off parts of their clothing and revealing their insides. I like it.
Gnarly.
Yeah. John, what do you think about the idea that there's two playable characters now, and when you start playing Alan Wake 2, you won't be playing as Alan Wake?
I think. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen games that sort of switch things up on you. Some famous ones. I think the vibe of it is great, and I think, you know, like seeing the world through another character's eyes is a really, you know, it's sort of efficient way to do that, right? And I think, you know, we were chatting when we saw it in the show that it has a bit of a True Detective vibe. I mean, until the giant man jumps through the wall, which I don't think happened in True Detective at all. But it has that kind of like, you know, kind of dark creepiness. They really kind of zeroed in on that, and kind of. I think the atmosphere of it strikes me as much more kind of like oppressive than the original. You know, like, I mean, the first one, it was, my memory of playing Alan Wake was that it was very gray.
Well, it was out
foggy,
in the woods.
Right? It was out in the woods, and it was very foggy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple of console
but
generations ago
I think this
point.
one, the atmosphere and the look of it, I feel like it was, you know, they really nailed the vibe with this one.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, one of the nicest surprises we got at the show was finally the release date for Spider-Man 2, and that's going to be October 20th, not the rumored September release date, to go up right against Start.
Yeah, everybody at Microsoft just did a sigh of relief. Not, you know, they're obviously apples and oranges, but it would have been Microsoft's, for now, one big fall game. I suspect Forza Motorsport's going to be added in there as well come the Xbox showcase on Sunday. But yeah, I mean, forget about what the corporations think. I mean, just as a gamer who's really excited for both of those games, I'm glad I won't have to try and juggle playing Starfield and Spider-Man 2 at the same time.
Weird takeaway from that is they said that Venom isn't Eddie Brock.
Right.
It's an original story.
I was going to ask you who you thought it would be.
I hope it's Flash Thompson, who has been Venom,
Yeah.
which is weird. Was he the Punisher? Punisher was Venom. Everyone's been Venom at some point in the MCU, Marvel Universe at this point. But like, I do appreciate that they are confident enough in their storytelling abilities that they're not just retreading familiar ground.
Yeah.
And like, we saw them kind of take some liberties and change some stuff, here and there. And in the first game, and yeah, go nuts, do what you got to do. Like, I'm here for it. My money's on Harry Osborn, though. I think, in all seriousness.
Yeah, I think that's heavily rumored. We got to look at the box art, which looks very nice. And Max is someone who hosts a PlayStation show. It's got to be nice to know, like, this is, when PlayStation's big fall game is coming out now, October 20th.
Yeah, no, it's good timing. I guess I got a weekend to burn through Alan Wake,
Yeah, hurry up, 3 days.
Yeah, no, it's cool, and it's good because we talk about like good spooky season Halloween games. They've said they're kind of leaning into horror in this one a little bit. Like Venom is
works for that, yeah.
He's a ooze from outer space who eats people.
Sonic Superstars was kind of a pleasant surprise from the show.
2.5D Sonic. That was great. I mean, that I'll be curious how the younger Sonic fans take to that, who grew up with 3D Sonic. But for me, who bought a Genesis back in the day because of Sonic the Hedgehog, that just looked. I like that they're not doing. I mean, they've done the pixel art thing before, right? Yeah. So this is just like a modern visual take on the original 2D Sonic, and I mean the color palette's beautiful, the characters look great, the worlds look great, and it looks fast, and they're trying a few different little things with they give them some new moves, swimming up waterfalls, and this looks like a treat.
Yeah, this looks really nice, and I'm not even a Sonic guy, but I have to admit that this looks really cool. Adapting the old 16-bit gameplay. The art style that they've chosen to go with here looks very nice.
Yeah.
John, this is coming out this fall.
Yeah, and I think what I loved about this and the Prince of Persia again, The Lost Crown, is that sort of confident reinvent, like going back doing a 2D game but confidently switching up the artwork. Like we saw some games today that had some like really inconsistent art mixes. The dwarf game.
What the hell is that?
The Moria thing, where the environments look great, but the character art was a little funky, and but I feel like Sonic and Prince of Persia are so confident in the way that they look.
I feel like Prince of Persia is a little bit too modernized. Like I grew up with the original Shadow and the Flame and stuff, and like that has a very kind of simple, clean aesthetic to it. And it feels like a little more, like it's got a little more sharp edge. It's more video gamey, It's got some sharp edges.
It's a little Fortnite-y in its art style, right?
Which I'm fine with. Yeah. That's okay. If that means they can focus more on the game itself, then cool.
Well, and we should probably clarify that this is not the Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake that was announced a long time ago and is sort of like indefinitely on hold.
Right? Yeah, there's something still Ubisoft Montreal starting that project over by all accounts, and this is back in it's the 2D Prince of Persia again.
Yeah, I want to talk more about that Prince of Persia game, but we're going to take a quick break first. Stick around, lots more IGN Summer of Gaming still to come, including exclusive looks at Immortals of Aveum and Warhaven.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Lenovo Legion with 13th gen Intel Core processors. Beyond performance.
And in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story. Solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fanbases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers!
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff.
Sir, we need to move. Johnny, please wake up.
Now an update on conflict in the L-53 outskirts system.
Welcome to my paradise.
Johnny Turbo, back for more punishment, I see. I'm gonna tear you apart like a cheap toy.
Hold the line! This was a suicide mission! We should have just nuked this fucker from orbit! There are too many of them!
I do hope you're prepared for another sky ride. This party's a bust, sir. Let's blow this joint. Just a few gods to kill, sir. Shouldn't be too difficult. Not for you.
Welcome back. That was a look at the upcoming FPS Turbo Overkill. Good name. This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and we're wrapping up everything from Summer Game Fest. In just a bit, we've got closer looks at new gameplay from Immortals of Aveum, and another look at Warhaven. But first, before the break, we were talking about Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, a new Prince of Persia 2D Metroidvania that was just announced during Summer Game Fest. This is not the Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake that is in development hell right now. This is something totally new, and I'm all for it. I don't mind. I like Prince of Persia in general, and I like 2D Metroidvania games. I think this is one of the highlights of the show for me. I have the official sort of plot synopsis from Ubisoft here. It says, in this brand new adventure, players will embody Sargon, a young, gifted warrior and member of an elite group called the Immortals. As they are sent to rescue Prince Ghassan, they will explore Mount Kaf, a once wondrous place now cursed and hostile. Sargon and his brothers in arms will soon discover that time itself will be a treacherous foe and that the world balance must be restored. So yeah, I'm excited for this, but I was trying to think, I can't think of another Metroidvania that Ubisoft has made.
No, I don't think so. No.
So this is sort of new. It's new territory for them.
Yeah.
Maybe what I hope they did is just sort of follow the Metroid Dread blueprint.
Yeah. I've been sort of going through some sort of self-reflection on why am I so excited about this. I think it was just I wasn't expecting it, and it does evoke, like, I mean, I kind of grew up playing the original Prince of Persia game, and it wasn't a Metroidvania. It was just a platform game, right? But I think like there's something about this that just looks really cool, and like I wasn't expecting it at all. And I think I'm sort of like I'm disproportionately weighting it in terms of things that were announced today that I'm excited about.
I wonder if there will be a separate mode, a separate timed mode that gives you 60 minutes to finish the game, like the original.
Well, speedrunners will certainly test to see if that's even possible. Like I said, I don't mind a 2D Metroidvania game, but do you think is that like a hurdle that they have to overcome with some gamers who might be disappointed that it's 2D?
No, I think once people, I think for a lot of, we're, again, as I said in the pre-show, most of us, we're old. So
yes.
When we think old school Prince of Persia, we think of the actual original game, but old school Prince of Persia, to probably a lot of our viewers,
you don't want to know how many years ago that was.
is Sands of Time, which is, as you said, Damon, it's trapped. The remake of which is trapped in development hell, and so a lot of our audience may not have that sort of nostalgia or affinity for this style, the Lost Crown style of old school.
You know what is especially nice about this though? This and Sonic is they look small, like they look like small. This is not going to be an 80-hour game,
right?
I don't think.
It also doesn't look like a $70 game.
No, and it's. I mean, we've kind of seen the death of AA games. And as great as it is to get these massive games, it is also, I don't know. There's a certain fatigue that comes with that, and it's. 2023 is a absolutely bonkers year for huge game releases. It's kind of nice to have like a little thing here and there to kind of pad it out, like a little.
Gaming's middle class.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
I could see playing this on like Steam Deck a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that'll be a good menu for it. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a pleasant surprise, and the official description sounds like it's just a Metroidvania to a T. By acquiring new time powers, unlocking unique abilities, and combining them in combat, Sargon will progressively delve deeper into Mount Kaf, solving puzzles, finding secrets, completing exciting side quests. Yep. That sounds sounds great to me. Ubisoft will be sharing more details on Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown at its Ubisoft Forward event, which is on Monday.
Monday,
right? This Monday
morning.
So definitely stick with IGN for more as soon as that information.
The Rayman Legends developers
available. Oh, Rayman Legends.
Yeah,
that's
very
promising.
cool.
They know how to do it.
Who had John Carpenter showing up? At least his name showing up on their bingo card for Summer Game Fest today, because John Carpenter's Toxic Commando is a real game. Definitely got sort of, I don't know, Left 4 Dead vibes, like goofy Left 4 Dead vibes.
Yep. And
cooperative zombie.
And a little Dead Rising.
Yes, Dead Rising. A silly cooperative zombie shooter.
If it didn't say John Carpenter in big letters, there's nothing in there that would indicate it's John Carpenter.
No. Well, and it remains to be seen how involved John Carpenter is.
Also, Toxic Commando makes me think Troma more than John Carpenter.
I was sort of not wild about this initially. Definitely gave me like Days Gone vibe, which I know a lot of people love. The truck stuff. It looks like you customize your vehicle, whatever it is, and put a bunch of zombie killing stuff on the side of it, a la Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead, which I'm down for. That sounds great. When it sort of veered into goofiness and like over the top weapons and kind of I feel like more the Dead Rising approach rather than the somber, serious post-apocalypse things. And also, they're not conventional zombies. There's some other sort
I think they're called infecting it, something like that.
Yeah, but it's looking like there's some kind of, I don't know, other dimensional sorcery at play rather than just your typical zombie.
And it looked like there is some on-foot stuff, but that trailer seems to indicate that a lot of the gameplay will be vehicle-centric, which I think could be really fun.
Yeah. It's I think it's the same developer as the World War Z. Oh, so there's some experience there.
Fantastic.
The official description tells us the game takes place in the near future when an experimental attempt to harness the power of the Earth's core ends up in the release of the Sludge God.
Oh. Sludge God?
Yeah.
Okay.
An eldritch abomination that turns soil into scum and the living into undead monsters.
Well, fantastic.
Yeah, it's good. They had a cover of Living on a Prayer by John Bon Jovi in there. I don't know how expensive the rights are.
If they get John Carpenter to do original music for it, I'm there for it. Like,
yeah, I just think it's hard. I love John Carpenter. I just think it's really hard to get him to do anything.
It will very quickly tweet about Ratchet and Clank.
He will do that.
I feel like he's probably busy playing Destiny 2 as opposed to...
if anyone doesn't know, he's a very big gamer. Yeah. John Carpenter is.
And it's got a bit of an 80s vibe. I wonder if they'll really lean into that. The trailer, like, other than the music, didn't lean into sort of that kind of 80s horror as much as I thought it would, but like, I think there's a lot of potential there.
There is potential.
Again, it was a nice surprise, like a genuine surprise, which from the conversation we had before the show, I don't think any of us were expecting that many, like, where did that come from?
Yeah, exactly. That one's set for 2024, and it's current gen only. So at least it's, going to be presumably taking full advantage of PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S. Max, tell us a little bit more about Sandland. This is a one-off manga.
So this is Akira Toriyama, creator of Dragon Ball, worked on Chrono Trigger. He's been attached to Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior since day one. I don't know if he's a gamer himself, but he's, I think dabbled with that back in the, Famicom days. This is a one-volume manga. I immediately hopped on Amazon to see if it's in print. It's not. Apparently, it was released as like an ebook. You can get it on Kindle. Okay. Again, this doesn't have a bunch of lore to go with it, really. Like, it's got some. I wrote a column a couple months ago about how Dragon Ball Z Kakarot had me really wishing they would do a prequel about, like, classic Dragon Ball where not everybody can turn into a neon god and teleport and whatever. And this clearly is kind of what I wanted. Like, I love Toriyama's mechanical designs. Like, he's got really cool tanks. He's got, like, hovercrafts. He's got these. It's goofy. It's the goofy side of things. It's not it's not the fate of the world from what I can tell. There's some big monsters. It's Unreal 5, and Damon, you were like, how is it using Unreal 5? And that kind of remains to be seen. But It's definitely got some interesting, like, lighting and particle effects. It looks like there's some clouds of dust getting kicked up, which pair really interestingly with the cell shading.
I really love the aesthetic of this game. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, no, I think that Toriyama kind of got pigeonholed having to do Goku for 4 or whatever, and as much as I love Dragon Ball, it's like that's a mech that is in Dragon Ball, so it's kind of cool to see that pop up here. But yeah, it's an unknown quantity. Like, I would love to do, like, an open world Dragon Ball game. Sure, I know that story like back of my hand. I know what's going on here.
Action game.
It's like, I think it's vehicle combat, beat 'em up, something like that.
Our news team tells us that it's a mix of action vehicles and fighting game mechanics.
Okay, that's interesting.
Sure.
I really like this because, let's face it, there were a lot of games in this event that looked very, very similar.
Sure.
And this one didn't. And I think, for me, the stuff that really stood out was the stuff that wasn't sort of brown with lots of blood, or there was a lot of medieval stuff. Like, apparently we're going through a medieval phase in upcoming games at the moment. And what I love about this is it's a bold artistic approach. It's a different kind of game. It doesn't seem like really dark and kind of miserable the way so many games look like they are.
Well, speaking of looking the same, I want to talk about Pal World. It seems like the developers said, what if we made Pokemon with guns? And that's literally what the game is.
Yeah, I feel like Game Freak lawyers are making some phone calls right now. It is egregious how close some of these designs are to existing Pokemon.
It's true.
And then the firearms are just full-on realistic weaponry, which is like, okay, yeah, why not? Yeah, sure.
I mean, we just a few weeks ago at the PlayStation Showcase got Foam Stars, which is an egregious ripoff of Splatoon. But yeah, this is like even more lawyer triggering.
Yeah, but it also looks like totally different type of gameplay. And people are often like, I want the big open world Pokemon game. And it's like, we get one, but Game Freak typically doesn't get too crazy with, modern iterations. But, we're almost 30 years out from Pokemon, and it's interesting to see people who grew up with it kind of giving it their own spin. They could give it maybe more of a spin, but whatever. I mean,
Pikachu on this should be a VO line in the game.
That's there. Maybe that's our strap line on the review. I'm kind of into it though. Like we can kid, but like I'm not really a Pokemon guy. Maybe it was the guns that was missing for me. Maybe this is what we'll find.
You needed firearms with your pocket monsters?
That's just a Gyarados. That's straight up just a Gyarados. What are they?
Well, what's funny about this, the official description says that Pal World is a game about living a slow life with mysterious creatures, pal, or throwing yourself into life and death battles with poachers. Living a slow life or life and death battles.
Oh, wow. Huh. Okay.
You can make pals.
Some social commentary going on there? I'm not sure.
You can make pals fight. So maybe this is like against their will. They're being made to do this. Make them, breed as well. And then they can help you with farming or work in factories.
Wow.
It says, this is real. This is real. You can sell them off or even slaughter them to eat.
Okay.
It says with an exclamation point.
So they took Pokemon at face value and they were like, let's actually unpack this a little bit. They live in balls and they fight each other.
Do you see this? So I'm looking at this official.
They eat each other.
Yeah, they eat
I'm
each
looking
other.
at its Steam page and there's GIFs of the game here and the pals are eating each other.
That's just a Lapras eating a Piplup.
Yep.
Like that's
I want to read these two sentences again. You can also sell them off or even slaughter them to eat. That, however, is forbidden by law.
Oh, well,
so there's
thank God.
There's a law system in that? Are you gonna get like 5 stars for eating your Pikachu? Like what?
Well, survival. This world is full of dangers such as food shortages, harsh weather, and illegal poachers. You must be prepared to do anything if you want to survive. You may even need to consume pals sometimes. Fly, swim, dig holes. You can explore all kinds of places on lands, the sea, and in the sky by riding pals. Pal World.
I'm interested.
I am too.
That went from being like, what are they doing over here, to like, how in God's name are they gonna pull this off?
Again, Pikachu on this, literally.
Okay, there is more Summer of Gaming to come right here on IGN, so stick around.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by Immortals of Aveum, available July 20th on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S.
So you like IGN, huh? The news, the videos, the guides, and wikis, it's all in your wheelhouse. But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. You deserve a little extra.
Behind every game, movie, and TV show you love is a wild, crazy, and sometimes unbelievable story.
No one is just black and white.
From revealing the secrets behind your favorite franchises to solving a legendary video game mystery,
I'm coming for you.
IGN Inside Stories gives you a peek behind the curtain.
If people come to the game now and see what's going on there, I think they'll be surprised.
Join us as we dive into hyper-dedicated fan bases, worldwide phenomenons, and the most incredible untold tales in games and entertainment.
I said, wait a minute, that doesn't sound so good.
It was definitely not what I expected in the best way.
Inside Stories, available now only on IGN.
And I was like, holy shit, we're gonna do this.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers.
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're gonna be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.
We were once beloved.
beloved children. And so were our enemies. War consumes us all the same. Until we have nothing left to give. But even death is not the end. Not while there are still allies at your side. So forget whatever brought you here. Forget the slogans. Forget your faith. There is only this moment. This desperate fight for the battlefield only knows one truth. Salvation comes through struggle. Such is the commandment of Warhaven.
Welcome back. That was another look at Warhaven, one of the mini games we got to see today at Summer Games Fest. I have some more official information on Warhaven here. It's a free-to-play PvP medieval fantasy combat game for 2 teams of up to 16 players each. Choose your soldier, lead your squad into combat, and incarnate as a powerful immortal to turn the tide of war. I think the medieval setting is a little bit unique for PvP games. You don't see too many of those. There's For Honor, of course, but
it reminds me a bit of Chivalry, which was
yes, yeah.
really, I love that. That, despite being completely silly and over the top after a certain point, that was rooted in somewhat reality. This seems like it's got some magic and cat people to go with it, which I'm sure, I'm into it.
Yeah, that one's only coming to PC right now. It says Warhaven's dynamic melee combat rewards new recruits and veteran players alike. Choose from a roster of unique soldiers, each with their own motivations for fighting beneath the banner of Warhaven. I think it looks very pretty.
It looks very pretty, and Chivalry was the game I was thinking of as well when I was watching it. I didn't realize it was 16-player multiplayer. I was getting For Honor vibes from it as well.
Totally, yeah. Me too. 99 Nights, not a multiplayer game, but throwing it way back to the 360 days, kind of gave me a little bit of that vibe too.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's spend some time discussing some of the big games that were not at the show today, in spite of our predictions.
Actually, anything we predicted?
None of our predictions came true. Yours was the closest, John.
Yeah.
Like you had Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. We got something new for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2.
Season 4, right?
Season.
Which looked great.
But no, like how long has it been since there was a Geoff Keighley production that had no mention of Hideo Kojima?
Yeah,
so no mention of him, no mention of Death Stranding 2.
Are they okay?
Maybe.
Did something happen?
I don't know. I hope they're okay. Yeah, I was surprised there's no Death Stranding 2, no Lords of the Fallen.
No, I just want to see more of that game. I don't know when we're going to see it, but we did get the new Warzone update, and there was one detail in there that jumped out at me. There was a logo for The Boys, the Amazon show, on one of the buildings, and we've had so many sort of cross-promotion, like we know Homelander's popping up in Mortal Kombat. We haven't seen that in action yet. We saw, I feel like we saw Stranger Things show up in like a dozen different games, and I feel like other kind of streaming services are following suit. Curious how they decide to introduce that into that universe. Someone's saying it looks a lot like Verdansk, but it's the other side of the Iron Curtain, basically. Like it's much more, I guess, Europe. I would say Germany, maybe?
Well, this leaves us to wonder, what will this year's Call of Duty release be?
And when will they announce it? And
Yeah,
how?
that's
They
true.
don't have much
It's like,
time left.
we're already in the summer now.
That's like, are they going to actually wait till Gamescom and Keighley's event at?
Well,
It's going to be like, this is coming out any minute.
Well, I mean, it usually comes out the end of October,
Yeah.
so do you really need more than a 2-month marketing campaign for?
When we get one every year
For Call of Duty, yeah, exactly.
It's also it's the biggest franchise. They can turn the lights on and do their own. Like last time they announced Modern Warfare, they put like a giant mural on a dockyard or something.
Yeah.
Like they can get people's attention if they need to.
Yeah.
There was no Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty expansion. That was a surprise to me because the price and the pre-order went live prematurely
at Xbox.
Yeah, I mean,
and I guess that makes sense, right?
They had the marketing. Keanu showed up, of course, a couple of years ago. So yeah, that seems highly likely now. We'll see that on Sunday on Microsoft stage.
And Ryan, the wait continues for what BioWare has next.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm fine for them to get all the time they need, but it does seem like sooner rather than later we should see something on Dragon Age.
All right, getting back to Summer Game Fest, Street Fighter 6 kind of made an appearance.
Following Mortal Kombat, sort of a tough draw on the run of show there.
Yeah, it's true. So Capcom has this game, Exoprimal, coming out, I guess, this year?
Yeah, that's coming out.
Not Dino Crisis.
It's not Dino Crisis. It's I think it's another cooperative shooter against dinosaurs.
It's like Earth Defense Force, but with dinosaurs. Which is, with all due respect, I don't want to sound, like I'm jaded. I don't know. It's not doing it for me. I don't know.
Well, I don't think it's doing it for anyone, and this strikes me a little bit of like, how do we get people interested in Exoprimal?
Exactly.
Pretty funny.
Yeah.
I like that it's like, all right, I've beaten up a mid-sized sedan, time to beat up a Triceratops. I wonder how that's going to pan out.
Yeah, this seems to be Capcom's feeling like the hype is a little low for Exoprimal, but what if we put Street Fighter
look at it.
in your Exoprimal? And that looks crazy. That looks like something I could play. Ryan, this is coming to Game Pass day one. I'm not sure if we knew that already.
That's great. Hey, that's more good third-party day one gets for Game Pass. That's only reinforces the value of that service. They've been delivering some good third-party stuff on day one. MLB The Show for the, I think, third year in a row now was a recent one, and yeah, keep them coming.
Liza P.
Yes.
Game Pass. That's one of those games that I'm genuinely interested in to the point that I'm not looking too closely when they show off new stuff because I want some surprises.
Today's trailer was gorgeous, though.
That looks, I feel like, noticeasly better than it has in the past. Yeah.
Even down, I mean, like the first sort of noticeably different when he comes out in the puffy pirate shirt, and like there's kind of an elegance to this trailer that wasn't present in the one that was at ONL.
No, people are calling this like Timothy Chalamet simulator. That's how you open the doors in Bloodborne. I'm interested. I'll take it. Yeah, this is rad. It's got that kind of sort of steampunky, a little bit dash of BioShock, but it's also Pinocchio. It's all over the place, and I appreciate how hard they're swinging for the fences with what they're doing here. They announced, I guess, pre-order bonuses, and it was like mischievous puppet clothes. Like, I don't think I've ever had that pre-order bonus before. This dude looks like Frankenstein. So there's almost like, I don't know. It would be cool if they're borrowing from other fairy tales, other bits of folklore, and kind of remixing that in there.
Millions of views for this on IGN so far across a number of trailers. Like the interest is high.
Our audience loves Pinocchio.
So, yeah.
Just they can't.
But we got a release date and a playable demo right now,
great.
which is like that's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, September 19th is that date, which I think is technically a delay, because I think they had
originally it said August, yeah.
August, yeah, there was like a release window trailer for August, but still, that's not too much of a delay. It's okay.
September's filling up now.
September is
filling big up.
Time. What else? Oh, there's, let's talk about Nicolas Cage, Dead by Daylight, and making an in-person appearance.
That was good.
I mean, I appreciate the in-person appearance. A lot of others just film a video from their home.
We did know that was happening before today, though,
we knew
right?
it was happening.
Yeah. We'd seen the cinematic, I think.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, as far as like, awkward conversations held on Geoff Keighley's event stages.
Was better than Al Pacino.
That was, Al Pacino was an odd one. Michael Madsen, my favorite, came out to plug Rock Hay City at the Game Awards, and the first thing he plugged was Carlito's Way, a movie that he was in with Al Pacino, which is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really into Dead by Daylight, but I like that this exists.
I mean, so I like that it exists too, but I have to say his facial animation is leaving a lot to be desired. I think it's lacking any animation whatsoever. Maybe that's just at this point. Maybe they'll add that in later.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty old game now. So like what they're squeezing out of this game, which is phenomenally popular, is pretty spectacular.
Usually, Nicolas Cage gets accused of overacting, so this is an interesting change of pace to have him be a little bit more reserved.
I did like his attention to detail on grunting and things, and in his acting in a game.
I mean, in terms of wild cameos and crossovers, Dead by Daylight at this point trails maybe Fortnite and nobody else. Like it's number 2 on the list.
Yeah. Well, there's all sorts of guest monster bad guy characters, but Nicolas Cage is the first one I know of that's a survivor character.
Yeah.
Which is that's an interesting.
They've done Silent Hill. It's actually the Dead by Daylight is the last place Pyramid Head showed up that wasn't a pachinko machine. So that's
it's a step up.
Yeah. No. It's sure. Why not?
I thought Yes, Your Grace. What is it? Snowfall. Yes, Yes, Your Grace. Snowfall. Looked very cool.
We all thought it was something else.
We thought it was
we saw the
Kingdom.
name. Yeah.
We thought it was Kingdom, which is a similar. I think like a similar game. It's like the a minimalist strategy. I think is how Kingdom was pitched, and this sort of has a similar thing where you're making decisions as a ruler. Maybe not so much like full on like tactical, like strategic moves, but yes or no questions to what you should do. And it's I don't know. I like.
But look at it. This art style's got
an awesome. Yeah. It's an awesome look to it.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone played the original Yes, Your Grace?
No, but now I want to.
Yeah. Definitely want to go back for that. And then we also did get a little update on Baldur's Gate 3. Jason Isaacs is going to be playing one of the major antagonists. I think he's best known for Lucius Malfoy in Harry Potter. I'm not super familiar with him though, so it didn't move the needle for me.
No.
But
I feel like they felt it was a bigger deal than most people thought it was. But I mean, it's cool that they're going all out on the production budget.
Mm-hmm. Still no mention of the Xbox version.
Still no.
Of the Xbox version, sure. But I think the game looks very cool. And then there are sorts of smaller Final Fantasy things too, like Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis, which is a mobile game.
Yeah, John, you were talking about sort of things having a varied aesthetic. That's like 5 different graphical
styles. It was like every Final Fantasy style crammed into one game.
Spider-Verse with Cloud, I guess. It like opened with a caption that was like, "What is Sephiroth doing?" And then he has a phone out. Okay, sure, go for it.
Well, let's all go for it. When we come back, we're going to reveal our games of the show. But right now, let's check out some exclusive gameplay from Immortals of Aveum. Take a look.
Welcome aboard, Immortal. What's our bearing, sir?
Can't give you anything precise, Captain, but north by northeast, 5 knots. If Sandrak changes course, you'll be the first to know. Something wrong?
Just the fact that this mission and the war hinges on something that we don't understand. At all.
We'll catch him, sir.
On deck 3.
These chronocules are a few seconds off a piece. That shit adds up. Let's get her ready!
Here's the senior Magus over here.
Looks like she's still got the trick knee. Tell the captain. Let her stretch. It's been a while.
All hands, this is the captain. We've sighted a fleet of Rashanian airships headed our way. Prepare to engage. Prepare to repel boarders!
Airships got a tungsten! Action stations! Action stations!
Here we go.
Jack, get to the control room and protect Selco. Zendara and I will hold off the Roshanians down here.
Got it. Gotta get to the control room. Draining the font. We gotta go. Now.
I am the sole catalyst for your sense of thirst. You are broken and you are bound, Dream of Keighley.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Xfinity 10G network. Get a game-changing connection today for a faster, more reliable tomorrow. The future starts now.
Tune into IGN1 on your smart TVs for the latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you You don't know.
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs, and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on the Cinefix Top 100, Mondays, starting July 3rd.
Why so serious?
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com. Black Desert Online is an MMORPG played by 20 million adventurers worldwide on PC. And now, the latest free expansion, Land of the Morning Light, invites you to explore a brand new region with all new boss fights, quests inspired by Korean folklore, architecture inspired by the Joseon Dynasty period, and tons more. Let's take a look.
IGN's Summer of Gaming is presented by the United States Air Force. The call to serve can come from anywhere, from providing and sustaining security to humanitarian assistance in the event of disasters, and the US Air Force is prepared to answer. And in 2023, the Air Force is hiring over 26,000 new airmen and has over 200 career opportunities. To learn more, visit airforce.com.
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. As we wrap things up for the show, we saw a ton of games today. I want to hear from each of us. Find out which game we're personally the most excited for. Your game of the show, if you will. It seems like the audience favorite so far, at least in terms of numbers that are being put up on IGN, is Mortal Kombat 1. It definitely seems like the most popular game. People are super, super excited for it. What they showed off today focused a lot on the cameo fighters. We got a little bit more information on those here. So these are sort of like assist fighters that you could call in to help you out during a match. Cameo fighters are chosen during the character select screen after choosing your main fighter and can be called out multiple times during a fight to assist with a single button press. Any character can be combined with any other cameo fighter, allowed for deeper customization of movesets, more interesting possibilities for combo building, and some cameo fighters are available in the main roster, so yes, you can combine Sub-Zero and Sub-Zero. Should be very interesting. While others are unique to just the cameo roster. And so the known cameo fighters so far are Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Sonya Blade, Kano, Goro, Kung Lao, Stryker, and Jax Briggs. So
it seems like the cameo stuff is kind of where all the retro stuff is going to live. And yeah, because like even the costumes were sort of very old school as well.
I think they're going to have you swapping. I feel like they're usually pretty good about letting you play dress up when you want to. My big question is, will you be able to play the entire story with Johnny Cage in the Van Damme skin with the Van Damme voice? Because that sounds amazing.
Yeah, it remains to be seen whether or not the Van Damme skin and voice shows up in like the campaign, the story mode, but that would be very cool. What I want to know is, since the cameo fighters are such a big feature here, are there going to be cameo fatalities? Like team-up fatalities?
Seems like probably not, but then again.
Well, I like it, and I think
I'm not a game designer.
Ed Boon is a big fan of Next Gen Console Watch, so Ed, please, if there's still time to implement that feature, I would appreciate it.
I'm stoked for this game. This is such a safe bet. You know, like Mortal Kombat, like NetherRealm was, I feel like, pretty much earned our trust. Like there was a second there where I think Mortal Kombat didn't know what it was doing exactly, but pretty much like, I don't know, a good the last handful of games have seemed very confident and very clear with what they want to be.
Well,
and yeah,
like we were talking about earlier, it's a 30-year-old franchise now, and it remains relevant. Like it had the zenith of its popularity in like the early and mid '90s, and the games kept coming, but its popularity waned during the 2000s. But in the 2010s, it came roaring back, and it's more popular than ever.
9, 10, and 11 have all been huge.
Yeah,
it's really telling that NetherRealm had been going back and forth a little bit between Mortal Kombat and Injustice, and they didn't do that here. They didn't go to Injustice 3. They went back to Mortal Kombat, which, either says they were creatively excited to just keep, to do this reboot that we now know is a new universe reboot, or could certainly be a sales thing, whether they just thought Mortal Kombat has a much higher sales potential than Injustice does, even though Injustice is no slouch on its own, and the numbers on IGN that we were getting told to us between segments there are certainly indicative that they made the right call on that front.
500,000 in the first hour.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Bonkers. I love this series because it has become like M-rated Super Smash Bros. Like we're inevitably going to get a bunch of other ridiculous side characters popping up, in addition to Homelander and Omni-Man and Jean-Claude Van Damme.
With Street Fighter crossing over with Triceratopses and Mortal Kombat getting Homelander, maybe someday we are inching closer to the Street Fighter Mortal Kombat crossover.
I mean, we got Street Fighter cross Tekken, so
yeah.
Not that far out of the realm of possibility. So Mortal Kombat 1 is out September 19th. Ryan, you were just sort of rattling off all the games that are coming out in September.
That we know of so far. We're looking at Starfield, Witchfire, Lies of P, and Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah.
All in September.
Wow.
Clear your calendars.
Yeah, it's just what an incredible year for gaming it has been so far. Okay, our personal picks for game of the show. Max, let's start with you. What was your favorite?
I really like Sandland. Yeah. Like I'm really excited about this game. It also looks like an open world game where you're a demon with a tank, but also like, to my point, I think it looks smaller. Like I don't think this isn't going to be a Tears of the Kingdom scale experience. This isn't going to be another Elden Ring. Like it looks like a fun time to goof around, beat the crap out of some scorpions, drive a hovercraft. It's an aesthetic that I love from a creator I love, but it's a universe I'm not familiar with at all. It's something familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time. And yeah, I'm not even sure who's working on it. I should dig into this a little bit. Another franchise I love is the Yakuza series, which I feel like I kind of like. I love Like a Dragon, with all due respect to Ichiban. He's great, but Kiryu is very near and dear to my heart. He basically retired in Yakuza 6. That was supposed to be his whole swan song. That was it. And then he popped up, made a little guest appearance. And this is the Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. But we're all well aware that his name is Kiryu. I don't know. There's too many good games. Like there's too many games to play. It's bonkers.
I've got some more official information on Sandland. It's being developed by Ilka, which is I think they did Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. And then they've done support for Dragon Quest and some Ace Combat games as well, because it's being published by Bandai Namco. And the official word says you dive into a desert world where both humans and demons suffer from an extreme water shortage. Play as and watch the Fiend Prince Beelzebub, Sheriff Rao, and Demon Thief set off on an adventure in search of a legendary spring hidden in the desert.
Sure. Not enough water. I'm into it.
Okay, so Sandland, Max's pick. Let's see, John, what was your pick for game of the show?
I think, there's the obvious stuff like Mortal Kombat and Spider-Man I think look amazing, but for me, and this was the same at opening night live at Gamescom, I think it's Lies of P.
Wow.
I thought, and I was genuinely surprised by this trailer in that it kind of expanded on what I thought it was. I thought, like, from the last trailer, I thought it was very clearly aping Bloodborne and trying to fill the Bloodborne gap that we're all feeling. But it seems from today that it's so much more than that, and like the design of the creatures looks really fantastic. That thing with the crown at the end, I thought that was sort of like wooden and robotic, and like the way that they're bringing the puppet imagery in and kind of making it these kind of like creepy constructions and stuff. I just think it looks. I mean, look at it. It's fantastic.
It looks like Bloodborne and it looks like BioShock, but in a way that also looks like its own thing.
Yeah.
I
am very bad at this kind of game, but
you count yourself as a fan of Souls-like games.
Not really, no. They frustrate me endlessly because I'm too old and my reaction times aren't good enough. But there's something about this I want to like the design. There's BioShock, and then there's that thing that looks like it's wearing an English police helmet that was crawling up the building. Has what was the game that came out? We Happy Few aesthetic, right? Where there's lots of things that are a little bit unsettling visually, and like this trailer's just full of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of excitement for this game. I don't think there are that many very popular Souls-like games that aren't made by FromSoft. There's like Nioh comes to mind, the Star Wars Jedi games.
Lords of the Fallen, the original incarnation, had done very well 7-8 years ago.
Yeah, Remnant, which is getting a sequel. There was, God, what's the one that was really extremely bleak? Mortal Shell.
That's right, yeah.
I'm wondering what the scale of this game is going to be. And I think it's totally forgivable if it's not, quite as beefy as your usual FromSoft game.
Is that Monstro too, by the way?
I hope not. I want a
real
proper monster. If he's a submarine, I'm disappointed. I'm canceling my pre-order for this game that's on Game Pass.
Okay, Ryan, your game of the show.
Well, I already cheated and gave it to you earlier, but it's still Alan Wake 2. Yeah, there was some good stuff today. I mean, I'd give an honorable mention shout out to Warhammer, to Space Marine 2. That looked like that. I mean, that looked awesome. That just looked like a fun time. But I'm coming back to Alan Wake 2. I mean, it's a game that I had pretty honestly given up on ever getting the long-awaited sequel for after whatever it is, 12, 13 years now. So the fact that it's happening and that it's, Remedy, I think, again, I think they're an underrated developer. They've only, to my opinion, is they have exactly one blemish on their resume in their entire 20-something year existence, and it was they did the not super great, totally forgettable campaign for the very forgettable Xbox game Crossfire X. That Smile Gate. I always confuse those two.
The Sega.
It was their game. They did the multiplayer, and they contracted Remedy to do a single-player campaign. I played it. I just didn't think it was that good. But literally everything else that Remedy's ever done has been, at worst, really good, and at best, phenomenal. The first two Max Payne games.
Why had you given up on it? Because, like, for me, I've always, and it's weird because it's not now. I've always thought of Alan Wake as firmly an Xbox game because it's you associated with the Xbox 360 so much.
Did Microsoft publish it?
They did.
Yeah.
Okay. And they parted ways as a exclusive partner with Remedy a long time ago, and it just didn't seem like any other publishers wanted to pick the game up and do the sequel. So I just, I didn't think it was ever going to happen because, this is, as you can see, this is not a low budget game. Like, there's a lot going into this. And so that is, and the first one sort of famously didn't sell well at the time, and then Remedy has since said that like it kind of was one of those word of mouth things where over time it ended up putting up some good numbers. So just, when you look at the business of the video game industry, which sadly is extraordinarily risk averse, especially in the AAA space, that's why I honestly said I had given up on this ever happening. So when this was announced, I was thrilled, and now that I'm actually seeing it and it's this close, like it looks every bit worth the wait. I mean, it looks fantastic.
On a similar note, I don't think anyone expected a third season of Twin Peaks like 18 years later or whatever, but yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's I guess it's almost approaching that point where people are nostalgic for the original.
Yeah.
Ryan, do you think we have the success of Control to thank for the fact that we're getting Alan Wake 2?
I mean, did Control even sell that well? Because it
won a lot of awards.
From us, from Game of the Year.
Yeah.
But hey, anything it helped bring Alan Wake's name kind of back into the public consciousness, and for that, I am thankful. And Control, by the way, great game. You should play it if you haven't played it already.
Well, I'm also very excited for Alan Wake 2, but my pick's going to go to Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. That was a nice, very pleasant surprise of the show. Was not expecting that at all. I like Prince of Persia games in general, and I also very much like Metroidvania games, so seems like definitely right up my alley. It'd be interesting to see. Ubisoft is not known for making Metroidvania games, but I really like the look of it, and from all the description of how Ubisoft describes the game, it seems like they're hitting all the right notes.
It's the right
for what a
studio
Metroidvania should be.
inside of Ubisoft.
Which one is it?
It's Montpellier.
Oh, okay.
Who did the Rayman Legends stuff.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. This looks really cool. I just hope they sort of like follow the template that something like Metroid Dread established for a sort of AAA 2D Metroidvania game from a huge publisher. Is this on your radar, Ryan?
It is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you just reminded me, like we were just talking about Alan Wake 2, which Epic is publishing, so we have Epic to thank for funding this thing. And then, now you're talking about this pleasant surprise of Prince of Persia coming back as a Metroidvania. You're just reminding me that we need to fuse those two. We need Epic to let Donald Mustard and Team Chair make Shadow Complex 2.
Wow, yes.
That's another one that another Metroidvania that I would like to will into existence after many, many, many years.
I think Shadow Complex 2 is designed in like to completion, basically. It just never got made. I think it's all on pieces of paper.
Even worse.
Yeah, at Epic.
To a degree.
How would we grade the show after now that another Summer Game Fest is in the rearview mirror? About 2 hours long, lots and lots of games.
Nobody wants to go first, huh? All right. I mean,
I'll go first.
Go ahead.
I'll give it a C.
C. Okay.
Yeah. It was decent. It felt like there was quite a lot of filler.
Lots of filler, yes.
The peaks were good, but they weren't like blow it out of the water good.
Sure.
It was solid and competent and above a pass, but like I don't think it was like, oh my god, did you see Summer Game Fest?
I think you can maybe cut about half of it out.
Yeah.
Make it a tight hour, and then you've just got Mortal Kombat and Prince of Persia and Final Fantasy VII and Spider-Man 2 release dates and just the big hits.
A lot of it was very like it's close. It's a reality. This wasn't a bunch of CG trailers. This wasn't a bunch of just sizzle. Which I think Geoff frequently has. Some big reveal. I feel like Gamescom was very, very heavily CG late in last year.
Yeah.
So it was nice to see a bunch of stuff be like, here's gameplay, here's release dates. It's all stuff that feels achievable, realistic. That said, I'm kind of with you. We give it, we do it a lot here, but 7 out of 10.
I would say 7.
I mean, it was good and it was positive, and there were very few things that were like, no. Like in fact, the only no for me really was maybe the Twisted Metal thing, which wasn't even a game.
Yeah.
So so I think generally it was there's a lot of really solid stuff coming.
Yeah, I mean, Geoff Keighley gets, for me, a lot of credit because first of all, he's doing this 3 times a year.
Yeah.
3 times, this, opening night live at Gamescom and the Game Awards. So, and I've helped work on smaller versions of this kind of thing at IGN before, and it's so much work to put it together, and just convincing developers and publishers to partner with you and trust you to show off their thing. And Geoff's trying to, he doesn't want to make it too top heavy where it's just Mortal Kombat and Final Fantasy and only the AAA highest caliber stuff. You got to have a nice mix and represent the entire industry. But yeah, inevitably I think it's that tough line to walk where I agree. I mean, we could have had 30 minutes trimmed off of this and it would have been a much tighter show for the viewer, but again, I recognize and respect Geoff for trying to just showcase as much of the industry and give as many games, both big and small,
and
the chance to shine as they can.
Where they'd all backed away from the traditional event, right?
Yeah.
So it was sort of I would assume that it was doubly challenging because most of the industry said, look, we don't want to do E3.
Right.
I think the biggest takeaway, the most important thing to keep in mind is that it is illegal to slaughter and eat the Pokemon with guns. All right, well that just about wraps us up for our Summer Games Fest post show. Thank you all so much for watching, but remember, we're just getting started here at IGN Summer of Gaming. We've got so much more to come in the days ahead. Join us again on June 11th for the Xbox Showcase, followed immediately by a Starfield Direct. We'll have pre- and post-show coverage of that, and we'll do it all over again a day later for the Ubisoft Forward event on the 12th. If you liked what we had to say, Don't forget to join us every week for Next Gen Console Watch, where we talk about all the latest news in the world of PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. New episodes go up every Friday. And if you love the games you saw today, want a shiny new PS5, Series X, or Steam Deck to play it on, but you don't feel like stealing one, great news. We're giving them away. Plus tons of other prizes over on IGN Rewards. Head to IGN.com/rewards and go win a console, video game, gift card, and more. And don't forget, IGN Summer of Gaming is happening all through June, so keep an eye on IGN.com for more events and plenty more coverage, including Devolver Digital, which is coming up next. On that note, thank you for watching. We will see you next time.
Presented by the United States Air Force. The mission of the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win. Air power anytime.
Latest news on your favorite releases, gameplay exclusives, and all the entertainment you can handle.
Cinefix on IGN1, your friendly Friday night home for film fanaticism.
You're watching The Weekly Fix, ready to fill you in on anything you may have missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Welcome to Should I Play This? This is what to watch here on IGN1.
Find it all in one place for free on IGN1.
They turned into a network. Who knew?
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome to Super Debatable. When you got big takes on superheroes as hot as ours, well, you need a place to vent them.
And that's exactly what we'll be doing week after week on Super Debatable, arguing over the most divisive topics facing fans.
The MCU, that multiversal mess peaked years ago. It's all downhill from here.
James Gunn and Peter Safran should absolutely nuke the Snyderverse. We could argue about this all day.
And we will. Join us on Super Debatable Fridays on IGN.